What's up, guys? Just putting a few things together. We're going to try and get to STV, do a quick event, then do a raid, and then do the podcast. So a lot happening today. I'll just get a link going for the Discord, if I can. Where are you? Where are you, Mr. Link? There you are. So a lot happened. Oh, that's an echo, and we'll do this. Very good. Alrighty. See where my mates are. Are they online? Let's hit them up in Discord. Hopefully I'm sure they'll be online. Will they be around? I can't see them online right now. Try and get Slinger in here. And a few of the boys. Hope you're all doing well. God, at some point I'm going to have to stop and write down what we're talking about. We're talking about everything on the fucking podcast today. But I still need to write down some points and make sure I don't miss anything. Voodoo's logging on. That's very good. I'll throw some instant poison on. I don't like crippling poison for STV because the fights are over so quickly and they're not one-on-ones. It doesn't really matter. So I just throw the old instant on and try and get as much damage in as I can in a very short period of time. I'm spec'd assassination. I'm just trying it out. I'm not like an assassination guy, but I've never played it before. I've never had cold blood before. I literally haven't pressed the button yet. I keep forgetting to press it because I keep forgetting I have it because I've never played assassination before because I've never really done rogue PvP before. So I've got to remember to hit my fucking cold blood button, don't I? But this is the weird spec I've got. I know a lot of you are going to go like, remorseless attacks, what are you doing? But in STV, fucking why not, right? What do we got? Malice, remorseless attacks, murder, lethality. 1 for slice and dice just to get to the next tier. Improved poisons, improved kidney shot, and cold blood. And I've got, I have to take improved backstab for that mutilate. So you got improved gouge, a couple enlightening reflexes, and improved backstab. So 23-8, that's what I'm rocking. It's probably a fucking weird wonky build, but whatever. We're just doing the thing. So, yeah. Fucking, my mates were the ones who were like, STV at 8, let's do it, Josh. Where are they all? Slinger, where are you? You're the one that wanted to do it. Apparently STV has been playing up a lot over the last day or two with some really weird layer changes, and Blizzard's acknowledged it and said they're working on the issue. I haven't experienced it myself, but I have experienced the lag that a lot of people are talking about. It's probably not as insane on the Australian or the Oceanic servers, but the lag is noticeable. It's certainly not unplayable, but noticeable at times. Not every event, about 1 in 2, you'd be like, ooh, laggy. Okay, so the event starts in 4 minutes. I don't have a group. Where the fuck are the boys? We're gonna have to get 3 randos. Here we go, DPS warrior. Just invite him. Just fucking get it done. Who else do we need? I've got to get out of Gromgol, I'll tell you that much. Get the fuck out of here. Ah, damn it. There was a healer. I should have fucking grabbed him. That's annoying. Just missed him. I'll put it out there. Who we got here? We got this bloke. Oh, we did get that shaman after all. Okay. Looking for one more. Where's John? Where is he? They might just be busy. Anyway. Looking for one more. STV. Here we go. Ah, damn it. Where the fuck's the shaman? Mulgore? Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Don't fucking accept an invite and then expect to summon when you're halfway across the world. Ubiquitous. I'm going to remove this fucking shaman. Uninvite. Invite. And we'll just go this rogue. Invite. Alright, we're done. Voodoo. Get out of Undercity and get over here. You're probably on the Zeppelin. The event starts in 1 minute. Where are we? Head northeast. You coming, Mr. Icor? No? Well, fucking... Come on, buddy. Look alive. This priest is about to take us when the blood moon comes, like right now. For God's sakes. Where's my warrior backup? Where is he? There he is. He's following the priest. Good, he was on me. Where the fuck are all these blokes? Alright. I'll look either way. Uh-oh, he's got a raptor on him. That's alright. Run, run, run. Blood moon's about to come over and I'm going to get dicked. Here it comes, here it comes. Okay, blood moon is on. Now, let's keep our fucking wits about us. Where's our fucking party? Let's go, come north. Come north, please, please, please. Oops. What do I got here? Did he get him? Oh, that's Ubiquitous. I thought you were an enemy, Ubiquitous. I was like, I hear stealth. Let's ride north. Yeah, let's go north. Or somewhere. Anywhere. Follow Ubiquitous. You go into the altar over here. words. What the fuck are you doing? You got caught up in Undercity. Oh, voodoo. There he goes. There he goes. We're on. We're on. Okay, that's one. He got caught alone. Where the fuck is everyone? We're on another quiet layer, are we? But we're on layer 1. Let's cash these 5 blood coins or blood in or whatever. And mount up and try and find someone else. It's so quiet. Let's go find some people. My goodness. Oh, there's another stealthy back over there. Fuck him. He's not going to get the warrior, is he? He's alright? He's alright. Where the fuck is everyone? This is actually... We've had a few STVs now on this server where you're just on a layer where there's no one. This has been my last 2 blood moons of just really not finding people. You're either on the insane congested layer or the dead one. I don't know. I should jump in voice. Sorry, mate. I forgot to jump in here. Fucking... This is a ghost town. Yeah, which is a shame. But then you'd think generally WoW players work at the last minute. You'd think all the last minute cunts would be crammed on the same layer and this one should be busy. Yeah. Alright, we're on here. Which one? To the shaman? Oh, kidney punch missed. How is he not going down? Fuck me dead. Oh, now the mage, I guess. I'm going to die. That shaman was the tankiest thing I've seen in the game so far. Should have gone him last. Why can't I attack this guy? Oh, right. Yeah, I did. My bad. Oh, sheeped. Yeah, we got it. Shall we move on? Oh, the mage is on you. Is he? Where is he? Very strange. Are you alright back there? Okay, one on our right. The shaman, he's back, the flak jacket. I'm just going to sap him. Oh no, he's in combat. Get the mage. Ah, damn it. Fuck. I fucked that up. I fucked that up big time. Where the fuck is the rest of our party? He's about to get obliterated. I'll just wait to... We'll regroup. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, my bad. I thought we were already wiped. That's why I was kind of waiting. Ugh, resist the kidney punch again and again and again. The old backpedaling hunter. That's a good one. No, he's a random. I mean, he's sort of like, let's get out of here, we're getting farmed. Mate, they're the only cunts we've seen. There's literally no one else around. What do you want to do? Yeah, fair enough. All right, we'll get out of here. Hopefully, I just don't want to spend 10 minutes running around looking for people, which is... Oh, shit. Yeah. Skeets, I'm on the warlock. Oh, come on, just die already. Scoots the feral. Nice. And he's dead. Oh, we got his friend, the paladin. Oh, he's gonna get me. Nice. We'll go cash in. There's someone on the right there. Do you want to grab him? Oh, he's about to die anyway. Freebie. There we go. It's such a shame. Should we just go back down towards the... Like, start going down towards Booty Bay or something? Alright, I'm not far, 5 seconds behind you. Live. Oh, very good. Okay, here we are. Do you want to open on him? That's like my third kidney shot that I've missed. I can't believe this shit. Kidney has become like weirdly unreliable. Oh, was that an orc, was it? Ah, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, in the free-for-all. Who? Hmm. Has anyone killed the boss yet? Have we heard any news about this? Oh, here we go. We're on. Who? The druid? Oh, where's he getting heals from? Jesus Christ. Alright, there goes the fucking healer. Alright, now they're dropping. I know, they're so annoying, the mobs. There he comes. Fuck, they wanted revenge. Bad. Oh, he got me. Alright, I'm rezzing in 10 seconds. There's a stealthy again. They want more. They want to regroup and go us again. Mm-hmm. Oh, what is going on? What am I caught on pixels? Fucking red. We've got their number, I think it's fair to say. Oh, here we go. Oh, man. Yeah. Not anymore, is not. Oh, here we go. We're on. There's a second group has entered the fray. Oh, for fuck's sake, get off me, you cunt. What's he done? Right. Yeah, get involved. He's still sitting here in stealth doing nothing. Oh, he's got his res timer. Sorry, that's my bad. Whoa. We're on. Oh, I'm gonna get blown up. This has turned into a fucking blood orgy. Where can we cash in around here? We got out 100 blood, which probably could cash in soon. That's weird. Okay, let's jump one of these blokes. Thank you. Oh, so close. So where do we go to hand in? Up north? So it's definitely, do you feel still, like, as you get to 100 blood, you need to turn in because it's just too hard to accumulate blood from that point on? Yeah. Yeah. Well, same, yeah. I lost 7 and I was on 99. Now I'm on 92. And it just gets harder and harder. Oop, on your... Yeah, you right? Oh, Jesus. It's fucking on. I'm just going to try and run through them all. All right, where are we? Down here. Oh, Jesus. They're everywhere. Oh, that fucking healing is insanity. I can't believe that. Druid power. That's unbelievable. And I'm not hearing any fucking balanced druid that says they're broken in PvP today. I'm going to tell them to shut the fuck up. After seeing that, it's like, I just saw a balanced druid who knows how to play his class in PvP. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Ah, shit. Just trying to get back to you guys. Which one? I missed? No, he's dead. Which one do you like? Jesus Christ. Yeah, you never get poly. You never get polyed. Oh, here we go. On me. Oh, Jesus. 3 of them. Rightio. Tell me how you really feel. Three rogues. Hmm. Yeah, got him. He's about to go down. Very good. And another warlock. Yep, now the druid. Oh, just go down. Yeah, nice. The mind blast into Shadow Word death sentence. Insanity. Fuck. Well, at least we're not getting any lag and we're all on the same layer. Everyone's saying that on the bigger servers, they're all getting their parties getting thrown on different layers now. Yeah. He's going to hodge me. No? Okay. Oh, squirts, I've got you. I can't hit this guy. This fucking rogue popped evasion. Fuck 50% evasion. He must have had 100. Fucking hell. Okay. On you good? All right, I'm with you now. Who do you want to go? Oh, this is a tough one. Well, that paladin's dead. Now this druid. I should probably cash in if I can. Oh, how much longer we got? 3 more minutes. So don't die in 2 minutes' time. It sucks. The walk back to the body after the event. Yeah. All right, I'm just going to go try and cash in now. And then kind of start to avoid dying. They're everywhere, yeah, it's fucked. Squirts is going for it. He's going for gold. All right, we cashed in there. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, we did all right. Oh. What the fuck? My buttons. Okay. Are we, what time is it? Yeah, it's time not to die. Cash in. Very good. All right. All right. No, fair enough. That's all good. I'm going to, I'll log off on this character. So how to do? I'm up to 6 silver. I could buy the PvP back piece. Yeah, I got the weapon a few days ago, the Blood Harvest Blade. Shit, sorry chat. For some reason YouTube does this thing where I have to refresh the page to actually reveal all of your chat. So that whole last half an hour, I thought, oh, it's real quiet in here. No one said anything, but you guys have been chatting away the whole time. I'm so sorry, guys. Hi to everyone. That's a YouTube thing. I'm a fucking idiot. Chris, Pube Sniffer, Grimoire, Skill Unit, Dan, Rend, Crap Gamer, Andrew, Gecko, AD, everyone, Rob, hey, thanks so much. Hey. We're going to do a quick BFD now, then we're going to do the pod. All right, so pod starts in about 45 minutes to an hour. I tried to stick with my party as best I could there, Gecko. It's very hard when you've only got one other person in voice. All right, mate, you go do your thing. And I'll log on to the alt. Too easy, mate. Crap. I am enjoying the STV event. You kind of have to frame your mind for what you're getting, though. Like, let's be clear. STV is not PvP. I know that sounds like a fucking weird thing to say, but STV is not like PvP as we know it. It is a just huge, like, South Shore / Taran Mill type clusterfuck of just, you're dying every 3 seconds. There's not a lot of skill involved in killing other people. Like, it's just a press your buttons and get a little bit of dopamine and have a bit of dumb fun. It's dumb fun, and it is dumb and it is fun. Both of those can coexist. It's a wild ride, STV. And I don't mean dumb as in it was a bad idea. I mean, like, it's dumb PvP. There is not a lot of rhyme and reason to it. Do you know what I mean? Sure, you can get like a super min-max coordinated group and fucking, we're never going to die. We've got 2 healers. We've got fucking this tank. We've got this, that, and the other. Yeah, you can like coordinate it that way. But at the end of the day, it just takes a couple of groups to see you to fucking run over you. And I don't know. It's incredibly bursty, yeah, even with the 30% buff. The PvP in general in SOD is in a weird place. We're going to talk about that on the podcast. Thanks so much, Seth. Cheers, mate. Appreciate that. Mate, Season of Dads. Let's jump on Tanks a Lot and start throwing some invites out there. All right, what do we got? Voodoo's coming, I believe. No, wait, that's his 40. Let's go. If anyone in YouTube chat wants to come to BFD, let me know. All right. Okay. Just building a raid here, guys. Hey, mate. Hey, mate. Sorry. Hey, Midas, how are you? I do have Shuriken Toss on this turn. What's going on, Gecko? Oh, too easy. Juicy, yeah, we are doing a podcast after this BFD. I'll work hard for you, Andrew. I'll do my best. All right, Voodoo, hey, mate. Oh, all right, so I've pulled in a few fills because I've just got a funny feeling that we didn't get that many sign-ups and people are probably sleeping in or just forgetting or getting over it. We're in a weird kind of phase here where some people are working main, some aren't. So... Are you getting feedback from me? Oh, okay, one sec. How about now? You're probably still getting it now. I was repeating things for you guys. Is it okay now? It's still repeating. That's fucking... Yeah. Yeah, have you muted your stream, Krugog? I'm gonna change it back. That fixed it. Okay. All right. Let me know if you're still getting an echo. So, anyway. So Jahesh is a healer. I think Udders and Mufasa. You're a feral on that one, right, Voodoo?
Yeah, I'm feral.
Yeah. So we got 2 ferals. Here we go.
Hungus Chungus. Did Joe sign up?
No, he didn't. I think he's coming though. I'll ping him.
Feels empty without Joe.
Oh, pigs, mate! If I honestly get one ult to 40, it'd be a sort of a Christmas miracle. I'm really gonna be a one character fucking man for the rest of SOD. I think. I'd like to get a second tune up to 40 if I can, but I guarantee it'll be no more than 2, and it'll be lucky if I get to 2. Boys, shut up. I know Ubiquitous is coming. He just needed a bit of time to have breakfast.
That's sweet.
Hunk's probably slept in. We might have to retire the old Saturday morning BFDs as if they're becoming a bit hard in everyone's calendar.
And my body clock's on 5 o'clock, mate. I'm raring to go.
Fucking can't get a hold of anyone when you ping them. Some class balances have been implemented, Remy. The paladin changes are in effect already. I'm not sure about the others. Bubba, get out of here. Fucking cat.
Is your cat's name Bubba?
Yeah. I got shithouse cat names. I had Elmo, Bubba, Sweetie, and Lucky.
Wow.
Yeah, I was that guy.
Mine's Num Nums.
But then for the dogs, we went the human names. You got to go Ralph and Doug.
I love those names. Doug is such a good name for a dog.
Yeah. He's such a Doug. No, Lumano, you didn't miss it. We're doing the podcast after this BFD. So it'll kick off in about 45 minutes. If we ever get this BFD up and running. I think I'm just going to have to start filling. We can't wait forever for the guys. I know Ubiquitous is coming, so I'll hold a slot for him, but I'll have to get...
Maybe try to get a lock, so when Ubi does come, we can just summon him in.
Yeah. We'll see how we go.
See what's around.
Yeah, it's always hard when it's like, just take this one class. It's like 8 o'clock in the morning and you're on a Saturday. So we've got one healer. I'll just double check.
Well, if you and I tank, we're only going to need one healer, right?
You still need... I think we'll still need a second.
Reckon?
Yeah. A level 40 wants to come. No.
It's just not worth it.
No.
You do still get XP up to 39 though.
Fucking, it's always leather. It's always leather wearers. Rogue, hunter, shaman, invite me, invite me. Can one clothy say they want to come to fucking BFD for once?
Do you want me to jump on Priest for the second heals?
Yeah, might need to. If only if you want to, mate. It's up to you.
Or either or. Doesn't bother.
If you're happy to go heals, would probably prefer heals.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we got a healer.
Going back over.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, mate, how are ya?
Not too bad. Am I interrupting anything?
No, we're just putting a BFD together.
Oh.
Good an old shot.
Sorry,
No, but I'll jump on my main and tank it if you want.
what level's your main?
40.
Got to be under 40, brother.
Gotta be under, yeah.
Oh, did they change it?
I'm just not sure if it fucks with our experience much. Does it? What are the consequences of having a 40 with you?
It doesn't seem like it affects anything. I did a BFD run on the last lockout, and people were still leveling. They were saying that the level that they were getting is quite good. I think as long as you get your rested XP food going, if you get your sleeping bag going, I don't think it really affects it.
Just because we got another mate saying he doesn't want to come along at 40 because he thinks it'll hurt us. So I'm not sure.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't know. Would it hurt?
We're not sure. That's what we're saying. We're kind of up in the air about does it matter if you got a 40 in your group or not.
Yeah, I'd be happy to go. It's just I don't want to.
Oh, fuck it. Just come along. Both of you. Fuck it. Who cares? What's a bit of experience between mates?
I think it only affects dungeons, not raids.
All right. No, jump along. If you're bored and you want to come, we'd love to have you.
Oh fuck yeah. I'll just do a little dodgy respec or something, just to get a hit so I can heal yous. Because I could probably fucking heal yous with shadow and just pump. That'll be pretty good too.
Probably. I think Hunk slept in, and I think fucking I don't know where Ubiquitous was saying he was having breakfast. I was holding a slot for him. Hang on, actually, John, because Ubiquitous was supposed to take the last slot, but he's just off having breakfast, but he's just taking a while.
Oh, okay, yeah, definitely check. I'll start making my way over to that side of the world, though.
I'm just going to save my XP buff and log out.
All good. I'm just going to pop the dogs outside 1 second.
Did we end up getting a level 40 in the raid? Does anyone know?
Hello.
Hello.
I guess only if Ubiquitous doesn't come back, but I don't want to. If we can get anything concrete.
Yeah, exactly.
Slingy your dog.
What up?
Which character are you on?
Hunter Hungus. Or Hung As.
That's right. Hung as, rightio.
Have you got Dat Zis in your group, Josh?
Yes.
Oh, it's Mitch.
Oh, that's Mitch, is it?
Yeah, he said
okay.
he can solo heal it.
Oh, okay. Oh, well then
What
I'll
do we
tell...
need?
If he's confident with that, I'll tell Jahesh to fucking DPS after all.
Yeah, he solo healed it. Pretty much all the way through, I think, with his guild, and yeah.
What do we need? To wait on people or?
Yeah, just one mate said he was eating breakfast, but we can't get a hold of him now. So John's gonna jump in. Sorry, where were we? I'm missing. Shock's gonna jump in, and John's gonna jump in. I guess if Ubiquitous can't make it, or sorry, I feel bad, John. I'm tossing. You signed up, did you, or not?
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've thrown Shock in because he jumped in before you.
No, it's fine. Like I'll happily fill the slot. But my main concern was I didn't want an FXP for anybody.
No, all good. We'll go you and Shock filling in, and Ubiquitous has about 2 minutes to get back to us.
Yeah. You got a summon over that side of the world, or?
Doesn't look like it. No, unfortunately. Sorry,
That's
mate.
okay. I can get there pretty quick though.
If we're stuck, I can bring squirts over and just summon people.
If we have an alternate tank, if we kill some ads and there's crap rep XP, I can just jump on my druid.
Well, the ads give just about no XP anyway.
All
It's
right.
the bosses that give XP.
We're gonna have to start. I can't wait all morning for Ubi.
No, it's alright.
I'm gonna log back in then.
Yeah, Shock and John, just message me on whatever characters you want to come on.
No, I'm gonna be on my shaman. Is your alt in the guild?
Hang on, what's your shaman's name?
Shock 1.
Oh yeah. All right, make your way and we'll get started.
If we have a healer, we can start on trash, right?
Yeah, we can because they're both 40. If they're both the furthest behind. Once we got everyone in here that can get experience, we'll get started. Because I don't want to start clearing before that. I mean, even though the trash isn't worth that much, it's still half rude.
It'd be nice if I could change my runes.
Ubiquitous, you can't. What are you doing?
I've re-emerged.
All right, John. Sorry, mate.
That's fine.
Do you mind if he
It's all
takes your
good.
slot? All right, we were.
No, I don't mind at all.
Oh,
We
well,
would-
no, like, on go. I'm happy to just...
No, he's a 40. So we're saying he was just coming to fill in if you couldn't make it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm back, sorry.
Alright.
The cafe took a bit longer than expected.
I'd thrown you under the bus. I was like, fuck him. That's it. If he's out.
I'll keep my dignity and leave the party.
Oh, thank you, mate.
You can't
Stepping
fire him,
down.
he quits.
Yeah, exactly.
Private
Oh,
message
it's the
from,
rogue.
Ugly Joe. Josh is a cunt. Yeah, mate. Yeah, I know.
I am a cunt. Unapologetically.
I was expecting Ubiquitous to bring the mage, actually.
Expecting.
I'm a double rogue main now.
Is
So
that so
double
you
rogues.
Is that so you can do Weekend Noma on a rogue as well?
Yep.
Yeah.
If we, where are we?
I am flying.
Too easy.
Alright, I guess we've got to learn how to play cat.
Just yell when you're about to pull our log back in.
Oh, you need to learn how to play cat, Voodoo.
Yeah, man, I'm just tank.
Yeah.
Good tip.
Have you got a power shift macro?
Is it like the other?
You said tank and it had me fucked. Like I had a pretty witty quip, but yeah.
You don't need a tank macro for power shifting. You just click the button like 2-3 times.
Oh, right.
Bear tanks have me very intrigued now with the changes they've made to them.
One of the guys in the guild was saying that they were shitty because they were saying that late game the bear DPS was really good, and they were saying that because they made the changes with the threat table for bear, it's impossible to have bear now as a DPS because I'll just pull threat.
Oh, they were trying to bear DPS it, right?
Yeah. He was saying that in the original classic, in some cases, being a bear did more damage than being in cat form.
No, but
So they were saying,
I'm actually,
shifting.
yeah, I'm okay. If that was the case, I would understand the classic team doing what they did though. But like, because you don't want, like, there are people who play feral because they want to be a cat, right? I want to DPS and I want to be a cat. If you then tell feral DPS, oh, actually the community's worked out the best DPS is in bear form, then you got all these people sort of doing shit they don't want to do, and there'd be an uproar. And I'm okay with them being like, no, bear is the tank and cat is the DPS.
No, I'm cool with that as well. That doesn't bother me at all. I think he was just more saying it as it felt. I think he was trying to say that it felt like he was being pigeonholed. So it was just
that's my biggest fucking gripe with any opinion. I'm being forced to play away. No shit, mate. You don't have to. It's just what's best.
Yeah.
Like, being kitty the whole time is more damage. Oh, I'm pigeonholed.
Yeah,
I want to be a metamorph and turn in everything. Well, fuck off. Go do that then.
Yeah.
Like, rogues are pigeonholed into using daggers. They're not. You can.
Yeah.
I can still equip swords, bro.
Yeah.
I can. It does 15% less damage.
It's a fair clapback. The players do have multiple options, but they go like, oh, but then groups won't want me if I'm not the optimal spec. Like, I don't know.
Sorry, it's because I haven't finished my brekkie yet. The whole
You're an angry man.
I know, right?
Pigeonholed fucking gets me immediately these days.
Fucking, I've like somehow transported my angry spirit into Ubiquitous this morning.
Don't worry, I'm getting through this brekkie burrito, and then I'll be a happy chappy again.
That's the spirit.
It doesn't. Yeah, it's fine. I know you weren't trying to have a go at me. It wasn't my argument.
No, I'm pretty sure he was calling you a cunt, like very, very directly. Can I say a really controversial thing?
Sure.
I think breakfast burritos are savagely overrated.
I agree.
There, I said it. Deal with it.
What is it up with like every single breakfast place trying to recreate the breakfast menu? It's just bacon and eggs. It's all you need. You don't need all this extra shit.
I hate it. I hate it if you go to a cafe now for breakfast, and if you want essentially a big breakfast, you have to custom build it, and it costs $45.
Yeah.
That's shit.
Fucking, I love it. Well, like Europeans, Americans, anyone outside of Australia, I always try to explain like how good breakfast is in Australia, and then you ultimately wind up in this conversation of just, isn't it just bacon and eggs? I'm like, yeah, but our bacon and our eggs are unreal, and they can't fathom like just the difference in those two basic commodities, like how much better it is here.
And how they still fuck it up with scrambled eggs.
Americans, like, low-key, here, come at me, America. Americans low-key butcher breakfast.
and coffee and everything else.
Their eggs are fucking terrible.
I went on a 6-week road trip just before COVID to America, and we had free breakfast at every place we stayed at, and I reckon 80% of them were just biscuits and cereal.
Yeah.
And then we went to New York, and it was all donuts and bagels.
Their bacon is fucking average.
Yeah.
Are we all
All
here?
overcooked or...
Oh, sorry, we're online. Krugok, log on. We're all here. I think we're starting up.
All
Just
good.
an ads.
Wait, what am I doing? I'm in.
Back to Armboo.
That's you.
I did falsely advertise. This is not strictly a breakfast burrito. It's a spicy chicken burrito from.
Oh, I
cafe.
see. I'm just gonna put my fucking right runes on. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I don't rate the. I mean, some breakfast burritos are alright, but.
Did
not
you
better
make
than a
it?
normal
Not the
burrito.
Subway ones.
Nah, I didn't make this. God no.
The amount of time you took, I thought you would have.
I was only gone for
Fucking hell, we're in.
17 minutes.
Oh, I had some good bait on that line.
Josh was just fucking getting impatient.
Mate, 45 minutes later.
They just go with the SCV event. I went fucking shit.
All right,
We got
well,
three
I
or
should
four.
have joined your group. Your group. I joined another group and that was awful.
That's right. We weren't that great either. We were just dicking around. Did we get the guy? Yes.
Whoa.
Oh, gotta get my head in the game.
Alright, I have both hands. I'm useful again.
The Americans and Europeans aren't happy about my slander over breakfast.
Their breakfasts suck. Come to Australia and you go home and tell your family that their breakfast sucks.
It's true.
Coffee's even worse. It's so bad.
Oh, I'll give Europeans coffee, to be fair.
Good thing it's on me. My damage fucking sucks on this character.
Good times. Oh no.
What was the XP like on that? Was that alright?
Oh, I didn't
Got
actually
6,000
see.
on the dot.
There you go.
I didn't even check.
I got full XP.
I've pulled half
There
the
you go.
instance. Good times. Oh my god, I'm the worst gamer in the world.
That was a beautiful jump, mate.
Fuck. You know what it
Hit the
is?
space bar.
Yeah, I do it every time. It's that sprint buff that you get in the water, and you go, oh yeah, I've got this, and then it like runs out, and I don't know. All right, I'll get it this time. Here we go, guys.
You're gonna make the big jump.
Oh yeah, I did it. Oh my god, look at me, mum. I made
I'm a
it.
gamer.
I'm a fucking gamer. Hey Tariak, how are you, mate? Tariak, are you chiming in on Paladins today? Sorry, we're a bit late starting. Oh, geez, here's our friends.
Are you Malay crew gok? Or
No, I'm fully ranged.
Can
You didn't-
someone put me in party 1 for him?
Oh yeah,
Sorry,
shit, sorry.
really
I'm just gonna
sorry.
pass fucking... There you go, congratulations, you're the raid leader, Ubiquitous.
That's more effort than dragging me.
Yeah, I know! I love doing it. It's the old, no, you do it. It's the weird passive-aggressive flex. Oh, I'm not even paying attention. Oh my god. Alright. Just let me know when we're ready. Oh wait, there's another turtle here.
I'm ready when you are.
Just gotta get rid of this turtle. Alright. Are we ready? Let's do it.
Put my burst on.
Oh, got some friends.
Okay.
Voodoo, no. We'll avenge you.
Mufasa, do you have
No battle res for him, he won't get XP.
No battle res. Don't we have a second druid?
Oh yeah, we do. You probably want to battle res him if you can, so he gets XP, if they're in here.
Hang on. Ah!
He doesn't care, going for straight APS, this guy. There he
He's
goes.
going. Yeah, otherwise you don't get anything for the boss kill.
Oh, you got it? Yeah, sweet as. Yeah, just don't die. Don't die a second
try
time.
not to.
Alright.
Wait.
Crisis averted. Oh, there's your chipped bite on your second turn.
I'm on my second iced long black, so I'm going to be caffeinated to the fucking gills with
Jesus,
the
you're going to be
chat.
firing on all cylinders.
In the toilet, yeah.
You're going to be an angry man, yeah, and in the toilet. Tell your missus to evacuate.
Nah, mate, high fiber, I fucking shit lamps.
Oh my god.
I do often forget that there's actually people listening to you play this game when I talk.
Well, now they know your filthy secret. All 39 of them are sitting at home horrified. Having just recovered from the slander against their nation's breakfast foods, they now have to hear about the fucking household objects coming out of your ass.
It's this weird flex, having a well-balanced diet.
Very weird flex. Get a load of this, internet. Get wrecked, nerds.
You with Cheetos and
Can build fucking mud huts with this produce. But it's a point that I'd probably argue the strongest is their breakfast sucks. If you just want to have a pot on that.
Oh, we'll just do the podcast. Oh, mate. Don't even get me started on what we could podcast today. There was some... I'll talk about it later. Anyway.
how disgusting is turkey bacon?
Oh, it's the worst. The fucking worst.
I think the worst thing about turkey bacon is the fact that they don't actually tell you that they're serving it. They're just like, hey, we have bacon. And you're like, oh, that's cool. And then you realize it's turkey bacon. You're like, you've ruined my breakfast.
Hmm.
You should like legally not even be allowed to call it fucking bacon. Gotta be.
They really shouldn't.
Turkey something else.
Oh, the cow. Wow. The low-key fucking best item of phase 1. If Yubi wins it, I'm quitting. I'm
Imagine.
I'm only half joking. Don't let this cunt get that helmet.
If
Everyone just roll on it.
it's only because I bought Humbert's helm this morning.
Oh, did you actually? How much was it?
4 gold.
Oh, that's all right. Oh, thank God. Fuck, you rolled an 83. You were close.
Yeah, I'm warming up.
Jeez.
I only rolled need so the Ubiquitous wouldn't get it.
Although Krugog needs a fucking... He needs a slap on the wrist after signing up for a raid and deciding he'd rather not on the other week.
That was a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, the North remembers, my
Yeah,
friends.
we don't forget around here.
Actually, that was last weekend.
Yeah. There, boys, I think I'd rather just play on the main right now. You bastard.
Exactly. And we got there in 3 days. So.
You bastard. Mate, when there's a loot dispute, we'll fucking remember that.
I look back on last weekend's fucking gaming debauchery quite fondly.
No.
I would do it again.
No, it was awful. It was fucking awful.
Plug me back.
You actually going to use that home, bro?
It was fantastic. Yes, I am going to use it.
Okay.
When I break the set.
Damn. Taking off other people with no helms.
Do you not have a helm?
No.
Wait, have you got a set?
None of us do.
You can have it then. if
Oh
you
my
want it.
God, you rolled on it with the set? Look at this guy.
The rich
What?
just get richer, mate.
Is he a hunter?
Who doesn't have a helm?
Hi.
Is he playing a hunter?
Who's your hunter? Are you the hunter?
No, I'm
I am.
asking if you're playing a hunter.
Slinger is the hunter, Hungus?
Yeah.
Alright, you can have the helm, dude.
Oh, that's very kind
No,
of you.
the guys without the helm can roll on it. I'll roll it off.
Yeah, roll it off then.
Yeah, roll it. Well, yeah, roll it off again.
Roll it off if you don't have a helm.
We don't want to shame you into it.
Oh, I wouldn't
We don't
anyway.
want to shame you into it,
got it.
Gecko.
Nah,
Have we?
it's all good.
Did we shame you into it?
I didn't realise he didn't have a helm. What a loser.
You're
I
all
just,
good, yeah.
I just wanted to try and beat 91, but I'm happy with mine.
Oh,
but
look. Mateship won at the end of the day. That warms my heart.
Well, that's what you do, right? I
That-
mean, if someone
that's the
doesn't
way.
have something.
That's the way.
This doesn't.
I was inspecting him. I'm like, is he going to put it on? Or...
You would have been holding back, going, this fucking cunt.
yeah.
It is an upgrade if you break the set bonus, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's all good. I'm sure
Alright.
there'll be some sort of quest item at level 40.
All right, all those brownie points you lost last week, Gecko, you've just won back. Congratulations, mate.
And now the crossbow will drop and I'll win it and I'll feel bad.
I don't want the crossbow anyway.
Oh,
I've got
nice.
a gun. I like guns, so.
Do ya? I got the add-on just to make it not sound like a gun. Oh, it sounds like a silenced pistol.
Oh, have you got that?
Yeah.
Oh, I used to use that, yeah. But I like guns now. And also, I just made my heavy leather ammo pouch. And I've been
yeah.
waiting. I was anticipating it for 5 levels, so. I don't want to switch to arrows.
Fair enough. I only like gun sounds when I'm playing a dwarf.
I don't know, it seems to suit an orc.
Suits Americans.
Oh, don't. Oh, no, I pulled the boss.
Shorter.
Oh,
shorter.
I'm so sorry. That was my charge macro. I'm an idiot.
We're right.
Absolutely blame me. Week 1,
Always do.
Arcos made fun of me for this charge macro I've got. And I said, mate, it won't cause any dramas. And that's the second time I've pulled the boss mistakenly. I'm level 28, Anders. This is just an alt that I don't really pay that much attention to anymore.
Hunk has just resurfaced and said that he cooked the time again.
Yeah, he's in all sorts this phase.
He lasted a fair while in phase 1.
He's still playing. I think he's just probably, I don't know, just I don't think he's.
I had hung in Monastery for like 3 hours last night doing the library grind.
Yeah, he's still enjoying it. He's just not like in a rush to get to 40, which is totally fine. He knows if he rushes to 40, he'll burn out. Fuck, I almost burnt out a few days ago. I was really over it. I went and met up with my Wrath Guild last night IRL for the first time. And I've played so much SOD over the last fucking week that I was really like, yeah, I need to take a break. I might even just check out Wrath for a little bit again. That's how burnt out I am.
Was that your Jamba guild?
Yeah, they moved over to Aragul though.
Yeah.
You could use that charge macro again.
Oh, mate, I'm considering it.
I reckon you probably met half the server on Aragorn at the moment last night then.
Oh, is Aragul that dead?
No,
I think
no
Rath's
one's
just
on there.
dead.
Yeah. I was saying to them though, like I am keen to, like, I'm really excited to try like Kata Warrior, I think, unless another class really speaks out to me.
Yeah, they kind of for me.
Fair enough.
I thought Wrath was my favourite and I quit that. So
I really think though, here's a real hot take for you. I think people are going to get kind of burnt on SOD, that they're enjoying it so much, they're playing so much of it, they'll be ready for a new flavour by the time Kata comes out. That's my hot take.
Yeah, retail.
Kill the Murlocs.
Attack total. Attack total.
Oh, look at that Deeps voice. Good job. Smoked him. Oh, Ubiquitous. Everything's coming out. Fucking all the leather gear's dropping for Ubiquitous to roll on.
I never won that chest on Mother Rogue. Never got it. What day is this in this window, lockout window?
I'm not sure.
Today's reset day, isn't it?
Oh, really?
Like the first one of 3, I think.
Actually,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure today's the first.
I can literally check myself. Yes, it's the first day.
Anybody doing Noma tonight?
Today I am.
No, tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night for us.
Oh yeah, ours is tonight. We're still at 4 of 6.
Oh.
We were really lucky. We got 5 of 6. We got to phase 2 on the first. That was the first night we ran it too.
How long did you raid for though?
3.
Yeah, we didn't run that long. We wiped quite a few times on the Viscous Fallout. For some reason, it was just really tricky to stop the ads getting to the bracers.
Oh no, it is tricky.
Hunter.
Yeah,
We were running a really
I'll check it
melee
out.
heavy group too, so I don't know if that helped.
We didn't ever mage to Frost Nova or anything.
Oh, speaking of people who enjoy the sweet embrace of sleep.
Good morning.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Good.
How's your morning?
Mate, I woke up at like, I think I fucked the time up again, because I woke
Mate.
up at 7:30, saw a post, checked the Discord, and saw a post going, oh, we'll do it at 9:30 after the blood moon. And I was like, fuck, alright. I set an alarm for 9:15 and went back to sleep.
It's at 8:30.
Server time. That's server time.
Yeah, that's server time.
We need real time.
Oh dear.
Real time.
That's
real time.
that's my fault. I understand the mistake. But mate, I was gonna say, look,
No, it's
Hunk.
fine. It's fine. It's my mistake.
if you want to break up with us, just say it, mate. Just say the words.
Well, you know,
They ain't so.
I've been getting some better offers lately, what can I say?
No, that
Fucking morning raid crews coming after me.
I feel bad. I should have clarified that. I'm sorry, mate.
No, that's my fault. That's my
Because
fault.
we've got more people that are an hour ahead of us than aren't, or obviously. So that's why I said the 9:30 time.
No, it's not your fault at all. It's my fault entirely. Yeah, I was just tired and I just saw the 9:30. I just saw 9:30 and I was like, okay, sure, no worries. That's awesome. I'll have another fucking couple hours sleep.
I'll make it up to you, buddy.
I'd be late to shit all the time if I didn't play with server time, like accurate to my zone.
Yeah, we just go. We got servers are in Sydney. They're running on Australian Eastern Daylight at the moment. It just kind of fucks me. You think like usually when you've got the daylight savings time, that's when like you get confused. Your curtains fade faster. The cows don't know when to make milk, and so it's all sour.
This is how it works. Won't someone think of the
Are
cows?
we going clockwise or anti-clockwise?
I'll just blow it up.
Just blow it up.
It'll be her hot.
Just blow it up.
We're ready? Looks
yeah.
like it. I'll go down first. Alright, we're down.
So raid starts 5 minutes.
500 DPS. Relax, mate.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, we're getting no luck down here, Mufasa.
It's alright, he's going to be
There he
phasing.
goes. There he goes. Alright. Oh no, another 30 seconds on my fab. No.
That's not good.
Don't keep udders up, keep udders up. Alright, good stuff.
Poo-poo loot.
Poo-poo.
Poo poo.
How's the leveling going, Hunk?
Not well. I'm level 35.
Mate, that's alright. It's only been out 1 week.
Yeah. No rush, eh?
Don't let the sweats get you down.
Mind you, I'm going to overtake you on my second character, so...
I was in a leveling group last night where everybody was on their second character and had overtaken me already.
Don't be like that, huh?
There's one of the cunts right now.
That was a pretty mean pace last night. You were fucking sitting on 10% mana for like 3 hours.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I was just drink walking as we went. I went through a lot of fucking sweet nectar. That's alright though. Run kept AoE pulling, and the only AoE we had was his explosive shot. It was fun though. How much land did you guys go for? I ducked off pretty early.
What was early? It was 11:30 or something you went to bed, was it?
Yeah, 11:37
I don't-
time. 10, 30
Yeah,
months on.
not much longer. We tried one group, the healer wasn't as good as you, so we pulled it.
Oh,
It's nice. I'm not nice you had to call it. When you say the healer, do you mean Itchy tried to heal?
Yep. We died.
Needs to stay in his lane. Shadow damage.
we good to go?
Yeah.
Gonna grab a coffee.
All right, mate.
Oh, that's interesting.
What?
I just realised that the Maelstrom stacks don't reset your Lava Blast. So even though you can cast an instant cast Lava Blast with no mana, it won't let you do it because it's on cooldown.
Oh, right.
Don't even have to cleanse with one fucking stack each.
Oh, he's level 40 shock one, that's why.
You're
sure it's not
wondering
doing
why I was
this
doing like
DPS.
500 DPS.
Yeah. It's like, why don't they do this in Noma?
Weapon coming.
All right, ding-a-ling. Cheers, lads. I've never seen that chest face before.
Thanks all.
Cheers, guys.
Do you have a weapon? Ubiquitous?
Yeah, it's alright. I don't need it. It's all good. You can have it.
You got no stats though on your.
Yeah, it's alright. This is a crappy ult. This guy's gonna pick flowers for a living.
All right. What am I doing here? Let's go. All right. Oh, boys, we're going to launch into a podcast recording, so feel free to stick around if you want to. Otherwise, thanks very much for the run, and I shall see you guys later.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
Cool.
I think we're good. Okay. Let's get Discord over there. Does that change much? Okay, beautiful. And get Audacity fired up. 1 second, guys. Just getting the technicalities, the technical side of things going. And we'll get some hands up. Here we go. There we go. Jesus, my Windows. All right, everyone. If you want to be involved in this one, right-click on your profile picture and put your hand up. I'd love to see as many speakers as possible. We've got a fuckload of stuff to talk about. I am just going to write a few things down because otherwise I'll forget. All right, John, Ubiquitous boys, outside of classes, what topics did we have to hit on? PvP healing?
Yeah, I think PvP in general, we've touched on healing. I think it's pretty good, yep.
Yep. What else? The raid. Any gearing issues?
Professions, raid, event, PvP, the matchmaking changes. If we didn't cover those.
Yep. Matchmaking changes, yeah, that's a really solid one.
Do you dare suggest the GDKP? No GDKPs?
I think we kind of covered it.
I think you have to. It's kind of stirring.
What else? Hunk wants in. Good to have you, mate. Anyone, if you want to get involved, it's a pile on. Put your hand up. Get involved. It's a big one. Here we go. Shock. Rob's in. Everyone. Good stuff. Good to see. You get massive brownie points with me if you want to speak on these podcasts. Not that counts for anything, but hey, you can. I don't know.
Not punchy. We don't need that kind of weird energy, though.
Not punchy. All right, punchy. You're banned. All right, good stuff. Yeah, anyone who wants to get in, just get in. Yeah, Punchy's punching back, Hunk. Take that. What other topics am I missing outside of, like, obviously forget the class ones. We'll get to all of that. STV, the raid, professions, PvP, damage and healing issues, matchmaking changes. What else, John?
Live launch.
The live launch. Yeah, that's a good one.
Do you want to talk about the Blood Moon event items?
Yes. We'll just wrap that all up when we're talking Blood Moon. Let me think. Why is this so big? Anyway. I wonder if that goes smaller.
Did you mention the new supply boxes?
What's that? Sorry,
the new waylaid supply.
Oh, the waylaid supplies? Yeah.
We could talk about spell books.
Spell books. Still a sensitive topic for me.
Yeah, but I like the wardrobes. They're good.
That's true. All right, where are we? Record. All right, I'm just going to test everyone's volume now that we got a bunch of you here. Firstly, I'm going to test mine. That seems pretty good. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to run down the track here. Wonder, hear me. Test 1 2 3.
Test 1 2 3.
All right, I'll turn you down slightly. All good. And Ubiquitous, hit me.
1 2 3 test.
Yep, too easy. I'll turn you down slightly too. Tariak, hit me, mate.
Test 1 2. Another thing as well, Josh, is the 2 items, the student fodder stuff. It's basically the peanuts that that gave you that rest XP, and then the bag based that question.
Oh yeah, the sleeping bag. We'll talk about that. Yeah. Okay, let's go with fuck. Where are we? Hunk, hit me.
Test 1 2 3.
Yep, beautiful.
Thank you. I know.
He does the thing where he whispers into the podcast on the sound check and then blasts me when he gets invigorated later on. Fucking kill me. Shock, hit me.
Test. 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
Yeah. I'll just turn everyone down a bit, I think. Okay. And Drayola, hit me.
Test.
Yep.
1 2 3.
Too easy, thanks, mate. And Bunzo, sorry.
Test 1 2 3.
Oh, I'll turn you way up. Mate, you might have to scooch a little bit closer to your microphone there. Hit me one more time, Bunzo.
Test 1 2 3.
Yep, beautiful. Okay. Hideous, hit me.
Test 1 2 3.
Beautiful.
I'm probably the best priest healer I know.
You're also the best on the microphone, I know. I touch pigs. My God, we got pig toucher. Everyone, settle down.
Hey there, how's it going?
Good, man. Good to have you. Good to have you. I'll turn you up a little bit.
It's happening.
It's fucking happening. And finally, Rob, mate, can you see me with the test 1 2 3?
Test 1 2 3.
Too easy, thanks,
no,
mate.
my mic's super
That's all. No, you're all good.
I'll just say that I'm going to be in and out a little bit. I'm putting the kids to bed, but I'll speak up.
No, that's okay, mate. Just jump in whenever you can.
Unacceptable, Rob. Unacceptable.
All good. All right, guys, you know the drill. Everyone in the crowd, if you want to be in, put your hand up. I'll get you in when I can, but we're going to get started now, all right? This is going to be a long one. It's going to be a fucking intense one. We got a lot of things to say. I want to hear from all the classes. If we get to a moment where I'm like, where are the shaman at? And no one here is a shaman. It's on you fucking people in the crowd. Jump in and tell us about shaman. All right, here we go, guys. So it's been 1 week since you looked at me, and 1 week since Phase 2 of Season of Discovery launched. And it's been a pretty intense week. A lot has happened. I feel like so much has happened just in a week. We've had class balancing already. We've had so many different issues come up and then seemingly be addressed, but then new issues arise. It's a live game. You know, it's still got my head spinning that after years of classic and untouched balance and, you know, preservation projects, and this is just how the game is, #no changes, I'm still like struggling to adapt to being a member of a community where the game is constantly being tinkered with. It's, to be honest with you, it's really fucking fun. I love the debates and the conversations that fire up every fucking day about, oh, now we've discovered that this isn't working, or this is working really well, or how about we buff this or nerf that. It's fun. It's a fun time to be a classic player. So, guys, what I've done, as always, is I've rallied the troops. We've got a shitload of callers here. You know, we're kind of just going to zip through this as quickly as possible, say hello to everyone, and then dive into all the big meaty topics that we want to discuss. I'm just going to say hello to everyone. Wonder, g'day, mate.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, mate. Ubiquitous.
Hello.
Tariak.
What's the crack?
That's it. Hank, how you going, mate?
What's up?
Yo, Shock One.
Hello.
Dreola.
Yo.
Bunzo.
Hello.
Hideous John, my man.
Hey, man, how's it doing?
And the one, the only, I Touch Pigs.
Hey, thank you. I got the second best name on Countdown. Number 1 goes to Pube Sniffer, though. Shout out to Pube Sniffer.
Everyone loves Pube Sniffer.
Oh, the OG Pube Sniffer.
Absolutely. Look, guys, let's fucking tear into it. We really don't have any time to waste considering how long we could be going today. I think we probably do need to let's leave the classes and let's park that and talk about the more global stuff that we got that we hadn't seen before with the game coming out in Phase 2. You know, we've got things to talk about like STV, the new raid, the things that have been done with professions, how PvP feels, the new, you know, little topics like waylaid supplies and the sleeping bag and whatnot. We'll get to it all. Guys, maybe we'll start with just an easy one to kick off with before we really, I wouldn't so much call it a topic, but, you know, someone said, Josh, it's probably worth talking about the live launch. And I agree, you know, just a couple of minutes. Blizzard, in my mind, just continues to kind of knock it out of the park in terms of the technical side of these launches. You know, we've been saying since TBC Classic that, fuck, these launches are smooth. This one was a live launch. Like, literally, you could be logged in and the game just seamlessly converted over to Phase 2. Your experience bar appeared and it was just go for it. It was kind of something a bit different and really enjoyable. What did you guys think of it? First in, best dressed.
Yeah, man, look, that live launch was absolutely seamless. I was hanging out at Camp T, waiting to jump in and do some leveling and that, and boom, there it was. Like, XP bar pops up, and away we went. Awesome.
It really felt as though it blinked and you missed it kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you weren't on a Discord call, it was kind of like you would have been sitting there for 5 minutes still kind of like waiting, even though the XP bar kind of appeared kind of thing. But like for me personally, it's just kind of we're at that level where they just kind of exceed expectation, where it's just like things like this. It's just like flawless, kind of like because I don't think there's any hiccups on my end at least in terms of just getting right into it and getting the XP going. You know.
Is that how they do it in retail? It's the same, right?
I think so. I what for their patches? Is it
for even their expansions? I think they just turn on the new content. It's
really
kind of like I believe so. Yeah, it's not like servers are up. Let's log in. It's kind of like everyone's like waiting, and then it's just like suddenly quests appear and things.
I definitely prefer it to the old, log on and be 50,000th in queue and whatnot.
Yeah, agreed. I think it's really good. Yeah.
All right. I mean, I don't think there's too much really to say on it. I'm glad that, you guys who chimed in there were happy with it. I think everyone was pretty happy with it. But obviously, Phase 2 did go live, and then we got to experience all of this new content. Now, look, I went reasonably hard. That first day, I did wind up dungeon grinding all day. It wasn't the plan, but we were having a good time. I got to level 32, and then day 2, I said, I'm done. I'm not dungeon grinding anymore. I'm not going to be that guy. If you want to dungeon grind all the way to 40, that's, however you want to do it, you do it. I just know that I was going insane if I had to spend any more time in dungeons. So I went out and quested, had some fun, got to 40 eventually by sort of day 4. And that was all well and good. Saw a bunch along the way. And one of the things that we saw, obviously, was the STV event. And I think that's a good point to start off with this new content when we kind of review what we've seen so far. But the caveat has to be thrown out there. It is early days. We are literally on day 8 of Phase 2 as we speak. So STV has gone through some changes. We're going to talk about it all right now. I'll kick off, guys, and just say it's clear that the first 3 days of STV were very different to the next 4. Classic team, much as they warned us, and we've been mostly okay with this, we were told, look, there's going to be some growing pains. We've got designed this new event, but you saw what happened with Ashen Vale. If something's not working, if we've, misapplied some kind of thing, we're happy to move things on the fly. That's exactly what happened with STV. The first few days, you had to spend 60 seconds with this debuff. People could still attack you. There was the graveyard farming. We'll talk about the people crying out for the blood of the, players that graveyard farmed that first day and got all their items straight away. But before we get to that point, I'll just say, how do you guys feel about STV 1.0 versus STV 1.1 that we're playing right now?
Huge improvement, man. I remember we got in pretty early and a bit confused, and then as we done a few more, you could really start to see that there was a few issues there. And the changes that we did receive, it's way smoother to play. I've actually had some on less populated layers. I've actually had some really good engaging PvP gameplay with a 5-man group, even with pugs. So it's just it's a completely night and day, man. Really.
Sorry, go for it, you, because I was going to throw it to you and say you were tearing your fucking hair out over those first few days because of the way it worked, and also you seemed angrier at the players than the devs.
Yeah, I thought I thought they were extinct, but it turns out that the Neanderthal is alive and well, and he played STV in the first 2 days because those pea-brain motherfuckers couldn't figure it out. It took literally one death and mousing over the debuff to go, oh yeah, probably shouldn't fight people at the graveyard. It's a waste of time. Somehow, some of you mages, you just didn't learn it for 2 days. You were just there casting Living Bomb on everyone as soon as you spawned. I don't get it. That was the biggest gripe. Actually, I didn't even mind 1.0. I just thought the players shit the bed for themselves trying to figure out how to do it properly. And even once they started to realize, just skedaddle from the graveyard and regroup and fight, even 1.0 worked pretty well, but I wasn't trying to heal it. So I was just in the nuke or be nuked party. But definitely the version now is exactly what it needed. Now it's idiot proof. It's what I've been calling it. And anyone can play, and you literally can't fuck up the event for anyone else. It's back to, if they're visible to you, they're worth killing. And that's probably the best way to have it, I think.
It was a really interesting first few days because it raised some big topics about like, sometimes the use of add-ons and how far we expect the players to go. Should an add-on almost be required to play the game? Now, look, I know you can see people's debuffs without an add-on. I get that. But as Ubiquitous is saying, like, it seemed like a lot of players simply didn't understand or simply didn't care that these players had this debuff that made them valueless. So a lot of killing was going on that didn't fucking count towards anything. It was a bloodbath. Nobody cared. Nobody understood. But also, like, I just created a simple weak aura and shared it with the boys very early on, saying, here's a big thing in the center of your screen that tells you whether or not the player you've targeted has this debuff that makes them valueless. And we used that and shared it around as best we could. And it was a game changer. It was really good because now you're like, okay, don't attack him for 30 more seconds. Okay, maybe CC this guy. He's got 15 seconds left on his timer and we'll work it out that way. But it's one of those things where my question really is, it doesn't matter so much because we've evolved beyond this. But it raised a good argument over like, do you think that the onus is on the devs or the players there, had that system stayed, to kind of work around it? Do you have to idiot-proof the game as a dev, or do you put some of the gameplay back on the players?
Well, I think it's important to note that if you didn't have a UI changing add-on like LVI, you would be able to see the debuff on the player's nameplate anyway. And so I would say that the devs have probably thought about it, but the add-on community hadn't caught up.
I honestly think it's a bit of a 50-50, to be honest with you. I think if it's the community that can't see a debuff, it's a bit of a skill issue. But I think also, I don't think the devs wanted the actual event to be like that. So if you created a system and you're like, oh, this doesn't work the really way I want it to work, they should really try and change it. But, I'm not going to try and force them to change it. It's up to them.
Dreoli, are we going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, I actually totally agree with that take. That, like, if you're creating a system with the intention to be used a specific way, the onus is kind of on you to make sure that it is carried out that way. Like, there can be player-derived gameplay for sure, but when that's coming from like lack of visual clarity, I do think it's on you to fix it. Like, there was a day when they made a random change where it was a buff instead of a debuff. And so for like, I mean, it didn't last very long, but like for like 8 or 10 hours, you literally could not see the debuff at all, even if you were on their player frame. So like that's on them.
I'm really torn on it, where I kind of fall with Ubiquitous on this one, where it goes both ways, where you do want to put some form of decision making in the hands of the players, but when the player base clearly en masse demonstrates that they're either incapable or unwilling to work around this nifty little mechanic that you've designed, then you do have to be able to shift on the fly to idiot-proof the thing. Because, quite frankly, it's a weird meshing of two different ideals, where one requires a bit of tactical work around this debuff and actually checking people and verifying and then figuring out when you want to kill them and being smart about it, versus the event kind of being designed to be South Shore versus Taran Mill, just charge in there and get your bloodlust going and kill. So those two weren't really, meshing well together. And the classic player base, or maybe just gamers in general, if you just present them with this visual of people to kill in front of them, of course their instinct is going to be kill, rather than working out the nuance of the event. So I think that truly, I mean, not having a shot at the community, but kind of in a way, I think Ubiquitous's description is spot on, that idiot proofing was required. And I think this new version that we've got it's a marked improvement. It's fantastic. I don't think it's perfect. I think there's still probably some improvements to be made, but it's so fucking much better than what we had. And like the little quiet sprint that they added on now after death is chef's kiss as well.
Yeah, I have a little couple of gripes about what they've ended up changing about it, but I do agree with you. I think the community definitely struggles to change to events. Like we've seen that with Ashenvale, with the way that the Horde refuses to adapt to different strategies. They just went one direction and refused to try and sort out the problems of the event. But I don't kind of like how if you die in the Stranglethorn Vale event and you can still get hunter trapped, you can't buff yourself. There's little changes that I would like, but I'm not going to whinge about them.
No, please. This is the place to whinge about them. I mean, trust me, there's no such thing as bad constructive feedback. Tell me the other things you're not happy with or what you change, Shock.
Well, personally, I don't like it that if you can figure out where the res points are, a hunter can put down a freeze trap and freeze you while you're invisible. They can also put down frost traps to slow you down so you can't get back to your group. I don't like how shamans can't put their shaman player whinge, but you can't put your Wind Fury or Flame Tongue or whatever buff you want to put on your weapon while you're invisible, and you can't use your Lightning Shield. It's the little things that I think would be really nice if they just maybe made you invulnerable, let you buff up before the fight, because sometimes you pop out and it's just straight death, and you can't put any buffs on.
I didn't realize that about the shaman. I know the biggest one I've heard, and the warlocks are screaming at me to mention this. The biggest one I've heard is warlocks and summoning their pets upon rezzing. That it's, what do you do with this class that needs so much setup time when they only have 20 seconds? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of letting the warlocks have their pets. They die, they res with their pet. Same with hunters. If the pet dies, and they should have their pet revive with them.
That happens in retail.
Is that right?
In Battlegrounds, yeah.
Well, we mentioned it a couple of weeks ago on the podcast in regards to Battlegrounds for SOD, but now it might have, some form of application in terms of STV. Someone mentioned the word preparation or whatever it's called, where you res with, all your shit ready to go, or some kind of free mana window to get all your shit ready to go. Just a quality of life feature in a heavy PvP environment to get yourself set up for battle in a quick and easy fashion. But I mean, I don't know what you do here, but whatever they can cook up, I'm all for letting the classes that need that extra time to somehow get it. I don't, because what do you actually do? I don't think the answer is necessarily extending the invisibility period to 30 seconds. There's, like you said, maybe it's just let the warlocks res with whatever fucking pet they had out last.
Yeah, I think that if they just allowed warlocks to res with their pet like they had already summoned out, and then maybe just change the keyword for when you res to maybe invincibility, like a limited invincibility, so that way you're not affected by traps and slows and whatnot.
I wonder if it's hard for them to implement that in an event that just shifts a world zone, because your pets come back to life when you battleground, but that's an instanced world that's probably easier to put that buff in. Whereas I don't know, it might be tricky. Maybe it's coming. Maybe they just haven't coded it up yet to work that way. But I could imagine it might be a bit of a pain in the ass to specifically make pets res when you res from this one NPC during this event that's up 1/6 of the time, or something like that. But
not our problem to figure out.
Those are just little things. I'm really happy with the way an event, from where it started, from where it is now, it's a vast improvement.
Yeah.
Sorry, go for it, Drayola, and then I'll throw it to Bunzo.
Yeah, I think my biggest gripe with the event, it's super fun, and it's a really clever use of the zone, but I think 5 manning is just so incentivized. It takes away from this you're on your own, you're in the jungle, purge style, everybody for themselves, because you essentially get 5 times the amount of blood that you normally would on your own, because you get the same amount per kill, but you have 5 people helping you, and each of their kills also contribute. So, I mean, if they did something like splitting the blood that you get per party member, that would be, at least that would incentivize playing alone to some degree, because right now there is literally zero incentive to doing it alone.
Yeah, it's a tough one for me. I mean, obviously you're touching on a point that's near and dear to my heart. I've done a shitload of STV in the first week. I've done it with 5-man groups, quote unquote as intended the whole time. I did one solo, and it was like you say, it's if you are solo, don't even bother. Like, just don't bother engaging with the event. I know Ubiquitous, you were like, yo, I've kind of found the hack, you know, as a rogue, you stay in stealth and you jump in and get the last shot on someone and then you just eat the death and you can kind of get a little bit of blood that way. But it's like, if you're not a stealth class, you're kind of up shit creek. It's one of those tough things, and I don't want to spend a long time talking about this, but obviously I burrowed in on this fairly deep in the podcast prior to release, and I made a dick out of myself sort of going on and harping on too long about like, oh, it's just going to be, you know, it turns out exactly what I said, but there's not anything wrong with that. It's just going to be 5-man groups fucking patrolling the whole of STV, and everything's just a death ball. And that's exactly what it is, but like that's working as intended. It's death ball on death ball action, and it is fun and it's wild and it's stupid and it's crazy, but I've been describing it as stupid fun, and that's not an attack on the event. The event is great, but it's not proper PvP. This ain't PvP. This is weird, like, you know, there are no tactics. There's very little, like, yeah, you can build a meta comp and not die that much, but like realistically, there's very little tactical gameplay happening here. It is just run in, mash your buttons, do your best. You're going to die in 3 seconds. Just try and get some kills along the way. And it's unfortunate to me. Part of my gripe before release was like, I would have hoped for some way for solos or duos to kind of do this thing, but it hasn't panned out that way. Look, I think, I want to say, I guess that's okay, but like, of course, the bitchy little solo player in me is always going to be like, I wish there was something for the solo player, but hey, that's just the way it worked. I don't want to make this sound like I'm shitting on the event, because I think the event is great, and I'm having a lot of fun with that, but thanks for bringing that up, Treyola.
Yeah.
I'd wanted to piggyback off that for sure.
If you were to quantify the difference, like, as a solo player, you might get 150 coins if you're kind of lucky.
If that,
If you're lucky,
yeah.
Right. The best I've heard / seen is a 5-man group that got 1,300 coins.
Wow.
In a session around the boss that patrols the zone.
Right.
So that's a huge difference.
Yeah.
You're not going to ever catch or make the difference up in that environment.
Has anybody killed the boss yet? Have we heard anything around the traps?
He almost one-shots everyone, doesn't he? So
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to do it until maybe 60.
I really hope he's got some pretty cool loot on him, though, that justifies us coming back.
Yeah, I was going to say, sorry, that if he's not killable now, that's fine, that makes sense. But like, who was here, without sort of naming names and going too deep on this, it was heavily hinted to us by a very inside source that trying to kill that boss might be well worth your while, but it might not be now.
Yeah, I think we had alluded to, haha, what if this guy just never leaves the game, but he's a legitimate world boss at level 60, and it got a little scoff and a chuckle, and that was it. So maybe he is just a new world boss, and it's just see who kills him first and see if he drops anything.
I'm dying to see it. I can't wait. Guys, let me just throw it around. Sorry, Bunzo, just to get you started, mate, and inject you in the conversation. Mate, have you had fun with the STV event or not? What's your thoughts on it?
I'll start off by saying I'm not the biggest PvPer. I hopped into one of the first ones last Friday as a solo, and quickly was sent to the graveyard and said, "This isn't for me right now." Took the the buff that makes you immune, opted out, and I just did my first one last night in a 5-man group and had an absolute blast.
Oh, that's good to hear. Excellent. I mean, look, I'm always going to be the fuckwit that talks about solo gameplay, but look, we go out, we find rando. I either get my friends or I find randos. We get a 5-man group together and we blast the event. I will always say, though, and again, I'm not trying to like dunk on it too much, but like, I'm not making lifelong friends through these 5-man groups that I'm putting together for STV. It's not like the height of socialization, but like, sure, it's grouping up in an MMO, and that's the way the team wants it, and mission accomplished.
Yeah, and Josh, I feel you on the solo part. I've probably been more social in Phase 2 than any other classic iteration in the last 3 years. Like I know we'll get to it later, but the Dark Rider chain, that was amazing. I loved just finding a group. We all ran around together, made sure everybody got the tags. It was a good time.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, it does seem like people are really getting out there and finding players to do stuff with. So mission accomplished on the classic team's behalf. Before we move off of STV though, like we'll talk about maybe some of the items that you get, and you know, I've built up a bunch of coins. Like I said, I've done a bunch of the STV events. I got one of the rogue daggers, the Blood Harvest Blade or whatever the fuck it's called. Very handy little dagger. You know, most people have gotten, not most people, a bunch of people have gotten one thing from the STV event up to this stage. It's not terribly difficult to build up that currency. What do you guys think of the items so far?
I'm a bit like, I like the rings. They're great. I'm a little bit disappointed that casters didn't get a weapon, but that's just me being a caster and having a bit of a sook, I guess. But yeah, there's good variety there. It's they're purple. They're good. And they got stamina on them. That's pretty important as well.
Your favorite stat, absolutely.
The best stat in the game.
Best stat in the game. Yeah, there's obviously we found out pretty early that the weapons are unique as well. So dual wielders cry as they figure out they can only have one Blood Moon weapon equipped at a time. But that's okay. I don't know. Anyone else on the items? Is there anything in particular you're really saving up for?
Oh, I have a few things to whinge about the items. But,
yeah, go for it.
So with regards to shamans, the two-handed totem is pretty cool. I quite like it. It's a bit of an odd weapon to use because it's you sort of hold it in the middle, so it doesn't really look balanced. And when an orc uses the model and it's in combat stance, it sort of looks like you're holding a body pillow. And they've given shamans a two-handed mace, which is great. And then they decided to give them a trinket, which uses the same lockout as the weapon. And then for elemental, you get the shield, nothing for tanks, and nothing for two-handed, two one-hander shamans. So they sort of lose out.
So you're saying you're not finding comfort in your deadly body pillow?
No, I'm definitely feeling comfort in it. It's awkward to use, but it is extremely fun.
It's the waifu pillow roleplay.
That was always intended. Exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
Go ubiquitous.
Can anyone confirm if the Arathi Basin lumber reward is back in yet, or is it still removed?
Last I looked at last night, it wasn't there.
Okay, I've got a gripe with that because if that's going to be our out of Arathi Basin source of rep, I think it's pretty dog shit. I think it was 2 silver for 200 rep, and I think they could probably go the route of like Ashenvale. You only got to do one event every week to get 1k. I think they should bump up the reward for the lumber to maybe 500, but cap a weekly amount that you can do the quest, or make it more expensive, but you can only do it once a week. So make the lumber fucking 20 silver, so you got to do 3 or 4 events and buy the lumber, and then you hand it in and you get 1k rep per week. Because I think 2 silver for 200 rep, when the reality is, I mean, it's my problem, but I can only do the 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. event any given day, really, other than weekends. And I can't do those most of the time. 6 o'clock could be having dinner or at the shops or some shit. And 9 o'clock, oh, you're late home from football training. If my shot of Arathi Basin rep is limited to a handful of events, I'll just bin it now and not even bother with the rep grind at all. But I think they could go a different way where you can get more rep for a higher price per week rather than accessibility 8 times a day at an absolute dribble, like breadcrumbs.
I feel like a fucking idiot because I don't even know about this. I didn't know you could get Arathi Basin rep.
Well, yeah, it was an item on the vendor for a day, and then it vanished, and we're not sure if it's coming back or what. Right. But I think it should, because that way, it's fun to get the battleground reps through an event that's not the battleground itself.
Right.
And Arathi Basin is fucking, it's a rough, exalted grind.
Right.
But yeah, that's just something I think should be brought back in. Even if you're gonna, if you don't want to bump it up, at least give it back. I don't want to do 1,000 Arathi Basins, please.
Pig, let me throw it to you, mate. Thumbs up or thumbs down on STV so far?
When it dropped, I was pretty frustrated, and I put it on the devs, not the players, because if people are going to be shitheads, they're going to ruin it. We know that, and they did. But now it is amazing. It's really fun. I love the 5v5 skirmishes. I don't like that the player base complained that it's such a big grind to get items, because you can do it in 3 or 4 events to get your items.
It's very easy.
I could have gone with a little bit more. I love the little skirmishes we're doing, and like you said, it could have a couple more improvements, but where it's at right now, thumbs up.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's very simple to get to grind that currency. It's not that much of an ask. Guys, I just want to talk about the first day there before we move on. We won't spend too much time on it, but it was a talking point for a flash in the pan moment about people abusing the event a bit, and we said the word win trading prior to the event prior to the phase dropping on Countdown. Talked about it in the interview with the Grend and Tim. Said Elenia asked the question, everyone was asking the question, hey, what are you going to do about the win trading? Isn't this event begging to be win traded? And those first couple of days before the debuff came out at all, you could just sit at the graveyard and literally farm people and, get your mates to consistently res and farm them for a ridiculous amount of currency. And so there were, I don't know, by all reports, there were a very, very small minority of sweats out there that got a shitload of their STV items that first day and, abused the system for what it was and got their stuff. It was a big discussion about what do we do with these guys? Do we ban them? Do we take their shit? Are we just going to let this fly? Blah, blah, blah. Ubiquitous, if I can kick off with you, mate, I might actually have to let you start, and I'm just going to duck out for 30 seconds while I let the dogs back in the house. But you were very vocal on your viewpoint on this one in regards to a topic that comes up a lot. That every expansion, every phase, something happens where it's abusable, and we have this discussion, the same discussion, about what do we do with the people that abuse this thing. Does it matter if sweaters sort of quote unquote, I don't want to call it, well, it is cheating, I guess. I mean, it's against the TOS to win trade, so it is cheating. It's fair to say that. What do you do about the people that do this kind of thing? Do you shrug your shoulders and go, whatever, the sweaters are going to sweat, or do you expect some form of action?
I think it's a case of I called them the beta testers of the event. Whoever got there in less than 24 hours and got to do the very first run-throughs. At the end of the day, I'm sure they look back and go, now we all have our shit literally 1 week later. So really, how butthurt could you have been that some guy got his in one event when now it took me 3 to get mine? What do you fucking do? And when you look at what they did, I sure as shit would rather the version of the event that I've been playing than AoEing fucking graveyards for mass silver. It sounds pretty boring. And they never even got to do a proper event. Well, they will have now if they've gone back for their mount, but I don't know. I'm not an envious person about anyone getting shit easier or faster than me. I don't understand the mindset of oh great. I think people were saying they know to do this. They do it on purpose. They abuse it and then scream that it gets nerfed just so that other players get what they got slower. I'm telling you, they couldn't give less of a fuck about you and me. They don't care that it took me 3 events to get my dagger instead of 1. They have not had a single second's thought about what I had to do to get my stuff. They just wanted their shit and they got it faster than you. Whoop-de-fucking-do. That's my take, really.
Yep. Now, everyone else, please do chime in on this. I'd love to hear all different forms of opinions on this one. There really were only 3 options, in my opinion. There's ban them and take their items, just take their items, or do nothing. I mean, maybe there's a 4th option I'm not looking at, but that was kind of it. A lot of the Countdown community were pumped up in the Discord going, fuck these cunts, take their items, they've abused this system and broken TOS, get in there and do some damage, Blizzard. And ultimately, I presume, I think nothing was really done because Blizzard kind of just wore it as it being kind of their fault, maybe. I don't know. How do you other guys feel about it?
I think like I don't know whether they should have got like banned for that. It's not like they win traded all the way to like Merciless Gladiator or something like that. It's a couple of items they got, and I'm pretty sure if you were to just like ask these guys over a beer like how they felt about doing that, they would say they would have preferred to play it properly because it's more fun. It's just the way that they play the game is peak efficiency all the time, got to clear the content, and they sort of felt like they needed to do that to stay at the cutting edge of this phase.
I'll clap back, Kev Tank. I'm sorry, 1 second, guys. Kev Tank, I'm glad you're here because I love clapping back at you because you come in so fucking hot and you're easy to clap back at. The one thing I'll say is that you raised the point that this is on Blizzard. They've released broken content. You can't touch the players at all for this. And the one thing that's an easy comeback to that is, well, like I keep saying, like I by the way, I'm on board with Ubiquitous's point here. I kind of shrug my shoulders and go like, I don't give a fuck. These guys robbed themselves of fun. That's on them. I don't care. Whatever. That's their experience that they'll miss. But I will say that, like, to say that it's 100% on Blizzard, mate. I mean, they said this in my interview as well. Win trading is still against TOS. Like, the hard part is catching them, and that's why nothing's being done. There's not video footage, and if there is like mild video footage of maybe somebody did get banned, I don't know. But if there's no video footage of these guys win trading, then you can't do anything. But win trading is still against TOS. So like, if they're there coordinating with their mates at the graveyard going, I kill you, now you kill me, now I kill you, now you kill me, and there's no fighting back, and it's blatant win trading, like, that's not on Blizz. That's players breaking the rules. So I kind of say, like, when you say you can't touch the players, that's just fucking stupid, Keftank. Come on, you can. But they're just maybe electing not to in this circumstance. Sorry, guys, someone else is going to jump in there.
I think it's definitely true that you have to acknowledge that Blizzard have made a mistake in the sense that they didn't prevent it, and it was entirely foreseeable that is what a player
I agree that
trying to abuse the system would do.
Yeah. And we warned them about it, Wonder. Well, not that they needed our warning, but we said beforehand, like, guys, this feels like this could be a kind of win trading exploitable thing, and unfortunately it was for 24 hours.
Exactly, and to my mind, the rewards are so easy to get. Who cares? In my opinion, the players are just cheating themselves out of a fun event and giving themselves less motivation to actually engage in the fun event.
Yeah. My point is more though, Keftank, and I'll keep going at you because you don't fucking understand what I'm saying. My point is more, you're saying it's bad design and therefore you can't touch those players for exploiting it. That's Blizzard's fault. Just because it's bad design doesn't mean you're allowed to break TOS. Like, I don't understand what fucking point you're making. Anyway, like nothing allows a breaking of TOS because they left a loophole in a system that they designed. Like, do you understand? I hope you understand what I'm saying. Anyway, guys.
It might be the case that they might be breaking TOS, but what advantage does Blizzard get, or what do they really lose by punishing that player?
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying punish them. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying if they wanted to, the punishment is right there.
Oh, I think you could, if Blizzard wanted to, they could easily justify it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's all I mean. And Keftank's saying they're untouchable, and I'm like, I wouldn't go that far.
I think it has a lot to do with, like Wonder said, the fact that what they got is so easy for everyone to get. If this was an instance of like 100 guys broke TOS somehow to get 100 Thunder Furies for free, then I would be in that like warrants a ban and deleting the item. But only because it's like someone finding some farm and they can find 14 slot bags faster than you can when you can buy them anyway, like whoop-de-fucking-do. But if it was a bigger reward that they had cheated to get, then you'd be more upset. But like, fuck me, it takes an hour to get whatever they got in like they got it in 5 minutes, you get it in 2 events. Who fucking cares? I think banning them for this would be over the top massively.
Yeah. And like I said, I can't stress this enough. I'm not calling for a ban. I'm just saying that the option was there should they opt to take it, which they obviously haven't, because we haven't heard much from it. But it's always an interesting argument. And like I say, it comes up every time when you see this kind of new system, new something, and the sweaters jump on it straight away. And I do agree with, like, I'm not sure if you said this while I was away from the computer for a second there, Ubiquitous, but Keftank raises this, which is one of the few things he says, which is right. Keftank, I'm laying into you because fucking you know you're a troll, and I always give it to you. He's right in saying that the people that complain about this kind of stuff are always going to be the gamers that were going to be waiting a long time for these items anyway. So like you said, Ubiquitous, how does it kind of change their experience if people get it a little bit, like the sweaty gamers were going to get these items fast anyway. They just got them a little faster by doing some weird and wonky shit. But like, it doesn't change the experience for the people bitching about it who were a long way away from getting the items anyway. This doesn't seem like a very
some of the most salty people are probably still level 33 for Christ's sake, and they were just stamping their feet on Reddit anyway. Like, they haven't even been to an event a week later, but they're still butthurt about guys that got it day one.
I gotta say, I think a lot of people, like, if you were there day one, speak up, but I really don't think there was a lot of win trading. It was pure chaos when I was there. I went at 32. Maybe some people were off in the ridges doing some win trading, but that was not as efficient as spraying into graveyards.
It was like, a tiny minority.
It was hell on earth chaos.
Yeah,
it was not like tactical cheating.
Oh no. And I'm sorry, my comments aren't direct. This whole thing isn't directed at the people who are just spraying graveyards. I'm talking about the very, very small minority of people that might have just been blatantly win trading, at another small, quieter graveyard somewhere or whatever. But as you guys have said, that wasn't as efficient. But just spamming the graveyards, like, that's not win trading, and that's not what this whole conversation is directed at.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think I don't think it would be very popular. I don't know how they would enforce it. Like, how do you go? Would you go back like 2 weeks, 3 weeks in the logs and try and find who's winning like huge bunch of coins? I think what they could do is they could maybe just go, hey, we're going to cop this one on the chin, and maybe the next one will be more rigid in our enforcement. But like you said, we will warn them that this was going to be an issue before the event even started. So I don't know. I think it's a bit of a, hey, you traded fun for convenience. So I don't really feel envious about your situation. I kind of like doing the event.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, it's sort of like, oh, we warned you that this was going to happen. So it's a bit of a mute point for me. I don't get it.
No, it's fair enough. We'll move on. Guys, we've got to discuss next the raid. Why don't we just do it? Gnomeregon. I mean, I stepped in. I've got a wild, we had a wild fucking run in Gnomeregon the other day. I put it up on YouTube for anyone who wants to see. We've had a weird start to the phase with the guild rating schedules, the rating roster's been a bit all over the place for reasons I won't really get into. But on our raid night, obviously not everyone could squeeze into the raid, so a few people were left out. So I gathered up the people that were benched, and we put together a half guild, half pug run, and just tried to get in a Nomar before lockout. So we managed we had to build it at the last second, managed to put it together, and got it quite a late start and got in, and we got 4 out of 6 done. And we had a really late start and people had to go to bed. We had a really good group. We were actually feeling pretty confident about the rest of the instance, but sadly people had work the next day and had to go to bed. But we were stoked that we got 4 out of 6. The boys were really, really happy just to get something out of, an event where they could have gotten nothing. So we saw it. I know a little bit about Noma. That's good. I can comment on it. But I want to ask you guys, have you seen it? Are we going thumbs up, thumbs down? The majority of opinions I'm seeing are very positive. Who wants to kick us off about Noma?
Huge thumbs up for the raid. We went in on Friday Friday night we went into the raid, got 6 out of 6, pretty much not knowing anything about the raid because it was only the second day and we only had the like world's first kills or whatever to like their VODs to go off of. It was a pleasant surprise. Like we had a lot of mechanics and we honestly went in like super dumb. Like had no idea what we were doing. After the fact, we found out that there was like mechanics that give you back mana, and we were wiping for like hours just off of healers going but it was just a lot of fun. The theme is fun. I think the only complaint that I have, and I know that a lot of people are going to touch on this, is like the super high armor on the bosses. It just feels uninteractive. It's like a weird arbitrary difficulty that they put. Besides that, I think like the raid is just awesome.
Yeah, so the information has come out for those of you who are unaware that the bosses have insanely high armor values, more so than what you might find in your regular Molten Core. Now, I wouldn't call it a retort, but the point of interest that people have been raising is that, well, mechanical mobs always have had quite high armor values, but obviously these are very high. So I can't, shout me down if I'm wrong, I've not seen it be a game-breaking issue at this point, but it's definitely a conversation starter. Who else wants to chime in on Noma and whether or not you want to talk about those armor values?
I think it's a perfect balance because, like with the PvP event, like you kind of suggested, Josh, and I think it's kind of like a low-key conspiracy. There's more happening, and even with like there's so many layers, and this kind of goes to, like I said, exceeding expectation, all the stuff. Like for me, it's like if you look at all the damage meter, the top 3 specs at the moment is Melee Hunter, fucking Shadow Priest, and Balance Druid. That's no mistake, my friends. That's top 3 meme specs. Do you know what I mean?
No. It's not Balance Druid. Go look at the last day. Balance Druid is second last or third last.
But what I'm saying is that like the whole kind of like vibe that I'm getting is that like they're kind of pushing kind of like these specs in that way, like the whole, because obviously like after the nerf to Star Surge, you're going to see a decline in Balance Druid now. But like in terms of the initial kind of like thing with that like how much damage Star Surge done, all that kind of shit, like that is that kind of like push where it's kind of letting the kind of the casters as well get kind of, because if you remember in BFD, the bosses initially had a very high spell damage or spell resistances, and then they nerfed that and all the stuff. So I think it's kind of low key a wink wink nudge nudge saying, listen, we can kind of like balance things without even having to touch the classes, just by the bosses and the PvE content itself. And like I said, it literally felt as though the first 4 bosses was kind of like, okay, right, this is the kind of, you know, not nice chill kind of vibe, and then I guess you get to the last, that fucking chicken man is literally like, the fuck you doing with a 2-handed boy? That's literally what I think the whole purpose of that chicken was, is to kind of push these dual-wield shamans, two-handed tanks into what your full mitigation set, like high stam, high armor, consumes, all that kind of stuff. So I think it's like perfectly balanced, like 11 out of 10, Tim. Perfect timing as well, by the way.
Let's get into that. And obviously, Tim's just joined the audience, and Tim has joined at the perfect time because he really, really wants to hear the raid feedback. So, boys, we'll try not to get too mired down in like the class numbers and all that. We will talk about classes soon after this, but just talking about the raid bosses, talking about the encounters, literally the raid designer is here listening and really wants to know what we think of it and, you know, the pros and cons. So don't pull any punches in giving some really, you know, deep feedback here. Let's just go through it sort of encounter by encounter. I think, you know, the first boss, I think it's a very fun fight. I think it's a simple introduction to the. I think everything is just like BFD. I think the difficulty's perfect. They ramped us up as the bosses went along, just like BFD, and everything felt good. But on this first boss, guys, any dramas, any complaints, any good points, or points of applause for Tim?
I thought it was pretty cool. A couple of people I was in the group with, like, I imagine doing this every time, you know, a little bit of RP at the start. But it was interesting. Like, the guys come out, and then like some ads come out, and some stronger ads come out, and then a gas cloud spawned, which could kind of show you what to do in that encounter. And like, I'm not a PvE guy by any stretch of anyone's imagination. I usually avoid it, but I like it, man. I like these raids.
I think the first encounter is really, really good. I'd almost say I think it's the best encounter of the raid.
Oh, there you go. What makes you say that one, Doug?
Well, it plays different to how a lot of other raids have gone, in the sense that most of the time you have responsibility on tank doing X, DPS kicking, whereas this time it kind of feels like there's a bit more responsibility on the healer, from getting the threat on the bubble on the gas cloud, and then having some responsibility of either running the mobs to it, or everyone holding their dicks so that the ads do run to the healer and get instantly cleaned up. It's not necessarily a difficult encounter by any stretch of the imagination. I also really enjoyed the progging on it with not having any information. So my run was, as a healer, was okay. I'll get all threat on all other gas clouds that spawn. I'll kite them. Leave it to me. Everyone else just zug the boss, which almost worked. And then we found out, the gas cloud kills the ads instantly, and then made it a lot easier. But either way, I still thought it was a really enjoyable encounter.
Very good. Gally, you there?
Yo.
G'day, mate. What do you think of the first encounter?
I'm going to be totally honest with you. So the first one I did with a pug, it was, I think, 7 out of 10 guild, and I was a pug amongst 2 others. And we went in blind. Nobody looked anything up until we kind of got to the last 2. And I'm going to be honest, after clearing it again, I still don't 100% know what's happening on the first boss, but I have not wiped on it. So I think it's easy enough, but I know plenty of people who are struggling on it. So I don't even know, is the gas cloud, does that go to the furthest person? Is it healer aggro? I have no idea, but it's fun, and it's it's cool when the ads blow up. It's fun. We single tanked it this week, so I think the lizard does a petrify, but if you use a FAP, you can avoid that. So again, I don't really know what's going on, but it's fun, so I like it.
Rogue tank on the fucking lizard is what you want. Those kicks, baby.
Okay.
That's what I did. I missed one because I'm a fucking idiot, because I was trying to raid lead. It was the first time I'd ever raid led, so I was trying to bark out instructions, and I missed one kick and felt like a fucking idiot. But yeah, it's fun sort of giving everyone like Wonder said, feels like everyone has something meaningful to do on that fight, but it's not like oppressive. If one little fuck up happens, you can recover. I don't know. Anyone else on this one before we move on?
I have one.
Shock, go.
We did run into a little problem on our run. There was a section there where we had gas clouds but no ads. So I think it might, depending on how the ads spawn, I think it might be a little bit RNG with the clouds. But there was a spot there where we had 3 or 4 gas clouds, and the healers were struggling, and there was no ads. We had 2-3 minutes with no ad spawn, and we were just in there going, "Well, hey, this is our life now."
Fair enough. Mike, how are you?
How's it going, Josh?
Good. What have you got on the first boss there?
I'm actually not that much of a fan of that boss.
Okay.
I got some Hydro vibes, just waiting for trash before I could even engage the boss. And I fucking hate that
it wasn't
shit with
that
a burning
long
passion. I still don't like waiting for trash before I fight a boss.
Okay.
Either way, that's just a me gripe, I guess.
No. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I firmly agree. It's 2 minutes of ad waves for, I think, the actual boss in 50 seconds once he appears.
Yeah, I was about to say the boss dies so fast. I was like,
I didn't realize it was 2 minutes. I thought it was 60 seconds. All right.
That's the other thing as well, is if you end up wiping, you have to do that whole 2-minute prep again. So it's a little punishing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the part I would change that. I think you should have that little bit of RP, because a lot of people in the chat pointed out too. It's nice flavor to see the mechanic before the fight. That's good design. But I think seeing it every time is a little bit too much.
It's Hydro vibes.
Very, very good. There you go, Tim. The crowd has spoken. The pitchforks are out. I love it. Go, Mike.
I was gonna say, yeah, and the boss just had so little health as like a melee DPS. I was like, I saw he farted and then did some like pounding on the ground, and then he fell over in like 40 seconds.
Well, the other thing on that is he doesn't have a high armor value. The first two don't.
Yeah.
The rest do. It's going to play into damage meters.
Boss number 2, boys, the Viscous Fallout, which has been, semi-problematic for some guilds to this point. We killed it on attempt number 3. Fun little boss. What do you guys think of it?
I think he needs his HP buff badly.
Oh, yeah?
The first time we went in there, I think we saw like one set of ads and we were killing him when the second set spawned. And then this week, we did Tuesday, Wednesday, and yeah, like we finished it and we're like, is that all he does? Is it just the ads? Because we saw him once, and I was like, all right, cool, keep going.
Yeah, it's the same thing that I did with a pug. That boss fell over in 30 seconds. I was like, he does anything?
Yeah, that was. I mean, it is fun, and I mean, I can imagine it's bad if like literally no one in your raid fucking CCs or slows or does anything because they all expect someone else to do it. But we slowed him, and I don't think we even had an ad turn into a big.
We
ad
got told in our raid people were trying to slow them, and we're saying then only stuns work, not slows. But the videos I watched said slow them.
Well, I haven't tried slowing them. I just kidney one because I'm a useful contributor to my raid. So
no, we had our warriors were saying
frost shock at them, but it didn't seem to slow them down.
Yeah,
that
frost shocks, hamstrings. Apparently, they weren't working. I don't know.
yeah, slows don't work. So yeah, you got to stun them, but I don't know. I thought that boss was probably the easiest by far, but maybe we just, I don't know. Yeah, maybe we just zugging.
I think, just real quick, I think having Shaman on that fight, so I'd like to hear any Alliance players, I think having Shaman on that fight really trivializes it with the cleansing totems and nature resist. That's huge. Again, we pugged it, didn't know what was going on. We had, I think, 4 ad spawns, so like my voodoo's freaking out. Like everyone needs cleanse, and I was like, oh, totem drop? All right, that's it? Okay, cool.
Oh yeah, I think that sums up Nomagon raid for me and total, because we had like 3 shamans, so we have 1 in every group, and we were just throwing down poison cleanse, the curse resistance, totem curse cleanse totem. It was a lot easier with shamans for sure.
All right.
Definitely, as Alliance, it's the kind of like same with balance because we have at least we're able to dispel the poisons. But for me, the biggest kick in the nuts was like the not being able to dispel the magic because it's at level 42. We get that, so it's like we're kind of cooked to that point. But overall, like that fight's kind of pretty simple as well because like having the paladins being able to pick up the odds if shit does hit the fan.
I do like that the raid has those first 2 bosses, which were like. Everyone's going to be killing them, but they actually have like good loot. Like the second boss drops the epic dagger. I'm pretty sure both can drop insulated tier. So it's good that unlike BFD where it's only the back 4 dropping tier and 2 of them are really hard, at least like fucking anyone's going to get a purple this phase. And I personally like that it's accessible early.
Anything else on Viscous Fallout, boys? Positive, negative before we move on?
Yeah, you got to call him Vicious Fallout like an idiot.
Oh,
that's what I did.
For fuck's sake,
2 days.
don't get me started. Josh's weird trigger points. Oh my god. What was I going to say? All right, well, with that, then I was fine with that encounter. I've got no notes from me. Encounter number 3, the crowd pummeler. We one-shot this one, and I'll tell you a funny story. We had to kill it twice in the same encounter. We did it on hard mode, so get on our level, you fucking nerds. We had our main tank get punted off the platform. We lost 2 people to the mechanic through the encounter. Main tank about halfway through, we got the boss down to 40%. Main tank gets punted. I sent this through to Tim, but there's nothing to be done. It wasn't a bug. There's nothing to change with the encounter. It was just like bad luck. He hit something that didn't kill him on the way. Like he landed in a spot that didn't kill him. And so because he didn't die instantly when he hit the ground, the boss evaded and got a tick back of evasion and had like 50% of his health come back during the encounter. So you see the video on YouTube, he goes from like 36% health to 86% health in a second, and we all go, oh fuck, he evaded. And it's like, well, boys, looks like we're killing him twice, and we fucking downed him twice on our first go in there and one-shot it, and we were stoked. We felt like fucking gamers. But I think the encounter's great. I think this one is terribly easy, but it does obviously require personal responsibility. You got to stare at the bloke's feet and figure out where the back of his feet are. I think it's a nice and fun one. What do you guys think?
So I think that looking at the feed is hard, especially on Horde with totems on the ground. So I like the big ball of lightning, in his hand going the opposite direction. So, you can stand on the ball and then it's going to go forward. But it's easy, but it reminds me of Lurker Below in SSC. So if you watch your friends get yeeted off, it's fun and you can still kill it. So that's not going to make or break your kill if 3 of your friends get tossed off. So I like it.
Now you have to mercilessly tease your guildies that get hit by the mechanic.
Oh yeah. Oh, my buffs. Oh, you're standing in front. What do you expect?
Just be merciless. Anyone else on this one? Any stories?
I have one. A few of us got punted off the platform, which was fine. We get, you die and you get teleported back up onto the stage, which I really liked. But there was one of us that got punted off right when the boss died, and he couldn't get teleported back on the platform. So there's a little glitch in the mechanic there.
Right.
Otherwise, I felt it was a pretty easy fight, easy to learn mechanics. It was good, a little easy to kill.
The grandstands around the edge can catch a bad raider that gets punted and stop them from flying away.
Yes, we had a couple of people get saved.
Yeah. Wonder if it's intentional or like a little noob net or what, but that was funny.
I thought one bit of fun flavor was the crowd members getting punted away off of the bleachers. And we were trying to like speculate. We were like, oh, you're supposed to like bait it and get all of them hit, and then he does it in rage at the end. Like we were like trying to craft like weird like no, it's just flavor.
Yeah, it's all a bit of fun for sure. Anyone with any drastic cons of this fight, or is everyone reasonably happy with it? No?
Just how easy it is to kill them. That's all it is.
Too easy. There you go.
Not every fight has to be brutally difficult, though.
No, it doesn't.
Have a few loot pinatas in there that are fun.
I agree. I mean, fuck, look at Lady Zarabas of BFD. Like, she was a fucking pushover. Same with the first boss. Like, it feels a lot like BFD, Let's move on to encounter number 4. I remember saying to my run, this is where it starts to get hard, and it certainly does get a bit harder here. This is a weird encounter where this is the stupidest thing to say, and you can all laugh at me, but like, it's really is a if you know fight. Like, if you know what to do and everyone does their job, this is the easiest fight in the raid. It's straight up the easiest fight in the raid if everyone does their job. The hard part is getting everyone to do their job, obviously. But a well-coordinated raid that the instructions get barked out, people move in their teams or whatnot. I think this is pretty straightforward. I actually think this is a really fun designed encounter. Like, really, really cool little mechanic that requires people to put their thinking caps on and fucking make the team talk to each other. This is maybe your pug buster, where it's like, hey, if you're not in like voice chat maybe, or you're not coordinating and communicating well with your team, this might be the end of the road for you, and I'm okay with that. What do you guys make of it?
I think this is the best. This is my favorite fight from the raid for sure. It's literally like exactly like you said. It has, I think, the most like one-to-one relation of you knowing the mechanics and the fight being clean. Like I think we wiped the first time because we didn't understand the chain lightning mechanic, and then one person just said like, hey, do you remember Blood Boil from BT? And then we killed it the next pull because it's like the exact same mechanic. And even in the melee, it's really fun to like to kind of position yourselves around the magnetic pull. Like I think the mechanics are fun. I think the fight is clean, and I think it's not too much of a pushover. You do have to cycle through the mechanics a few times. So yeah, I think this is the best one.
I got Prince from KT.
You got what? Prince vibes?
Oh, sorry, Kara. The last boss, Kara. It's like kind of similar with the melee, where it's like you want to go in front of the boss just before he does the knockback, so then you basically stay at the boss DPS, and then you go back behind the boss. Kind of that mechanic there. But again, like you said, Josh, like it's kind of like that thing of like you need to have coordination, and if you don't have the coordination, you're not gonna. It's like basically the block of the road. You can't just like aimlessly go in, kind of thing, and just nuke it down.
Did you guys enjoy the fight?
I do. I think there's enough RNG to like where you can have a plan, right? But then one of your soakers ends up getting the negative, so then you need to bring in a filler. Definitely don't think it's a pushover, but again, once you know it, I think it's pretty easy and it's fun. I like it.
The negative's the best part because, like you say, you've got these great plans laid out, and then it just takes one soaker to get the negative, and it's that coordination in that moment where you're like, "Fuck, fucking Mike, get in here. We need you to swap in for this team because someone got the negative," and like that's where it can fall apart. And this is a boss that drops your tier token. We were excited to see. I didn't win it, but everyone. I like having these items that everyone can roll on.
I think tier tokens is a straight win.
Agreed.
Now we get to the moment where I don't have any experience because, like I said, our raiders, a couple of them had to understandably go to bed. It was very late. They had work the next day, so we didn't get to see boss number 5 and boss number 6. We've got the menagerie up next. This was the secret boss that we weren't sure what's it going to be, and well, here's what it is. You got your giant chicken, your giant squirrel, or whatnot. Guys, I don't know. You tell me. Did you enjoy this fight? What are your notes for Tim on it?
I think it's the best fight in the raid.
Yeah, why?
I think it's tuned nicely in terms of its damage. So like the squirrel and the chicken slap quite fucking hard, to be honest. If we had a metal lock with Soul Link, so he managed to make things a bit more comfy. And then when the warrior tried to tank him, fucking hell, they just beat his ass. And then we immediately changed back to the SL lock on both of them, and the warrior back on the Dragonite. But we got it down. I think our 4th attempt was our kill, and I think it was because it took us 2 attempts to realize that you really don't want the lightning sheep to touch other bosses, and then they all turn to lightning and everyone starts killing themselves. So but yeah, I've always been a fan of council fights, and I like that, the casters worry about the sheep and the dragon, and the melee worry about the other 2, but then they start to die too fast, then the melee go help kill the dragon and all that shit. I like having those roles for particular class sets in a boss fight. I just find them fun. And
Ubiquitous, did you have multiple tanks in your kill, or did you have one tank everything?
We double tanked both our runs so far. So we had a Metal Warlock and a Prot Warrior.
Imagine not taking 2 tanks. How dare you wonder?
Well,
yeah.
You can one tank it.
Yeah.
And the last run I did compared to the first run where we had 2 tanks felt completely different. And I did enjoy the fight first time. Second time around, I just stood in the middle of the room and just pirated the sheep, and the fight was over. Like, I didn't have to worry about anything, and it just didn't sit right afterwards.
Sorry, boys. I was just rudely reading something on my phone because we have breaking WoW Classic news. Fucking everyone who doesn't play a priest, get your fireworks out to celebrate. Shadow Word Death base damage before modifiers has been decreased by 40%, and spell power coefficient adjusted to 42.9% where it was 64.3%. Developers notes. Overall, this should result in a 33 to 40% damage reduction on Shadow Word Death, Depending on the amount of spell power the priest has, Shadow Word Death has been doing a larger percentage of overall priest damage than was intended, and we feel like this could begin to put additional pressure on healers in PvE as spell power gear improves and the damage that priests inflict on themselves continues to scale upwards. It also was proving to be increasingly oppressive in PvP. No shit. We were going to get to this eventually, but just let me get your reactions in the moment there, guys. 1 week of Shadow Word Death. Rip, what do you think?
Sounds like the Star Surge change.
I'm happy. I play Priest. I'm happy.
It was bonkers. It was bonkers. It was absolutely bonkers.
It was completely cooked, and yeah, it was a deterrent for priests to play other specs because, like, wow, why would I want to be a healer when I could just blast like crazy with this big damage dealing ability? I think it's a really good change,
mate. There've been no healers in the game the last 7 days because of not because of Shadow Word Death, but I'm sure it had a large role to play in it.
Yeah.
I'm sure every single paladin right now is cheering because they don't have to heal the Shadow Priest anymore.
All right, we'll come back to that one as we talk about PvP. There's a lot of PvP discussion coming up in this one, guys. Look, back to the menagerie. So I'd love to hear from everyone else who's tried it. I mean, difficulty-wise, like Ubiquitous seemed happy with it. Let's give it the Goldilocks test. What are we doing here? Is it, too high, too low, or just right?
In many ways, I love the fight. Personally, I just want to say for the record, fuck that chicken. But it does a lot of damage, but I kind of want that because there was like we kind of said on previous things where tanks were starting to just do wield, not wear shields, put on two-handers, all that kind of thing, and it's kind of brought the kind of perspective in line with a lot more kind of what to expect towards the end game, because again you do get those hard hitters, all that kind of stuff. Overall, I think it's a really good fight in terms of kind of position, all that kind of thing. I was able to cheat it on the first week because the light of guarded by the light, you're able to click it off, so you could get the infinite mana but not suffer the consequences kind of thing. And then the second week I basically Sacred Shield and spam Flashlight myself because there's so much kind of raid damage going off. But I think I pugged it, so I think both groups didn't really know. We didn't know what was going on. We were just kind of trying to steamroll it kind of thing. But because it sounds like you're able to do a single tank, which, like I said, even just the damage that the chicken was doing on me seems pretty high, but maybe I was activating certain mechanics you shouldn't have and all that kind of thing as well. So, but overall, I think 11 out of 10.
All right, very good. Anyone else on this one?
I'd just like to say the chicken egg, the egg with the landmine on top of it, that's chef's kiss. That was beautiful model. I really enjoy it. Good. And I like how it cracks when you destroy it.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Last boss. All right. Now, this is a funny one because I just want to raise the topic of nerfs because I've not seen anything with this last boss yet. I have seen some rumbles already around discussions about nerfs, and I just want to sort of take this point to say, and you don't have to agree with me, but we all remember there was a time, a long time ago, all of 2 months ago, where 1 or 2 weeks into BFD, people were like, mate, nerf Kelrus, this is fucking ridiculous, blah, blah, blah. And people were like, cool your jets, we got to get some raid gear and it'll be fine. We'll be pushing him over in a week's time. And that's exactly what happened. Now, I'm not sure if people are saying the exact same thing about fucking Thermoplug, but I've heard rumbles and I'm like, if people are seriously saying nerf Thermoplug, can we just remember where we were 2 months ago as well? You guys tell me, you might have seen the conversations. What's the go?
In honor of Arcos's demand of me, it sounds like a fucking skill issue, bro. I think players need to do the boss fight a bit better with their strategy, and it's actually a very easy and mechanically satisfying fight to complete.
Yeah, I have to 100% agree with that. I think it would be a shame if we nerfed this fight because Thermoplug for us was the most fun to figure out, and even then, this is the one that when I said we did it without even understanding 90% of the mechanics that would have saved us. The buttons giving you back mana, we still killed it with no raid gear, and a lot of us didn't even have our belt slot runes because we just went in right after hitting 40. it was still a lot of fun. I think this is probably the most fun fight overall. Like, because you're all 10 of you are coordinating and having to like play extremely active roles in the fight.
Very good.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Now that I'm reminiscing, I'm saying that this is my favorite fight. The last two.
They're all your favorite.
The last two are really, really satisfying to kill when you realize why you're doing what you're doing and how much easier it helps the fight and stuff like that. I found it really, really fun to do. So.
Also, I do want to point out one specific thing about this fight that I don't know if everybody knows. Hopefully they do by now, but they're probably a lot of the reasons why people might be asking for nerfs is the fire damage in the first phase. But I don't know if people know this, as a tank, you can actually kite the flamethrower away. Like, you don't have to actually eat the whole flamethrower.
Are people doing it without kiting?
Dude, if they're standing there, they deserve to never clear the fucking place. Jesus.
Is that possible? Like, what the heck?
Well, when I said we didn't know the mechanics, I mean, we sat there for like an hour wiping to the flamethrower because we thought it would just fall. Yeah. And we're like, this is too much damage. So then one tank was like, hey, what if we kite it? We're like, I don't know. And we did it and we killed it that pull.
I have to say that I had a guildie, he went to a pug run, and he was saying that there was a tank in his group, and he was adamant that he had to soak all the flamethrower stacks. He could do it. He could do it. He was the one.
I just need more fire. I am Neo. I just need more fire resistance pots.
It's good.
We need to go to Black Rock Depths. I know we're level 40, but we do that, we can kill the boss.
I am the one. I love it.
Oh my god.
All you other blokes who have done it, thumbs up, thumbs down. What are we talking here?
Thumbs up.
I thumbs up. I think it's great. I think it's week one. People should get some more loot, get some runes, and harden up a little bit. I think it's gonna be pushover by the end of the phase.
No, it'll be pushover in fucking 2 weeks.
I'd like to mention, I don't know how much it changed for other classes, but for Rogue, for example, I didn't replace a single bit of my BFD gear, even though there's Prebis, but I mean, the Prebis is to go and do quests in fucking Feralus and shit like that I can't be fucked to do. And I liked that I could ignore, like, I liked that BFD gear was just that strong that it's pretty much my lazy Prebis for this phase, and like some of the items just literally still are. So I liked that it was hit 40 and you were ready to go into the next raid. I found the pace of that fun.
BFD gear is very strong.
It is very strong.
Yeah. It feels good, I think.
I struggled to agree with that though, because I have zero incentive to do an Alderman run, for example.
I liked that I didn't have to do any fucking Aldermans, or I didn't even do RFD.
Or RFD, haven't done that either.
I've done literally nothing. I just hit 40 and then waited for my guildies to catch up. I just started playing an alt pretty much straight away.
I'm the opposite. I'd kind of like to be able to upgrade the BFD gear and have an excuse, because I've got virtually no fucking reason to go to RFD or, you know, Alderman or whatever. Like, I just don't care. So I'd kind of like a reason to go. It's weird because phase one, you know, you really wanted to go do Wailing Caverns, SFK, you know, and you were kind of running them a lot to get this stuff that might help you in BFD. So to be robbed of that in phase two, I think has left me feeling a little bit hollow of dungeon content in phase two, but that's just me.
It probably is also the case that if you've got a main character that's fully kitted from BFD, then you're not going to run them. But if you've got an alt that's missing a few pieces, then maybe you'll find some upgrades in those runs, but it's going to be difficult to find groups. I would probably be advocating for something profession related that's an upgrade to be tied in with those dungeons, just to give you an excuse to go there.
Yeah. I would say this is probably my biggest and only gripe with phase two in general. And I know that we're still on the last boss, so that's fair. I don't want to like jump the gun and go straight into like things wrong with phase two, but I think the biggest problem is that like it feels like we don't have as much out there to do for our player progression as we did in phase one. Like in phase one, we have obviously like the leveling 1 to 25, and then super min maxing at the highest degree that we possibly could with every ounce of power we could scrounge up through quest rewards and world drops, etc., to like get something in raid, like do good damage in raid. But in phase 2, we have BFD gear already. You've probably been grinding SM or questing, etc., and like maybe just doing one round of SM and getting fully kitted out. So like we went into Nomergon, we cleared it. It's been a week, and I have, like Wonder said, I have no reason to do RFD. I have no reason to do Uldaman. Like I'm just waiting for the Nomergon reset for my upgrades. Like I could do professions and stuff, but besides getting runes and whatever, it feels like the open world is dead and there isn't much going on. And I think part of it is because we had so much to do in phase 1. We don't have as much going for us in phase 2.
Yeah, I agree. And on that side note, that's why I'm sort of call this fucking, I don't know, hyperbole, but my early prediction already would be that if we, and I've got no reason to believe it wouldn't be the same, but if we go the same period of time between phases and now we get another 10-week wait before phase 3, I just feel like people will be a little more uneasy or disgruntled about the 10-week wait than they were in phase 1, because even in phase 1 a lot of us were saying, oh, probably could have arrived 2 weeks sooner, but you know, whatever. But obviously the devs have to develop the game, so I'm not like here saying release it earlier in an unfinished state, but I can predict that grumbles will come sooner from the player base in this phase, going like, we're a little like out of stuff to do.
But I mean, that kind of plays into the whole kind of like conversation we're saying about the quote unquote nerf or whatever. If they do release the next phase a little bit earlier, people will still maybe want to go back for some of that Nomergon loot, because that engineering shield pretty much gets you to level 60 at least, in terms of even looking at the level 60 gear that drops in Strath, and Charlemagne's is like about 2k armor, and the engineering shield almost gives you 1900. Do you know what I mean? With 10 stam. So like in terms of the level, it's kind of like I'm looking at this big picture and all that kind of stuff, and there's a lot of kind of seeds sown, I should say, like we're saying about the whole that interesting mechanic where if you're in a raid, all of a sudden this high level mob spawns. Maybe there's something to that. Do you know what I mean? Maybe the conspiracy theory's not actually wrong about that. Like I said, there could be levels to it in terms of that, where it's like, yeah, it's a level 40 raid, but you could be able to cheese it in a few levels time and use that obviously to get to level 50 as well.
But then that kind of just turns into another chase item in a raid scenario, right? Where like you end up raid logging. And I think part of what we loved about Season of Discovery in phase 1 was that it was a lot more than raid logging. You were encouraged to do so much in the open world. And it feels like in phase 2, you're not really incentivized to do that as much as you were in phase 1. Which is why like I agree that like we're probably going to end up burning out way sooner, where we're just going to be raid logging.
Well,
And,
I think. Sorry, you go.
No, I was just gonna say I wouldn't constitute as like raid logging as still coming back and playing and not being burned out. Like that is burned out.
I think the like me enjoying not having to farm previous, I think that might have just been like you're taking time out of that, but that will probably lean into this phase still being very alt friendly, because you're not gonna have to spend 30 hours leveling, then 20 hours farming previous. Now you just level and that character's good to go into Noma. If he was BFD geared, I'm leveling a rogue that's fucking full on of the monkey, so I'm gonna have to farm previous on him when he gets to 40. But if I think it's like, because the leveling, it's less friendly than 1 to 25 when you're doing 25 to 40. So it's like we had to lose time sink somewhere to make people still play 4 or 5 characters potentially.
Well, I feel like, sorry, I feel like the alt friendliness in, like you're right, like it's definitely more alt friendly technically 25 to 40, but I think the initial motivation of creating a character, making your name, making your class, and going from level 1 to 25, like you don't have that initial excitement that you do going from 25 to 40. Like I might be speaking for myself, but like when I hit 40, I'm starting to level in alt, but like I'm nowhere near as excited as I was when I made a level 1.
I felt the same. Hunk, were you going to say something before? Was that you?
Yeah, I was just interjecting to say, like, I don't see the fewer things to do this phase at all is a negative.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm not saying it's a negative. All I'm saying. Don't get me wrong here. All I'm saying is I can predict the gripes coming earlier than phase 1. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they'll come earlier.
Guys, we won't get too sidetracked. I'll pull us back. Just one last thing about the raid. Obviously, there was a thing discovered with Electrocutioner where you could kind of line aside him and cheese the whole fight. That's now been fixed, I believe. So, rip that strat. If you had that lined up your sleeve, you crafty little fuckers, you've now actually got to fight the fight. But apart from that, look, yeah, everything seems to be humming. Look, I've not seen a bad word said about the raid. So, Tim, mate, good on you. You've done it again. I was saying the other day, you're 2 out of 2 as far as I'm concerned. Keep the streak going and fucking best of luck with the next phases raid. You're on fire. Boys, let's move on to... Let's knock some stuff out real quick. The new stuff, the sleeping bag, the spell books, the waylaid supplies. Let's knock all this out in one fell swoop. Any particularly incisive comments on these? I think the spell books are a fun little addition. It's a good way to basically have an extra rune in the game. Just get them in Scarlet Monastery. Just don't wait too long like I did. The sleeping bag quest, phenomenal way to get additional experience. Basically gives you half a level to do the quest chain, and then you get all that rested experience on top of it. It's fantastic. I'll talk about waylaid supplies when you guys get to it, maybe. Anyone on any of these topics that they want to say something? No?
The Shaman book is awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
What's the Shaman book?
Okay, so you still have to place all 4 of your totems, but it's called Totemic Projection. It's a 30-yard range on a 10-second cooldown, 0 mana. So a lot of your totems have 1 to 2 minute duration. So you can place them, and then you do your Totemic Projection, and it gives you, your little circle thing on the ground, and you place where you want it to go. But you can put it forward, which is really cool. So you don't have to redrop totems all the time, but you still do have to drop them individually. So it's not like Wrath where you have your set. Here's my 4 I'm going to drop. Here's my 4 I'm going to pick up. This, you kind of carry them along with you. And they still, I think, my fire totems got 45 seconds, and strength and Wind Fury are 2 minutes, but then Mana Spring's 1 minute. So you still have totem management, which is really cool and vanilla feely. But this is just, it's really cool. And the Fire Nova totem that explodes, if you're not using the rune, you can drop it and then kind of let it tick before it's about to go off, and then use projection onto a big pack, which is awesome. So that's been fun.
It's a funny one with the Rogue book, Ubiquitous, where they gave us something that we were begging for, and yet I barely use it because of the Mutilate change. So Mutilate really fixed a lot of the tanking issues, but then they gave us this other thing on top of it where we can once per minute transfer our combo points to another target. I barely press the fucking button. I mean, if I'm being a good little tank, I should be pressing it more often, but with Mutilate being as good as it's been, I haven't felt the need. It's almost more of a PvP utility thing now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's what did we want from it? How good do you want it to be? I think it could do with some buffing, even because it's on the GCD. It only works in fucking melee range.
Yeah.
So as a tank, the mob runs off in SM. Oh well, those points are gone.
Oh, does it only work in melee range? I didn't notice that.
Yeah. So things like that have made it much more clunky than what it read originally. So that's a bit annoying. I don't expect it to be off the GCD, but having to
I think it should absolutely be off the GCD. We were talking about this the other day. Yeah.
Maybe just both of those would be good, but yeah, in the minute, once a minute is pretty rough. I've only used it in PvP and maybe the super rare PvE scenario, but
it wasn't part of your complaint also that you weren't getting AoE threat, and Shuriken Toss helps you do that?
If you want to run through some numbers, brother,
I don't.
You can be tank runed, and that thing does a whopping 87 threat per cast. Woo! That's less than half an auto attack from a fucking dagger.
We'll get to Shuriken Toss. Yeah,
we'll wait for the rogue chat, but it's the only thing that's good about it is how fucking hilarious it works, where it just goes a million yards away from you.
Yeah.
Damage might be low, but is the threat high?
No, that's
no.
87
No,
threat.
it's not.
Yeah.
Oh my god, okay.
Yeah, it did myth.
Redirect is useless and Shuriken Toss is piss weak.
Yeah.
But they're thinking of us, and that's fun.
Yeah, we'll hammer it. We'll talk about it in the rogue time.
Look, guys, any other spellbook comments? Look, anyone happy they got the sleeping bag? Anyone happier with Waylaid Supplies?
I quite like the sleeping bag. I think it's good.
Yeah.
I quite enjoyed the quest chain. I thought it was kind of funny how you took you around the world and you end up fighting everyone over the little quest items, which is good. And I quite like the Shaman book. Then one other thing that wasn't mentioned that I really like is that Shaman tanks now, they can range pull with the totem and then line of sight them without having to get too close, which is really good.
Oh, Shaman tanks are insane.
I got from the sleeping bag, Tim. I've put my bickies in the bank to use rested XP at phase 3 launch. Don't nerf it. I want everyone on Reddit to get butthurt that they ate theirs early. Okay.
Ah, yes.
That's what I want to see happen.
Yes, we noticed on the live launch that some people had rested experience. Some people, I was 10k experience already into level 26 upon live launch, and I was like, why do I have 2 bars full already? It was very strange. Not 10k, whatever it was. I had 2 bars full, like straight up, and I was like, that's strange. So there do seem to be some weirdness going on with the way experience works just before you hit the cap. So Ubiquitous is gaming on eating all those rested experience cookies just before you hit the cap and having that count over to the next phase.
One more thing about the sleeping bag. I like the change that they made with keeping the bonus XP through death. It felt really punishing to sit there for like 3-4 minutes to get your 3% buff and then to lose it just because healer was AFK for like a second, or you might have accidentally pulled an extra mob. It's a nice change.
I love the sleeping bag personally. I think it's hilarious. Like everyone like hopping out of the dungeon or whipping out the sleeping bag, everyone hopping inside, jumping in and sleeping for 3 minutes. It also kind of gives that kind of incentive to take a break, stretch the legs, all that kind of stuff. Absolutely beautiful. And as well as shout out the shooting fodder items for the rest of XP. Like you low key like monetize that couple of quid like for a couple of levels rest of XP. That's a dangerously microtransaction, all that kind of stuff. But like I said, like that's how good those items are. I think those items were. But yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Tarek, that the one thing on the sleeping bag for me is that, like, look, I actually haven't been reading the Reddit. It's just strange for me. I normally consume a lot of the Reddit conversation, but the last week I've not read it. But get it? But the sleeping bag, fucking. I presume there's some comments out there about, mate, this is just Turtle WoW. Don't these fucking WoW devs have any original ideas of their fucking own? And nothing tickles me more, nothing in the world tickles me more than private server fanboys, the irony of private server fanboys getting upset about Blizzard stealing their ideas or their IP.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't, Josh. That's how the saying goes.
I love it. I fucking love it. I've got no drama with it. But anyway, anyone else? Waylaid Supplies. Look, seems to be dropping much less frequently. And fuck me dead, the items are incredibly expensive to fill a box. I've held off of filling a lot of mine because I'm like, I am not paying 25 gold to fill a fucking Waylaid Supplies box. How do you guys feel about it?
If I get massive iron axes one more time, I'm going to cry.
Oh my god, Gally, I got 6 in a row.
Oh my god.
Pain. I understand your pain.
Yeah, I got like 4 Mithril Blunderbuss ones, and I honestly leveled my engineering to 225 just so I can fill them.
Do turtle scale braces exist on your auction house? Because the pattern is on ours, but not the item.
So Josh, I'll answer that one for you. I'm a leather worker,
Yeah.
and I saw that, and I said, "Oh, I'm gonna farm the crap out of those turtles." It took about an hour to get 20 scales, and it takes 15 to make one bracer, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, gosh. All right. That's a bit oppressive. That makes more sense.
Have the Revive rewards come out for getting your rep up yet?
No, the rewards aren't out either, right? That's
So
my other complaint about them.
I think there's the alchemy one, and I think that's it right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, my only hesitation on providing a comment is, well, you're getting the rep at this point for no reason. Rather wait and see what the rewards are going to be.
Surely, Dick, like everyone's saying, this thing's a joke. Like, it's fair enough to criticize it. Like, what a joke. There's no reward in this. Why the fuck are we doing it? But, like, I haven't been fussed. Like, because maybe I'm too positive. I presume the reward is coming pretty soon.
It's coming next week.
Oh,
You're
there you
talking
go.
about Revered?
There you go.
Is it?
Yeah,
They
they
said-
posted saying it's an accident. There's an alchemy pattern, and that's it. Everything's getting put on the vendor next week.
Okay.
Right.
Because I was thinking, like, did I just screw myself? Because, like, I went all in because I seen one of the runes in the sneak peek. I was like, okay, definitely has tied that behind the waylate. So it's like all this, like, I had like 600 gold. Now I've got like 70. I went all in, and one alchemy recipe. I was like, okay, I got stung, you know.
But now you're prepared.
Exactly,
You're
you know,
not-
just
yeah,
in
so you're not screwed. They just didn't put it in yet.
And I don't think we know at all what the other rewards are yet, right?
Right.
No, not a clue.
Nope.
Guys, we'll move on. Let's talk about, while we're here, we'll talk about professions. Have you guys been happy with professions in Phase 2 thus far? I'll just say a really quick piece about, like, you know, herbalism. You know, it's still feeling very lackluster in terms of, like, maybe this is just the just wait profession because, you'll get your extra Black Lotus in Phase 5 or whatever. But, like, for now, it's still another phase of, like, the new fun of herbalism is you get an extra elemental earth, one in every fucking 50 herb picks, and elemental earth is worthless, either because of the amount of them out there in the world now, or just whatever, the market has determined that they're fucking worthless. But there is no new, like, herbalism still now is about to go through 2 phases of just being same old herbalism for all intents and purposes, which is a shame to me. But anyway, that's all I really do profession-wise. I did pick up engineering, but that's just going to be for PvP, so I haven't really done anything with it yet, so I can't comment. How about you other guys? How are you feeling about your profession so far?
Well, economically, all the gathering ones now just have added incentive because there's so many new professions and the waylaid supplies and all that. So I feel like there's a indirect perk to having them. But I'm also a herbalist. It would have been cool to get. I don't know if they need to go the Wrath way where you get a buff, but I would love a new herb just out there in the bushes. That would be awesome.
Yeah,
I feel. Oh, sorry, you go.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I feel as a leather worker and skinner, skinning feels pretty much similar to classic. It hasn't really had any real love or flavor to it. And leatherworking, as you were saying, it would be nice to, you know, if leather workers can't get any bonuses or buff like stuff for pre-raid best, it would have been nice to see some new items that they could probably use in the skinning and leatherworking that maybe didn't require the skill to use.
So I kind of feel that a mistake was made with the crafting of the items for the epics, like the what's the leatherworking one called? Faintly glowing leather. I kind of would have liked it if that came through a profession and then everybody else had to buy, rather than it coming from the crafting side of a leatherworker, or a leatherworker would have to buy something that a skinner had found and then transform it, rather than just get the reward from a drop in Noma. I think that would have made the profession feel a little bit better across the board.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that part is the only part that is kind of like a missed opportunity, where the profession questline feels awesome. It's so fun. It's like a really cool trip around the world. But I feel like they could have made it so that each profession kind of like has a mat that other professions can make for their epic item in a way, and that way the professions are a little bit more interactive, and it's not like, okay, everybody has to go engineering and plus whatever their armor type is. If they had something like, okay, only blacksmiths can make this item that engineers need, well, now you're incentivized to like be a blacksmith and make gold out of that mat that engineers require. So they could have been a little bit more interactive with that.
I agree, Rob, I understand like elemental items come in later in the game. I guess my gripe just returns to like the lower level herbs then to be dropping items that aren't valuable for, 6, 7, 8 months is unfortunate. Like maybe we should have gotten more relevant items dropping from the lower level herbs. I don't know, but anyway. Guys, anything else on professions in terms of or is it basically too early to say?
I haven't done the quest yet, but I've heard it's pretty fun. So looking forward to doing that.
The one thing I would say about professions is that we don't have the specializations yet, and like, that's coming I think 50. So there's going to be even more. And just as a general, like as level 40, like we're pretty much just about over halfway. So it's like there is kind of a lot more to this. But even like with engineering, like getting the little shield, the little on block effect just brings kind of like the any of these kind of blocking runes or anything like that, and more into play just kind of as a little bit of extra kind of damage for the AoE, which was nice. But just the items across the board from like blacksmithing down to leatherworking and tailoring and all the stuff, it just seems as though that there's a little bit of everything for everyone, either just raw stats wise or straight up kind of like cooldown wise. Because like these are like long cooldowns, but like when you think about level like 60, it's like sometimes having the engineering belt, just having that extra kind of chance. Okay, yeah, I have 3% crit this week. You know what I mean? Yeah, the roll went my way kind of thing. Just a little bit of extra kind of something. Not so much as those like everyone has to get it, but it's just a little something I think. But all in all, I think just the effort so far, and we haven't even gotten into specializations yet, and there's a whole plan for that as well that we're told. I mean, it's literally having your cake and eating it. I don't know how they're doing it, and like I said, they're exceeding all expectation in my eyes.
Guys, let's move on if that's okay, unless anyone has anything else to say about professions. Let's quickly move on to PvP, which will be the last topic I want to talk about before we get to classes, which will be, our eat up a bulk of this conversation. John, I feel like this is your moment in the sun, mate. You've been cooking up quite the pretty speech for this one, and not to put the pressure on you, I am dying to hear it. You and I have played a bunch together over this last week. We have noticed stuff that the community at large has noticed, and that PvP and the stamina values and the burst and the rate at which people are dying is a little bit wonky, to put it euphemistically, in Season of Discovery Phase 2. To be fair, the team is on it. Things are being done. The STV event has already had a 30% stamina buff thrown out there after 5 days. They addressed it and said, look, we understand you guys are dropping quicker than a sack of shit out there. This event is wild. It's wacky. We'll give you 30% more stam. Cool. That's great. I think it did make a noticeable difference in STV. Maybe not, like a huge difference, but a noticeable difference. The issue, though, is what's happening outside of STV and PvP as well. What's happening in Battlegrounds, what's happening in open world PvP. Open world PvP being very near and dear to my heart. It does feel like, people start to use the terms power creep and whatnot. It does feel like the game is catching up with us a bit. We are growing very powerful. And, PvP enjoyers, and this isn't just a World of Warcraft thing, competitive games in general, players have, a time frame that they generally like to play with how long it takes to kill a player. Call of Duty had a very famous argument about this when Modern Warfare 2 came out last year or 18 months ago or whatever, where even something like a half a second or a quarter of a second change in kill time is huge to that community because it's noticeable. You go, fuck, 2 bullets and I'm dead. And WoW has now SOD has now come under fire for being like, fuck, mate, it feels like 3 globals and I'm dead a lot of the time. Like these fights are lasting 5 to 6 seconds. We're used to chess matches and counterplay and everything in vanilla. This is a bit weird. John, I'm setting you up. I'm talking too long. Talk to me about how you felt about PvP and stamina in SOD Phase 2.
Oh man, it's gonna be really hard to sort of live up to that preamble. What a ripper that one was. I think damage is like really nutty, and there's a lot of DPS players that just having an absolute fat time. And I don't want to be that guy that says, "Hey, we need to take this away from them." But as a PvP healer, I'm not feeling very impactful. I can't really remember a time in the game where PvP healers weren't impactful. I can remember plenty of times when they were too impactful. There's one season of Phase 1 is definitely one time where healers were just way too impactful. The developers made changes to address that, and it does feel better. However, with this nutty damage, like it's just really hard to keep people up, and it's a complete Zug fest. I think it's just, and I feel like with every PvP encounter I have, I'm getting worse at the game because I'm not reaching for my utility spells. I don't see any value in them. People are just getting chopped straight through pain suppression, like with one guy focusing them. If people figure out they can burn through it, they'll just chop through it. So that seems like a dead rune to me, which is very sad. The other thing is, like you mentioned, time to kill. Obviously, it's way too quick. You can't react. There's no counterplay around that. Whoever sees whoever first, it's just bang, it's on, it's dead. One good thing about that, though, is Warsong Gulch seems to flow pretty nicely. You rarely get in those big, long games and get stuck in there. But I've been really struggling to collect things together. I've got a few points. Like anyone who's like targeted by more than one person is more or less unhealable. I think you should be able to at least keep someone alive for a little while instead of like I burn every cooldown I've got and they might live for another few seconds, maybe get one more kill. There's no epic moments as a healer. Plenty of epic moments as a DPS. I see people come in and just like drop 5 dudes, which is great, but yeah, I'm sort of really struggling with it, and I feel like it's going to improve. The Shadow Priest change that we talked about earlier today, that's a step in the right direction. But
well, just on that point, I mean, we talk about bursts, and it's like, and I'm with you, John. Like, I don't enjoy, I was sitting here cheering and reveling in the Shadow Word Death nerf, but like, I don't enjoy being a champion of and a harbinger of nerfs, like calling for them to the classic team and being like, this ability is bonkers, you've got to do something about it. Star Surge, get on it. Shadow Word Death, get on it. I don't want to fucking bitch about people having fun, but when it does kind of help to break the game, something has to be said. And like, Shadow Word Death, particularly after the Star Surge change, it was inevitable that Shadow Word Death was next on the chopping block because you've got this ability that is an instant cast, 1200 crit. And I said I was fighting a Shadow Priest yesterday. Mate, all was going well and good for the first 6 seconds. We're going back and forth. It's a fucking really high octane matchup. We're both decent players. Mate, I was at 55% health, blinked, and I was dead. And I'm like, wait. I got 2200 health. I'm a rogue in leather, whatever. But like, I don't want to have 1100 health left and have that erased by an instant cast ability on a 12-second cooldown. It's insane burst. And like, I don't know. I know a lot of people are like, oh, shut the fuck up, idiot. We are allowed to have big nukes. Yeah, you're allowed to have big nukes. But it's kind of like the manner in which they're deployed is almost the issue as well. But players don't like seeing half their health disappear in one global. Is that fair to say?
It's totally fair to say, and I know you've heard me like think out loud around this. Like, there's got to be a way to put it where like I don't immediately make all enemies in the room, because I think they don't like their numbers going down more than their health disappearing so quickly. But once the novelty wears off, it's still early days. I think there'll be more and more clamor for some sort of change to come, and I've been racking my brain a lot over this. I'm a very passionate PvP player, and I just can't seem to find what would be the best answer. Everything I can think of seems like a bit of a band-aid fix, like a HP buff, for example. That's made people live longer, but then there's not enough healing throughput to make it super impactful. Like, if you're at 50% health, I can keep you at 50% health for maybe 10 seconds if there's one guy targeting you, and then you're dead. That doesn't make for engaging gameplay, and it doesn't, well, at least for me, I dead set feel like I'm getting worse as a PvP player because I can't fake out casts, because if I try and fake out like an interrupt, you're going to die while I'm trying to fake it because I'm not casting the spell. I've just got to push through as much as I can.
To Keftek's point here, like, I know he's being tongue-in-cheek, but, you know, saying obviously Star Surge got the nerf, Shadow Word Death got the nerf, you know, a Lava Burst next, is Rogue in general next, is Arcane Surge going to get the nerf bat? And, like, I get the kind of where you're going with that, but, like, in all honesty, as fucking weird as this is to say, I'm on board with fucking nerfing as much as you have to nerf. Like, the problem is not necessarily, you know, one or two abilities. Maybe it is just in general we've got this power creep and this burst that is insane, that's not only eliminating the fun and tactical nature of vanilla PvP, but also eliminating, like John is saying, a whole role in PvP where healers just feel like they're kind of fucking useless.
Yeah, I'm not saying
back though.
Go, mate.
If I can, and again, like, this is as a paladin, so I've got access to plate and all this stuff. But like I've had like 4 or 5 like people on me, and I've still been there like 20 seconds. But I will stress again, I am a paladin. Like, I can bay out a lot of things with like the lay on hands, with the arm buff into the, you know, the bubble heal back up the full kind of thing, buying time and all that kind of stuff. So it's like I can bait like 5 people away, while other things are going down. But like as a priest, it's like, I think Go mentioned it as well. It's like consume stam enchant, and like capitalizing off like green armor pieces specifically for PvP is like massive. So it's like that's where I will kind of push back, where it's like a lot of kind of people are going in like full glass cannon builds and then being surprised that, oh shit, I got one shot. It's like, yeah, because you don't have you're not like, you know, like addressing any mitigation whatsoever. You're just trying to like let like either one aspect depend on that. Let's say the runes, okay, pain suppression, but if putting a pain suppression on a tank gets you a lot more value than putting a pain suppression on like a glass cannon geared mage kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, and I totally understand that, and those points are valid, but it's just like a pain suppression, since it was introduced into the game, could force a switch. I'm still seeing some people switch. I think it's force of habit. They don't have to switch. Even if I put it on a warrior, and they slip into defensive stance, they're still going to get chopped through it. If that person realizes that they can just burn straight through this. But yeah, like, I'm not feeling as engaged with PvP right now. And there is nerfs happening, and I feel like later in the phase it's going to get better, but there's not a lot of stamina on gear. It's like caster gear. There's not a lot of stamina on that. Like, there are some nice pieces in some of the other dungeons and stuff, but I can't really see a gear set where I can have enough healing throughput to sort of mitigate damage enough to feel as impactful as I feel like I probably should. And it's a really subjective measure. Like, I don't feel as impactful as I should. But I'm not seeing a lot of healers in Battlegrounds either, and I don't think that's just bad RNG.
Hmm.
I think it's important to note that, Josh, you're saying that people don't like seeing half their health disappear with one global. On the other side of the equation, people love being able to do that to somebody else.
Oh,
So
obviously.
It's a balancing act of what's acceptable. What you end up leaning towards is creating lots of small hits that happen really frequently that maybe you can't do much about. So, dotting, for example, or fast attacks that have like flurry type effects, or just a fast attack speed. Those things are still frustrating to deal with if you haven't got a toolkit that counters it. So, if you can blink away from someone wailing on you and get some distance quickly, awesome. If you can fear them off you straight away, again, awesome. But if you have to run away, if that's your only option, you're just going to die. Unless you have some sort of speed advantage.
Sorry, go, John.
I feel like, yeah, you mentioned the toolkit, and a lot of classes have great utility. Druid's definitely one of them. They're not really getting a chance to cast that because I'm not getting a chance to use mine. Like, if someone gets Novid, like a warrior gets Novid, and if I just, like, spare the global for a dispel, they're dead anyway. Like, there's no, like, I'm not using my util spells to try and save people that way. I can't mitigate it.
Exactly. Like, if I have two people jump on me as a boomy, I'm dead before a shield normally gets put on me by the healer.
And is it controversial to say that if there's two people targeting you and they haven't really dumped any cooldowns, it's just they're not bursting, a healer should be able to buy you some time to use some of your utility or use your damage to sort that problem out, and I'm not seeing it.
To run away or to kill one of them and maybe still die to the other. But yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, I'm not asking to be like a healer where if, like, I'm healing you, 5 dudes just bash you and you can be mortal struck and you don't die. I'm just not feeling like I can save people. And I'm seeing in, like, battleground enemies, I'm seeing people at 50% health and I'm writing them off because I can't stabilize from that. I can't stabilize them. They just get gibbed. So I just front load all of my healing into a guy who's got 90% health.
It might also be by virtue of the class, right, that you're playing. So if you use Wild Growth and you're healing 5 people at once, you feel like you're having a massive impact on a 5v5 encounter. But if I had to solo heal, I'm not getting anywhere. If I had a cooldown like NS, then it's pretty easy to save someone quickly. But the amount of damage people are doing, you can clear 2 health bars pretty quickly with 2 people targeting you.
And yeah, that's a really good point, because I was finding value last night in Stranglethorn Vale during the event with Prayer of Healing. And I'm thinking about later on today, in Battlegrounds, is swapping from Penance, even though it's the quickest way to give someone 1,000 HP with my gear. I feel like a AoE heal might be a better way to try and keep the damage under control a little bit better. So I'm still experimenting, I'm still feeling it out, but my initial thoughts on the PvP is the damage is too high, the healing throughput is too low, and the HP is a good stopgap measure for now, but in further phases, I would like to see a move towards something a little bit more akin to what we were used to in 2019, which was, there was big bursts and you got one shot, but people who sacrifice that ability to just blow people up and get their kicks from helping their friends blow people up by keeping them alive, I feel like thinking about them a little bit more in designs and decisions around gear and abilities will go a long way into keeping PvP super fresh. And with the new abilities that we've got, PvP can be super fresh as long as it's still fun.
I think a few abilities have ruined a lot of people's perspective on it. If you didn't have Star Surge and Shadow Word Death in for the last week, I have plenty of PvP encounters that go for 40 fucking seconds 1v1 with a shaman. Like, I have plenty of long PvP engagements, but as soon as there's 3 players and one of them's a Shadow Priest, then you die in 1 second. and it's because of the Shadow Priest. It's not because there's 3 people attacking me. But I don't know. I feel like I remember Classic different. Like I feel like two rogues in Black Rock Mountain would kill a motherfucker in about 4 seconds in Classic.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, rogues haven't changed that much.
yeah, but I mean, like, just
They're still a pain in the ass.
PvP's always been that quick. Like, you'd have Pom Pyro mages nuking 60% of your HP pool and stuff like that. I don't think it's been all that fast if you have if you're just using data that excludes the outliers that have now been nerfed, as well as the STV event is literally the worst fucking thing in the world for anyone to try and learn a design philosophy about PvP and what needs to change. That whole zone is a clusterfuck where PvP is just too messy and too wide. And yeah, I don't know, I kind of feel like we're asking for things that we never would have asked for in Classic because we've got the changes confidence, but this game will never be fair in PvP ever.
Yeah.
The thing about Palm Pyro and like Elemental Mastery and Classic, those are 2 to 3 minute cooldowns, whereas now there's nukes on 6-second cooldowns. It's just
that's it.
The level of burst is so much more accessible.
Those nukes have been fixed, and that's what I mean. Like now that they've been nerfed, rightly slow, I don't think PvP as a whole is all that broken. Because if you were at STV last week, it felt like half the zone were Shadow Priests and Druids because they were broken. I'm super excited to see what it looks like next week. Now that they're not just because people just won't play it or won't be as involved. I'm sure there were druids that literally didn't even need silver anymore, but it is just so fun to almost one-shot people on a 6-second instant cast.
And
they were probably just there for fun.
I agree with you, but
John.
also just to quickly clarify, Ubiquitous with you, definitely I felt like there was something up in Stranglethorn, but I've spent a lot of hours this week in Battlegrounds to try and feel it out there as well, and I don't even really think about open world PvP in the context of this at all. It's just I went to Battlegrounds. I've got 30k honor so far this week, and I'm seeing things not quite as bad as STV, obviously, because there's not a gajillion people just wailing on each other. You've got 10 versus 10 in Warsong Gulch is what I've been playing. That's where I went to try and quantify it, and I still can't really lock in a full opinion until I've got a group of the boys in there where we're actually coordinating a bit better, and it might be okay. I might be able to go, yep, okay, it's cool, especially with this Shadow Priest now.
Yeah, I think complete rogue bias, just for a laugh, is that healers literally ruined PvP in Phase 1, so I'm happy that DPS are ruining it for them now, because with the damage nerf in Warsong Gulch, one priest was just a fucking god and unkillable, and he could stop 5 people from dying. I'm more than happy for you to not keep anyone alive, John.
But I thought that kind of sucked too. I thought that heals were way too impactful in Phase 1, and I'm glad that DPS and rogues are getting their moment in the sun, because rogues did do it tough in Battlegrounds in Phase 1, man. They done it real tough because they couldn't get into pre-mades because of the damage reduction, and they couldn't get enough throughput. And then they're stuck doing pugs, getting stomped by pre-mades, and still hitting with wiffle bats, it seemed like, for them. So I think we're, 2 different ways of looking at things, I guess.
Yeah.
Before we move on, I find it interesting that the biggest nuke in the game at the moment is not the one that people are talking about, and that's the Chaos Bolt.
That's a big boy.
That thing crits for friggin' almost 2k. And it seemingly escapes the conversation, and I think the reason is because it's a hard cast.
Yep.
There's actually a play style around it,
Yep.
in the sense that you can kick it, interrupt it, whatever. And the Warlock's exposed when they're having to cast it. So a big nuke doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing.
No, but that's part of my argument.
If they get the opportunity to be able to cast it.
But that's sort of part of my argument. And Kev Tank, I can't tell if you're trolling or not. Either stop fucking yelling from the bleachers and get in here, because I can't tell if your shit takes are if you're being serious or not. I know you got shithouse takes, and you have for years, but I can never tell how much you actually fucking mean it. But obviously my argument, Kev Tank's being a clown yelling from the bleachers, fucking you cunts are just upset that different classes, new specs get to fucking blow you up, because he's still upset about the Boomkin nerf. But That's a fucking horrible take. I don't sit around and die to a Boomkin or die to a Shadow Priest and go like, no, Shadow Priest and Boomkin should never be able to perform well in this game. Not in my classic. Like, that's the fucking last thing that goes through my head. I don't give a fuck what class is killing me. It's about the nature of the PvP, and I think that's actually a really good point, Wonder, about, like, you know, Chaos Bolt. I don't mind getting decimated where they worked for it, or where there was a counter and I didn't take the counter, or there was a play around. Like, I'm all about the chess match, right? And I think that a lot of the gripes do spawn from classes hitting a win button that always felt a bit weird. I don't know.
Yeah, and everyone seems to have a big win button, and which is cool. I'm glad that there's a big button for people to press. But,
yeah, I agree. Like, people are whinging about mages, and I'm going to shout out Tim Ease here. He's got a 3-minute cooldown, and he can do, I think, 3.5k one hit, and almost one hits people. So, yeah, it depends on what you're playing. I think we whinge about Shadow Priests and Boomkins at the moment because that's the flavor of the day. I think once the nerfs come in, we're going to see something new, and then people are going to whinge about Shamans getting their crits, or, you know, it's going to be the next thing.
Yeah, rightio. We'll move on. And yeah, Kev Tank, I know the boys, everyone's saying, like, you're fucking trolling, mate. You spent 6 years of your life fucking trolling chats on WoW content, so I'm not going to bite any further. Let's fucking go to the classes. Boys. Oh, actually, real quick, the matchmaking changes. John, they're working well.
yeah, so I think I haven't really kept count, but maybe 40 war songs, and I've encountered 2 pre-mades, well, 1 pre-made twice, one after another. I think that was just a timing thing. It's you're getting a couple of 5-man groups, and like, that's cool. It's just feeling like a lot more engaging gameplay for everybody, I think.
Anyone else on that? Anyone else with experience with the matchmaking stuff?
Yeah, I've done a couple of ABs, and paint me shocked. Even in a pug society, the Horde suck. I think we got 5 capped and lost 2,000 to 50. So, but no, it's a lot more preferable. At least it was a bit of an arm wrestle before we got stomped, rather than at least people aren't just AFKing from the start when they see a pre-made anymore in a pug.
It's good. And maybe I am just being a bit of a sook, Yubi, because my win rate's been pretty good in the Gulch, man. Maybe I am more impactful than I thought.
Healers, I feel like if I get 5 people on me, I go splat. But if it's a bit of a 3-on-3, the fucking healer's a demon. You have to go handle him, otherwise you won't kill anyone. So we'll see. I'm happy to see what happens with the 2 worst nukes in the game. Hopefully gone.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, man. I'm not going to stray from the healer path in PvP. I'm still thoroughly enjoying it. I just, wish it could be a little bit better.
Guys, we'll start up with the classes now. Let's start up with Druid. We'll get Kev Tank's blood boiling on the balanced Druids early. Wonder's here. He's good to go. Look, I actually do start off with Druid because it is something that has had a lot of conversation surrounding it post the Star Surge nerf. There's a few classes that have got some spicy conversations going on around them at the moment. Ubiquitous was biting back at a bit of this. It'll be interesting to see how this one plays out on the podcast. But Wonder, why don't you kick us off, mate? The Star Surge nerf came. We all saw it coming. Tell me what your interpretation of it was, and why are druids... Explain to the non-druids who can't work it out why druids are so pissed off right now.
Well, Boomkins in particular have, over the last... or since 2019, that have been playing Classic, have had no real serious damage compared to other classes. If from a PvP perspective... the play style has been dot up, run, try and root them if they're getting close, continue running, throw a heal in if you need to save yourself, run away again. You're never really feeling strong, but you know that you can outlast somebody. And so getting a spell like Star Surge that first hit like a wet noodle and then was buffed to actually do some damage felt great. The problem was everything else in our toolkit still feels like shit to cast. And so I can appreciate the fact that Star Surge was doing too much damage and it needed a nerf. But there was more than just the nerf on what we got published that got impacted on Star Surge. So Star Surge was benefiting from a bug that I can only assume was embedded code from a previous iteration of Eclipse. So in the last podcast, I described my hesitation around Eclipse, but that it was going to give 30% crit to Wrath and Starfire. They changed Eclipse just before the launch, so it seems, where the 30% crit on Starfire disappeared, and instead the cast time was reduced. But it seems that Star Surge kept the 30% crit. So in essence, it had a 60% free crit rate, plus whatever crit you were running. So we're probably talking pushing 70% crit chance on a spell that's on 6 seconds that was doing a lot of damage. So the first frustration from Boomkins is we understand that it probably needed to be nerfed, but to get the nerf and the bug fix in the same frame of reference, the same short window, has made our damage profile go from feeling all right every 6 seconds to feeling crap again. And we can say that the PvE Starfire changes is good for us. And for everyone that doesn't know what that is, after you cast a Star Surge, you now get bonus damage to a Starfire cast. That also got implemented with a bug, where it was doing 50% damage instead of the reported 66% damage, and has now been buffed to 80%, or will be up by Tuesday. And so what we're feeling is we had an opportunity to do damage. We're now not really doing damage, and we're seeing everyone fly past us again. It just leaves a very sour taste in the mouth. And to add on top of that, we have to question the design intent of the runes. Balanced Druid, or Druids in particular, get 1 rune per spec. Everybody else is getting maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4, depending on what options are available to their class. And so when you have a rune come through that doesn't feel that impactful to increasing your damage when you already are one of the weakest classes in the game, feels a bit stupid. And I'd be pointing my finger now at Sunfire, which was fine in Phase 1, but with what we've got today, Sunfire is no longer a reasonable spell to cast, and all Boomkins are essentially Restokins waiting to heal in a raid if the raid needs it, because Wild Growth is just simply a better thing to put on your glove slot. It all just feels odd, and I'd love to be really positive about where Boomkins are going, what we're seeing, but it's causing a lot of consternation. I know a lot of the Moonkins are upset, and it just feels rough. I try and look at it and be reasonable. Star Surge needed a nerf. I don't think the PvE buff to the other spells was enough, though.
Well, mate, tell me... Sorry, I've just got to quickly go boil some water, but explain to the boys what suggestions you would have for fixing things now that helps you in PvE but doesn't break PvP.
There are a few suggestions from the community. Some of them involve having our Wrath and Starfire increase the duration of our dots. So if you cast a Wrath, your Sunfire continues. Another one would be Sunfire becomes an AoE. So you cast it once, like it worked on retail, and everything in a certain radius instantly gets the dot. That might feel a little bit better. My personal preference would be an increasing crit damage modifier. Each time you crit, you get a stack, and it increases over time with a very short cooldown. There are probably so many levers we could pull for just PvE to make Boomkins feel better. I just don't know what what the right one is.
They need to do something desperately because it's literally a caster meta, and they're the second worst spec. Well,
In the game.
they're the second worst spec in the game, not including frost mages. But literally, the top DPS are warlock, fire mage, priest, elemental shaman, arcane mage. Before you get to any melee, not including melee hunter, of course.
Yeah.
So if
then you go through all the melee, and then you get to a Boomkin. It's like, what the hell?
How do all the other casters prosper? So clearly the fights suit casters because of the armor, blah 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 blah. But somehow boomies are so bad that they're worse than nerfed melee. So,
but it's not a surprise as well, right? Like the Moonkin toolkit is so bad. It really is so bad that we have one more talent point that increases our damage. So for the next 20 levels, when they do come out, there's nothing that really improves outside of what we have to rely on from the runes. And the runes haven't really got that much of a scaling feature to them at this point.
Well, like, don't the isn't it in like the Boomkin balanced talent tree that it's like you have increased damage with 200 or something ridiculous like that?
Increased with what? Sorry.
Well, like 200, like increased damage with 200 or something ridiculous. That's like not like really Boomkin associated whatsoever.
If you're thinking the crit modifier, as Kev saying, then yeah, that's in. But mages have gotten that in a rune as well.
He's talking about natural weapons with increased physical damage.
Oh, natural weapons. Okay, so if you're talking about natural weapons, look, we don't use melee weapon. We haven't in the past.
Like a pointless talent is what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
you know what I'm saying. Like your toolkit, like there's so much like your stuff in the talent tree. Like you were talking about your natural toolkit's not really that great to begin with. And like I said, like I'm just pointing out like there's like talents where
Talents
it's like
don't support it either. Yeah, you're
you
right.
support 200s, which is just like a waste of a thing. Do you know what I mean? So it's like it needs a bit more, a bit more love.
Yeah, it's 10% physical damage is increased, but of course we do none. In phase 1, we were meleeing in between all of our instant casts, which allowed us to get 5% increased damage. But we're not going to be doing instant casts in phase 2 because they're not better than taking advantage of the eclipse buff. And so everything kind of just thematically feels all over the place.
I think they could go, like they've shown that they're willing to tweak a talent tree like they did with Shadow Form. I think they could just do something as basic bitch as like the Boomkin talent. If you hard commit to being a chicken and when you're in chicken form or whatever, you do X amount more damage with your actual filler spells like Wrath and shit like that. Because that's the problem at the moment with casters, is anything that's not a rune is actually pretty dog shit to press in comparison to what you get from a rune. So if they just made your Wraths hit harder and had a perk to casting them a bit more, other than I'm assuming that's what works with Eclipse, isn't it? You cast, I can't remember.
Yeah, well, it gives your Wraths 30% crit, and it gives your Starfire increased reduced cast time, which both are good. They're both fine. But there's nothing that I think the real trick is you have to have whatever it is going to be coming out of Moonkin form. So when you're in Moonkin form, you get all of this extra damage. Because right now there is no difference between a Resto Druid and a Moonkin. Like they're basically the same thing. Yet Resto Druids get more utility and the Boomkin gets nothing as a trade-off. One feels great, one feels horrible. So I don't know. I'd love to sit down and talk about it for hours because I probably could. And I recognize that there are other things to talk about with Druid. So, for example, if we shift to bears, the change, the biggest problem for bears was that the rune Berserk made them pick Mangle instead of Lacerate. And so them fixing that, I think, puts bears in a
some
fantastic spot again.
very positive changes for bears. It seems unreal.
Yeah, I don't think... I really don't think Ferals are complaining. I don't think Resto Druids are complaining. I don't think bears are complaining. I mean, my personal view is that Resto Druid is a little too strong at the moment with wild growth, and not enough of their toolkit is being used.
Oh, it's insane. Trying to kill one. Oh.
But yeah, the problem child of a Boomkin is still there, and I'm kind of looking at a Rep Paladin thinking, I wonder if they're feeling the same way.
We should say what the bear changes were. What they've done. Fuck, you'll have to help me out. The something now hits 3 targets. Lacerate. Yeah. And your swipe does more damage now, scaling with AP. Is that right?
I believe so. Yep.
Yeah. So bear druids really needed a hand. They got it. That's fantastic.
Don't you mean a paw?
Sorry.
Don't you mean a paw? The bears.
You kill me.
They're all night, folks. They're all night.
Resto Druid's fun. It really is just wild growth.
Would you say it was a simple bare necessity?
Oh my god, what is happening to this podcast? This used to be a place for good, intelligent people to relax. What's happening? No, I love it. Thank you, Mike.
You're right though, Hunk. It's just wild growth, and it'd be great if you were incentivized to go back to casting your rejues, regrowths, and Nourish basically takes the place of Healing Touch as well. Although I think it's a little weak, but yeah, the 2 new runes have replaced the entire toolkit of a druid.
I was checking out the healing logs before we got on this morning, and yeah, like the top performing druids in Nomar in the world have like 91% wild growth healing, and the rest of their healing is just healing touch. So I'm guessing
bandages.
That's a healing touch or something.
It'll be the free,
Fury of the Storm Rage one. Yeah.
The free procking healing touch.
Yeah, so it's just pressing wild growth forever, and they're solo healing the run or some shit. Like
To be fair, have you pressed Wild Growth? It feels very good.
Oh, it feels awesome. Yeah, it feels awesome.
Like I don't hear them actually complaining about it. Like Hunk says, Druid's fun. So it's like, oh, it's fucking
Druid healing is fun.
Druid healing is a blast.
It's never really like had a major problem, particularly in a solo healing environment in Classic, where you could get value out of HOTS. Like even regrowth, like people shit on regrowth a lot. But if you can get value out of the hot portion, it can be useful for like kind of allowing you to get some more mana regen out of the 5-second rule. But with regrowth, its efficiency and its rate of healing is really good.
Yeah.
They're all the whole toolkit is built around wild growth now. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. There are a few things that are a little odd, like giving living seed to druids in the 25 bracket. I don't think anyone has picked it up to use yet, because there's no value until you have the regrowth crit talent, and you don't have the mana pool to sustain that anyway. So it probably should have been a level 60 rune coming in then, and something else to be there on the chest slot, or leave the chest slot empty with only 3.
All right, I'll jump in. Let's not turn this into Druid cast as much as Wonder would love that.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's move on. I want to just raise this next one. Galley Boy, you've been, all pent up. You're ready to unleash your charged rage without holding back. Say all of the words about this Shaman Maelstrom quest line that you've wanted to say.
Oh, I was gonna say I'm ready to unleash like a Maelstrom weapon proc. So, early on, terrible. I have since completed it, and to be honest, I don't know why I completed it. I'm healing, so, and I'm not gonna mess around with heal hands just yet. Maybe eventually, but I have it. I'm going for the completionist runes. I'm doing my 2-handed one right now as we speak. But that quest early on was terrible. Having an RNG drop off an RNG mob spawn is not cool. I get you want to send us around, kill elementals. That's fine. That's cool. But holy shit, in the beginning it was so bad. So they've since decreased the amounts needed, and I think increased the drop rates. And honestly, I think they've increased the spawn rates, at least in Desolus, because it was a world of difference when I went early on, and then when I finished it up earlier this week, there were tons of wind elementals. So they may have even boosted those up, or maybe I just got lucky. I don't know. Fun quest now, but before, Fuck that.
Well, I'm a bit confused. I would have thought, like, I think the criticism is very justified. I would have thought they would have learnt from the first phase not to go down this path, because didn't you guys have to deal with the motive fucking elemental rage or whatever?
Oh, you're saying you bitched about
Yeah,
that one
I
more than
massively
think.
bitched
That one
about
was
that
terrible.
on fucking
That one
Twitter.
was-
I went like, this thing should not be a thing. And that was nothing compared to this version that you got, where like the phase 2 thing was the phase 1 thing on steroids.
Yeah, I agree. I personally didn't have a whole lot of issues with Earthshield, and that kind of sucks because we don't even use Earthshield right now. So that kind of sucked going through that. And another thing is that if you were in a group, you couldn't loot them like together, I think. And same thing with the Herzik staff. If there's 2 shamans killing Herzik to get the staff, only one person can loot it. And I frickin' flew all the way back to Zorm Strand and realized I didn't have the damn staff in my bag, so I had to go all the way back and kill him. So the shared stuff, not sharing, is kind of anti grouping. Which, I mean, I know some some quest items are like that, and some are shared, whatever. But I assumed the Maelstrom ones followed that as well, where you couldn't do it in a group, so you were gonna just do it solo.
I don't remember that much feedback from a quest in a long time. Shamans were not happy those first few days of phase 2. Have they changed it now?
Yes, and it's better. You needed 10 essences from different elementals in the world, from Desolus, what's the Dustwallow Marsh, and
Badlands,
the rock elementals. Yeah. I had really, really good luck with the rock elementals. And then Dustwallow Marsh, the thing is these elements share spawns, at least in Desolus and in Dustwallow, with other mobs. So sometimes they won't even be there unless people are killing the other mobs, or you're killing the other mobs to get them to have a chance to spawn. And then the drop chance isn't even 100%. But the thing is the quest chain's really freaking cool. It's spoiler alert, but you bring all these essences back and you make a potion to drink this that saves you from a storm, and then you go kill a boss. It's cool. You get a good bracer reward from it if you didn't farm out your Warsong Gulch, which I didn't. So there was really good bracers. Cool quest line, but that early one was just god awful.
Mate, there's a lot of chat in the Shaman channel in the Countdown to Classic Discord. I can't keep up. You guys are so passionate, and you're very, very smart players. You're all over what's going on with that class, as opposed to us rogues who are just, the whole rogue channel is just stab, ha ha, funny. I'm joking. Mike and Ubiquitous obviously give great feedback, but what the fuck is going on with the Shaman? What are you guys up, down about? Like, you've been all this chat about fucking the actual rollout of Maelstrom weapon, fucking, we get it now when we get hit. Oh wait, that's a bug. They're gonna fix it. Like, what's the story?
I think I'm the only Shaman in here. So I'm playing Resto, so I'm not too up to date with all these, big brain DPS players who are looking for efficiency. I just press my chain heal. And hope people stay alive. But they're changing a bunch of stuff with enhancement, because just like last phase, it's pretty lacking in DPS and PvE. So Maelstrom is getting some changes. I think they're kind of wanting to pigeonhole us into using certain imbues on our weapons. So because right now I'm pretty sure the meta is to just run double Rockbiter.
Right.
Double Rockbiter is crazy threat,
yeah,
and you get the benefit of Sham Rage, which is really nice to get a free mana bar every minute.
Right, and now they're pushing you to use Flame Tongue, and I think this is like a pseudo buff for tanks in a way.
Right. So Flame Tongue on the offhand and Wind Fury weapon on the main hand, I think, is what the desire is.
Right.
Yeah, it really depends on what you're using. So if you're using a two-hander, you just go Wind Fury. But if you're using the dual wield specialization rune, they're really encouraging you to go Lava Lash, which helps proc off your the Fire Tongue weapon on your offhand.
I read that as like let's stop all these fucking enhanced DPS players doing double rock biter and the tank can never hold threat and has to taunt on cooldown.
Yeah, thank fuck. That was so annoying. I don't know how it survived this long without just getting a nerf like to its threat when you are ruined to being a DPS shaman. It should have like decreased the threat gen or some shit.
Yeah, well, I'm not too worried about that now. At phase 1, it was definitely good to have the double rock biter because you didn't have your full toolkit, so you were mainly focusing on your white melee damage. So having the double rock biter was a huge DPS increase, considering.
Oh, it was the right play for DPS. It was just dumb that, like Josh said, it was literally untankable in comparison.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, it seems really weird. They've given us these two-handed weapon runes, and then they're sort of like hinting that we should be using the dual wield, and it's sort of like they've kind of got both foot, like their foot in both pools of water. But yeah, they really are trying to. What I got from that tooltip, it was like you should be really using Wind Fury in your main hand and your fiery weapon on your offhand, and that's what you should be doing.
Anything on? Sorry, you go, mate.
I think I stuck my head in the Shaman Discord yesterday, so I think it's like new information.
Are you okay? Did you make it out in good health?
I got in covert, looked at pins, and dipped. Didn't read any chat whatsoever. And I think they were saying that two-hander is going to perform like 10% worse, which is close enough that those weirdos that like that fucking playstyle can use it and not feel like an absolute burden.
Yeah, that's close enough.
Fucking
10%, not that noticeable.
Take that, two-handers.
Well, that's the thing. I kind of like it because at the moment, the two-handed weapon from the Blood Moon event is really easy to get. So get that, gives me a good DPS to get into Nomagon. I get my 2 one-handed weapons from Nomagon, and I get that damage increase bonus, and it keeps the class fresh because you're swapping from a two-handed to 2 one-handers.
Oh no, Shock, this is where you got to say you're a two-handed enthusiast and make it awkward with Ubiquitous.
Oh, look, if it's awkward for him, it's awkward for me.
We'll move on quickly, but anything quickly on the positive minus notes with Resto Galley?
It feels really fun. I don't think it's getting a whole lot of love from the players, and maybe it's just I know even someone said Arresto Shaman rare
being slept on.
We're out here. I enjoy it. I do think it's missing some kind of instant heal, and Power Surge. So Power Surge is our belt rune that we can run. It is again. That I guess would be the de facto healing rune compared to Maelstrom Up or Fire Nova. You put Flame Shock on your target, so we have to kind of do a little bit of upkeep, which is fine. It gives us something to do, and you can get an instant chain heal, chain lightning, or lava burst. So obviously, I use the chain heal. So that feels okay when it does proc, but it's rare. That also had some issues where if you were casting a chain heal, for example, and you got your Power Surge proc, it would eat it, but that's been changed, so that feels a whole lot better. I have yet to heal with a priest as well, so maybe there'd be some real good synergy there. But I've done a Resto Druid and then with a mage my first run in Nomer, and it was good, so I'm enjoying it.
Can I say, surely, I'll put my balls on the line. There is a fucking 0% chance you guys don't get Riptide at some stage through this game.
Agreed. I think it's coming, and it's fine that we don't have it now. We have Chain Heal now, so it's cool. But yeah.
Happy days. All right. We didn't really talk about Ellie. Do anything. I don't want to spend too long on every class, but Ellie slaps. It's fun, right?
Ellie is pumping right now. Yeah.
All right.
Ellie's good. I'm surprised more people don't use it, to be honest. I think everyone just really wanted to use the totem and just bonk people.
Story of Hunk's life. All right, let's move on. Quick, fuck. I don't know. Not all the classes are going to take too long, guys. Ubiquitous Rogues, real quick. Please, Shadow Step off the GCD. Do it, please, please.
Yeah, off the GCD. It feels so bad being on there to Shadow Step to someone, and because they're not a monkey, they can just react and like hodge you. So it's like, cool, I've Shadow Step to my own death. This feels fantastic. When they're on 10% HP and you're just trying to shadow step to get a finisher. It's not on the GCD in any other version that it's existed. I don't know if it's a vanilla thing or they thought it was balanced, but that's shit. Redirect.
Get it off the GCD, please. Again.
Toss. Not good threat.
Let's have the serious comment. Like, this is actually a quick, serious conversation. A Gren came out the other day with a great tweet about tanking in the game, and I very much agreed with much of what he was putting out there. He was like, look, we might actually even wind up nerfing some of the tank abilities right now across all classes because we don't want Season of Discovery to turn into retail tanking. This is not you press one button and you've got, unrippable threat on a fucking pack of mobs. We don't want this game to turn into AoE every dungeon down in fucking a couple of pulls. This is, we're leaning more on the vanilla side of things where you've got a tank that does their fucking best to rally up aggro on 2 or 3 mobs, and if you've got a 5-pack, your group might have to deal with 1 or 2 of those mobs maybe hitting someone who's not the tank. And you know what? That's okay. That's vanilla dungeons. That's what people generally know and love. And Season of Discovery has got this strange mix of a player base where we do have a lot of retail players, a lot of modern players playing Season of Discovery and loving it, and that's fantastic. But we do have a bit of a clash between really old school tanking or really old school dungeon ethos versus newer ones. And people are sort of having to reconcile now with how do you really feel about aggro and tanking in dungeons in your MMOs. I'm okay with what Agrend is saying. I'm totally down with that. I think that's a good thing to do. Lean more classic than modern with this particular mechanic. Great. Threat should matter. I agree. Having said that, I do think Shuriken Toss still needs a little... I said straight away as soon as I've used it, I've gone, maybe 50% more threat on this bad boy. I don't want the ability to turn into one button and I've fully established threat on 5 mobs. Eat shit, nerds. These are mine. But the problem is right now they do so little threat that any attack from any player on one of those mobs you've Shuriken tossed will rip threat. As opposed to like Molten Blast feels like if I rip off a Molten Blast... most of those mobs could probably still take a whack or 2 from someone else and I've still got it, but maybe a 3rd whack I'd have to taunt it back. But Shuriken Toss, like great, if the healer heals they might not get threat, but any offensive ability I've lost threat straight away. It's a little bit balked.
They definitely will pull with literally anything again. Like, like you're saying, all we wanted was something where 1 tick of a renew wouldn't pull threat off, and I'm pretty sure it does still.
Right.
So it genuinely, not exaggerating, it puts about on average 75 threat on a target. I've just mutilated a mob on my level 28 fucking rogue not wearing a tank rune and it generates 280 threat. So, that's with the tank mod that it's giving you 80 threat. It is non-existent, nothing. To fix it so that it stays in his lane of, you can't just spam it. Fuck me, quadruple its threat and put it on a 6-second cooldown then, or a 10-second cooldown. I don't care. And I just want to use it so that the priest that's a Malaka fucking cast bubble on me while we're line of sighting all the ads. They're all going to beeline it straight past me for him. Like, it just needs to be, and mind you, like, it's not even good for pulling trash because it's so fucking dangerous.
Yeah, because it goes halfway across the instance. I'm with you. I mean, and I'm trying not to sound like, I'm not the rogue player who's asking for the world here, but like, that's the challenge, is stay within the bounds of a Gren's ethos there, which I very much so agree with, but also like I still feel like there is leeway for buffing this ability without breaking those rules that he set. It is very lackluster.
I will shout out, I'm going to pronounce it as T-Zigo, or Zigo. He's kind of like the rogue tank guru in Simon's Discord, and he's actually put a really good write-up on the Reddit. And he's given about 5-6 points with potential solutions rather than it just being a big old bitch fest like the average Redditor. It's a really good read. It explains everything. Like, Waylay is, the bosses are immune to it, so we literally can't even thunderclap bosses like other tanks can.
Hmm.
For some reason, they're immune to waylay. Roll with the punches is kind of nice, but yeah, the biggest shitters are probably redirect having to be used within melee range, and I mean anything else. I mean off tanking. I think we're doing okay damage wise. Like I'm pretty happy to be middle of the pack in an anti melee setting, but they've literally just given us mutilate rogue from Wrath, but even more boring because the bosses have such high armor. We don't even want to cast slice and dice anymore. You just press mutilate, and venom, and you press that regardless of whether you get refunded energy, refunded a combo point. It doesn't matter. Mutilate, and venom. Mutilate, and venom, and you press that from the start of Noma till the end. You can slice and dice on the first two because they have lower armor. But like at least in Wrath, I fucking maintain hunger for blood, and if there's not someone putting a bleed up for me, then I would have to put a rupture up for myself to get hunger for blood up, and you're looking at your glove timer and your haste pots and your trinket procs. There's none of that to even fucking look at in Classic because they don't exist. It's just 2, 2, 3 on my bars forever.
Yep.
It's actually kind of boring. It's just, I guess I'm not that hypercritical about it because I just like Rogue that much and Dagger Rogue. So that's probably a criticism of the actual fun per second that people like to measure. But otherwise, it's not too bad.
I'm just glancing over that Reddit post now, and that is a fantastic post. That's my upvote.
Not to hijack it or anything, go back to Shamans,
Yeah,
but
mate.
now that we've got that Alpha rune, it definitely does help out with threat generation for especially like other classes. But I kind of wish they didn't remove the stackable effect. I had so much fun leveling it up in doing the dungeon farms and just chucking on a warrior and they just get all the threat. It was fantastic.
I just to take one point from this Reddit post, I think it is fair to say, like, even though I'm having fun with my rogue tank, don't get me wrong, I think it is fair to sit down and have a serious conversation about, like, what is the roadmap for this new spec. That's the great takeaway from this point that he's making for me, where it's like, okay, we had faith in you in phase 1 that this was going somewhere, but now we're in phase 2. Almost the waters, whilst some things have been addressed, the waters seem muddier than ever as a what our role in the grand scheme of things is.
Yeah, I don't really know. Like, everyone just keeps saying it's fine to be a niche tank, but I mean, is it really fine to be a niche tank without dual spec yet?
Talk to me about DPS, mate, and the Noma poison thing maybe not being a big deal at all. I just got to go check on the dogs. Give me 1 sec.
I don't think... So the only melee that would actually genuinely play worse now is Warrior, because they generate less rage, so they press less buttons. Energy don't give a fuck. It just ticks till the end of time, and you're going to press the same amount of buttons regardless. It's just that the numbers are smaller on your white hits.
I mean, the higher the armor, the less incentive we have to hit slice and dice, so it makes our rotation less annoying. So it does affect our gameplay.
But we're not pressing less in terms of cast per minute. So that's what I mean.
But I mean,
Warriors are literally just not doing anything because they have no rage.
Yeah, I get that, but like it still does affect our gameplay, as in it affects our rotation. Where it's like if the armor of the boss is high enough, then it's not worth pressing slice and dice.
Yeah, I don't really see that as much of a fun loss. Like, maintaining slice and dice is once every 30 seconds or whatever it is. So it's not the biggest deal in the world that we're not pressing that in comparison to not generating enough rage to press anywhere near as many buttons. But I'm kind of surprised. Like, they've got it right, because we're in the middle of the pack, kind of like where you would have wanted us to be. But the nerfs are only 20% reduction, like in poison and bleed damage. I thought they were going to be much more brutal and like 50% fucking reduction in how much damage was dealt. But they seem to have gotten it right, because Rogue and Warrior is just there in the middle of the pack, and I'm pretty much fine to be there for a phase, I guess.
But you demand to be back at the top, in the not too long future.
It's Rogue's good because we can exceed in particular scenarios if there's cleave windows and stuff, and that's a lot of the fun to do with Rogue, is that, like, you know, you go deep combat and you've got Adrenaline Rush and Blade Flurry, which we don't use this phase because the poison armor, even with its reduction, is worth too much. And Envenom is nature damage, so it bypasses armor altogether. That's like the fun of the class, where literally we will be the best on a fight that lasts 30 seconds and you get to cleave two things for half that time. We'll wipe the floor with most specs, but then on any other fight, you're just an ordinary Joe. I don't really mind that.
All right. Anything else we need to discuss with Rogues, or are we all good?
Buff Saber Slash, please. I do not like Mutilate just being so clearly so much better than Saber Slash. Mutilate has basically just. I knew Saber Slash was clearly better than Mutilate before, but we've just swapped now, and I would like Rogue to have more than one viable play style, because now it's like all the loot in Nomer is all these non-daggers. There's a couple daggers, but like now I just see all these other weapons, and I'm just like, why would I bother?
No, I agree with this. I agree with this completely, Mike. And we were talking about this straight away as soon as Phase 2 launched, where, well, you know, as soon as we noticed the Mutilate change, where, don't get me wrong, the Mutilate change is amazing. It changed the game for Rogue tanks. It's a fantastic, you know, fun ability now to hit. You know, if people want to cry nerf, then fucking nerf it, whatever. But utility, like, the utility of it now feels good. But the problem with it is, and I'm sure there are other runes with other classes and specs that have done the same thing, it's completely deleted 4 runes from the game. There are 5 runes on that hand slot, 4 of which now are completely obsolete because Mutilate hits that fucking hard. Like, you're griefing yourself if you don't take Mutilate. So now, all that fun we had discovering all these runes in Phase 1, go and get your Saber Slash, go and get your Shiv, all that shit, they don't fucking matter because they don't exist anymore. Because if you're tanking, you're DPSing, get Mutilate, baby. And I was saying it to Tim the other day, I was like, it is a shame to have runes so powerful that they just completely invalidate choice.
It's hard because, like, look at Classic in 2019. I think Dagger Rogues made up like 10% of the total Rogue population. Do you know how much worse Backstab was than Sword Combat off the top of your head?
No.
It was about 1.1% difference. But that is enough that 90% of the player base will go, fuck that, let me compete with Warriors and Sword.
But I know, are you kind of going down this is Zaryu's favorite retort, which is there's always going to be a meta. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like, kind of. Like, I'm saying it should be there. I agree that it should be there, but it won't, like... I know Mike is a through and through Sword enjoyer, and he would play it if it was 2% worse. But it's just hard to... It's one of the... It's kind of... It sounds bad, but it's like, how much is it worth the effort to make swords on par for fuck all anyone to even change to it, because it's still not better?
I agree with what you're saying, but I've always had an issue, and like I said, you hear Zaryu say this all the time, and it's not just him. Everyone always goes, there will always be a meta, there will always be a meta. How do you fight the fact that there will always be a meta? My pushback to that has always been like, yeah, there will always be a meta, and I get that sweats will always, like, you can't avoid having the thing that's going to be 0.5% better than the other, and thus theoretically always defeating choice. I get that. Like, one of these runes in all of these slots will always push you to an output that is 0.5% to 1% better, and thus theoretically defeats choice. I get that, but there's a 1% difference, and then there's a much larger than 1% difference. And, like, you're always going to have players... I respect that a large portion of the player base will be slaves to the meta and say, well, I'll just do the meta, and so I don't have choice because this is technically the best. But then there is, I think, a reasonably significant chunk of the player base that aren't meta slaves that'd be like, look... As long as everything is somewhat close, I don't give a fuck about damage as much as I do playstyle. Like, for me, for example, if you made Shiv and Envenom combo, like Shiv by itself be like decent with the Envenom combo and everything, like, I love the Shiv and Venom playstyle. I fucking love it. If you made that just do like, I don't know, 3, 4, 5% less damage than Mutilate, I mean, maybe it does right now and I'm cooked, but like, I'd take it and be like, I don't give a fuck about the damage on the meter. I just want to have fun in the way I press my buttons. That's me. And that now opens up choice. You don't have to have one-to-one comparison. So I'm kind of like, yeah, there will always be a meta, but you don't always have to be a meta fuckwit unless the difference is so great that you really are forced to be. Do you know what I mean?
Which is what Mutilate is at right now.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
buff
but
Saver Slash.
It's one of those. It's like Mike wasn't saying buff Mutilate last phase because Swords was good and he didn't. He didn't give a fuck about the other take.
I did. It is on record. I said to buff
Oh,
daggers.
here we go. What have you done?
On record.
What have you done, you
Like
bitches?
it's just one of those. I'm just of the opposite where I was happy to play Saber Slash last phase because it's like, and then it's just cool for change. Like I almost feel like it's nicer that they shepherd us to try a new weapon slot for a phase. Otherwise, you will just play Swords for 4 years again, over. In and out, just Sword enjoyer forever. I like being told, no, go play something else for one phase. I like being told that from the meta. So
I feel like you're missing the point. I want both to be good. I want to have
I understand that. I'm just saying that it doesn't really bother me that it's not as much as it's bothered you guys, I guess.
Direct quote from Mike.
Yeah.
Fuck daggers and the people who play.
I heard him say that. Mike was he was in a conversation with us when I wasn't recording, and he said nothing but swords should be usable in this game for rogues. I remember hearing it.
That's exactly what he said.
Mike. Oh, he left. Oh, Mike. Oh. He'll be genuinely upset. Oh, Mike, I'm sorry. We're joking.
Sorry, Mike. We love you.
If you want to move on, the only thing I have left to say is I'd actually be more keen for them to have a more diverse finisher meta than the actual weapon meta.
Yeah.
Just in Venom rules. If they want to get crazy, they could make Eviscerate relevant just for once in like its entire fucking existence ever. It could be good with a rune, and that would be fun to experience for once.
I'm having to text Mike that we love him. Hey, Scotty. How you going, mate? Scotty, by the way, I don't know if you're fucking just kicking back, but if you want to join, you're more than welcome to, mate. Please don't be shy. What class do we need to cover next? Hunk, what are you playing these days?
Oh, I'm playing Arresto Druid.
Oh, that's right. We did you. Who have we not done? Locke. Who's playing? Is anyone playing a Warlock here? Oh, no. Voodoo, you're going to have to jump in voice chat if you want your beloved Warlocks talked about. Or Husky. Yeah. This is the problem. If you cunts want your classes talked about, you better fucking pick up the telephone. I'll tell you that
Hand
much.
up, Husky. Get in here.
Yeah, get in here.
Voodoo.
You fucking cowards.
Husky and Voodoo.
Is that, yeah, I think you should do Lock because the Dark Horse has revealed itself down the straight in the last 24 hours. They are fucking destroying meters.
Yeah. No, see you, Kef Tank, mate. You've been around for years. You know I love you. You know I hate you. We'll see you on the next one, mate. Fucking, what are we doing? Where are they here? Are the Locks jumping in or not? Okay, there he is, Voodoo. He said, fuck you all. If I don't say something, the devs will never hear this shit. Husky's in as well. All right, the Locks have arrived. They said, fuck the lot of you. Voodoo, mate, how are you?
Good, mate. How you going?
Good. Husky, mate, how are you? Is he here? Is he accept? You got to accept the invite, Husky. You got to press the button. There's a multi-step process to all of this, my friend.
Vetting situation.
He's there. He is.
We're going to come from different angles here too. We're two different Locks.
Oh, beautiful, Husky. How are you, mate?
I'm good, brother. I'm good.
That's the way. Now everyone's going to be a bit confused. He does sound a lot like Hunk, but it's not Hunk. So, all right.
Come on now.
I was going to say I'm hearing double here.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the fuck?
He's the hunk you've got at home.
It's the oral.
What did we say? I'm the Pepsi and he's the Coke.
That's the way. It's the oral three-way you never knew you wanted. Now, look, Voodoo, let's start with you, mate. Talk to me about the pluses and minuses of Warlock in this phase. How's it felt?
Look, I don't play anywhere near meta, so I only play Affliction. I found it was really good for leveling, but I'm more of a PvP guy, and in PvP, sucks. It's terrible.
Why do you say that?
Just I think with the just how quick you're getting blown up. Like obviously I'm just a dotter, so by the time I've even got any dots out, I'm pretty much gone. So it just doesn't feel viable unless I've got John with me. I'm really not viable in any PvP at the moment.
All right, so my question here, having played no Warlock, having no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, I realise that Stam has been an issue outside of the STV event, but I hear Warlock and I think, and shoot me down on all these points, mate, I hear Warlock and I think, well, hang on, mate, you've got Stam as a Warlock, you've got your Void Sack, you've got your Hellstones, like, surely you're living the dream, but you're saying that's not so.
Unless you're going into, like, Warsong Gold, for example, unless you're going in with a full bag of stones, it's just not viable.
Full bag of stones, name of Hunk's biography. Fucking rightio. So, what was that? You want to defend yourself?
Fucking shades this morning.
So much shade. So much. Well, now I know I can fake your voice by getting Husky on a call. We're going to stitch you up sometime.
God.
Now, so what else can we say, Voodoo?
I didn't notice the stand buff at all. It really hasn't helped me out in any sense. With the builds, I think, especially with your Void, you're sacrificing your Succubus for your Void if you want to have that shield as well. And even then, it's kind of like it's taking one global for someone to get through it anyway.
All right, Husky, let's turn to you, mate. How about you?
Well, everyone in the guild would know I fucking hate STV with a passion. I got the gear that I got, and I'm never going back again. So I've got my ring, got my cloak. I'll never go back.
Do you think that
I'm not really a PvPer?
Was that purely okay? So you're not really a PvPer. Do you think it was skewed a little bit as well by the fact that you were playing a Warlock and you felt a bit funny in there, or what?
Well, skewed by the fact because I guess you could say I'm a meta monkey. I am playing the meta Warlock spec, but it's because I'm a raider. But we're just so disadvantaged in STV with the lack of, like, you can't summon your pet, you can't go in meta form because you're getting banished every 5 seconds by other Warlocks, and then you're getting mind controlled for up to 5 minutes because it's stupid. So you can't play in meta form either. Stamina, the 30%, I don't even notice it. Was still getting one shot by Priest Shadow Word Death through my Shadow Ward. So it was weird. It was weird PvP STV. But from a rating point of view, I love it. I love where I'm at. We know we're top of the DPS at the moment. There's probably some sort of nerf coming. I don't know what it would be, but there's probably something coming. You're
not getting plugged by Shadow Word Death anymore after fucking the Viking funeral that we held for it about an hour ago.
No, that's right. So who knows? Maybe if they let me summon my pet before death, then maybe I will try it again. But not being able to summon in the the 20-second invulnerability and then 10 seconds summon to get a pet out. Any pet doesn't matter. Because it could be Imp, could be Succubus, could be Voidy. It doesn't really matter, but you can't get it out. It's just simple as that.
Outside of STV, how's it felt?
Good. I don't know why. I don't know why I played Shadow to start with. I played Shadow through phase 1, and then into phase 2, I was leveling in Shadow, and then as soon as I switched to Fire, it's completely different gameplay, and I love it. Raiding, as you saw the other night when we were raiding together, I feel like I was, I'm in greens and shit. Like I'm not even pre-raid BIS. I don't even have BFD gear. And I was, second on the meters, so...
Mate, as a tank, I don't look at the meters anymore. It's too depressing. No, there was... You
two
pumping.
passes.
Yeah, exactly. I got my single-digit passes. I don't know. Fucking hell. Mate, you definitely got some production there in fucking Gnomrigon the other night. I mean, obviously, we'll get to the guy who had the number 1 slot, that fucking Malay Hunter, in a little bit. But outside of all that, do you have any notes on Warlocks for Phase 2? Any little quality of life changes or any gripes that you've got at this point?
Quicker
From a
Pet channels.
yeah, probably that's probably the biggest thing is just the pets you just need them faster. And I know you can. I think if you go down the demo tree, I think you can talent into it as well. But well, you used to be able to. I don't know. I haven't even looked at demo, so I wouldn't have a clue. But
We rely so heavily on pets, so it's to have that to have that prep time in any, I suppose, even like raiding or PvP. At the moment, we just don't get that time.
How do you feel? And I'm not saying this to be prickly, but like to play devil's advocate, if I were to sit here in the position of like the dev team and say something to you, Voodoo, in retort, like, oh, well, vanilla friction. That's, sometimes it's the annoying little things about vanilla that produce the magic. So eat your 10-second cast. What would you say to that?
What can I say to that?
You tell me to go fuck myself.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, the lock all round plays well, and I'll always love it. It's just those small quality of life things that just to make us a little bit more in the action. It's literally just prep time. Like we need nearly 3 or 4 stones each fight, so that takes a good 30 seconds to prep.
How about you, Husky? Any things you'd love to go to the ears of the devs about wants or needs for locks moving forward?
No, I think to what Voodoo said, I think we're very pet reliant, and yeah, that prep time does kill us. I mean, I lost my pet that many times in the raid the other night. I'm sitting there for 10 seconds casting it while everyone else is still doing DPS. So there is that sort of thing, but I think I'm happy with it. I like
happy with your runes in phase 2.
I'm really happy with the runes. When I first saw the list of runes, I'm sitting there going, "Fucking hell, Warlock's got nothing." But then when you put them on and you're stacking stamina and intellect on your pets, and you're getting extra spell power, it's actually pretty cool. And I don't think there's anything in there that you sit there and go, "Fuck, that's overpowered."
Yeah.
Or I don't.
Yeah, it all fits in nicely, I think.
Everything just, it's like I don't want to say it, but it's like the Warlock has got like a really good mix of perfect, if that makes sense. Like everything just gels nicely. Nothing's overpowered, nothing's underpowered. I think from a class point of view, I think it's very well done at the moment.
All right, you heard it here first. Nerf Warlocks. All right, beautiful. Yeah, everyone write your mail to Husky when the nerf comes in. Beautiful, you've done it, man.
Directly at fault for any Warlock nerfs coming. I don't think so. Like I said, it was a good spot. I think I don't think they don't.
We can't have that, mate.
At all.
No, yeah, we can't have that.
Got to nerf that into the ground.
Yeah, in a good spot to nerf.
I would be happy for them to not do anything with pets and cast times and preparation if they don't touch anything else.
Yeah, if anything, increase the cast time on pets. I mean.
Yeah, that's right. Give us 20 seconds. Don't touch anything else. Give us 20-second cast time.
Fucking make it like I'm downloading a movie in 2003. Fucking 18-hour cast time. Let's do this. All right, boys. We'll move on from Warlocks. Bunzo, what are you playing?
Oh, I'm playing that dirty melee hunter y'all talking
Oh, beautiful. That's exactly where I wanted to go next. Mate,
you scumbag.
The running joke in our raid the other day was as we experienced the Melee Hunter phase 2 for the first time, we had this guy, this rando we picked up who was just like, to be honest, was just carrying our raid. Like he was doing double the overall damage of everyone else almost. We had a lot of fun with it, but one of the ongoing jokes through the raid was, enjoy your 3 seconds that you get this power. How are you feeling with it? And is the looming nerf hanging over your head bothering you?
I'm pretty complex on it, to be honest. I tried to join the podcast where you were doing the phase 2 predictions. I just didn't have time. But the whole Rexar melee roleplay, that's what I've wanted from Hunter since 2004. So I kind of no-lifed the beginning of the phase. I took Friday off because I had the time and had no excuse not to. I was in the Hunter Discord. We were,
sharing clues, going back and forth, trying to find everything. We figure out where melee specialist is. We go, we get it. And if you remember the episode of South Park where they're calling into customer service and complaining, and the guy just sits there and slowly rubs his nipples as people complain to him on the phone, that's kind of what it was like. Yeah, living the dream. And then to see the first meters come out and see it was, way, way, way too high. That was a little bit of a disappointment, but it still felt good. I honestly don't think there will be a nerf, though. Because everybody's already catching up.
That's a big call.
So you don't think they'll bring in a nerf?
No, warriors are only going to get better. They already are. Warlocks are already eclipsing us. We just talked about that. Mages are looking pretty strong. And we are the only pure DPS spec in the game. If anything, our ranged half needs some buffs.
So whatever drugs you're on, I want some. This should be part of the sobriety test when they pull you out of the car in the States and make you. They do three things. They make you walk the straight line. They make you recite the alphabet backwards, and then they ask you whether or not you think Malay hunters should be nerfed in SOD. And if you answer, if you think they are going to be nerfed, if you answer no, they just throw the cuffs on and put you in the back of the paddy wagon.
I do live in the Midwest. We've gotten away with worse.
Well, look, I mean, it's one of those things that I'm glad that they made Malay Hunter, more than playable. I am. My heart soars for the Malay Dreamers, and the fact that this thing slaps is fucking fantastic. I personally disagree. I think the nerf bat is all but coming your way, but it's just a matter of how they roll it out, as opposed to, just flat damage reductions on fucking everything when we talk nerfs. I would rather see more inventive things, kind of like what they did with druids, where you go like, well, why don't we just change the way the damage comes out, or some shit like that. I don't know. We'll wait and see what happens. But
they don't need to reformat their damage though, right? Like some of the damage is just ridiculous.
That's true. That is true. I mean, are you basically just spamming Raptor Strike?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you prioritize flanking because it buffs Raptor's damage, but then Raptor has a chance to reset flanking, and then you can get up to 30% bonus damage on Raptor from flanking. So,
have you PvP'd with it?
It's kind of a joke because we don't have any closing.
Right.
You have to sacrifice the dual wield specialization for trap launcher. The utility in that is just crazy better in PvP. I know I opened up by saying I don't PvP a lot, and then I try it once, and it seems like that's all I've done today. But yeah, you just bring so much to the group with deep survival spec, with entrapment, frost, being able to launch a frost trap. It's just too good.
So it feels weird asking you this, but like, do you have any particular wants, needs, constructive notes on Malay Hunter so far?
On Melee, I think for this phase they probably can't do a whole lot more with it, because I do agree with you. It probably will get a little bit of a nerf to bring them back in line a little bit.
I would have lost it if you'd just deadpanned gone, yeah, one more ability, I think, would have,
I do kind of like the grappling hook that Retail Survival has. It's kind of, it's basically a warrior charge. But that would make them way too strong right now.
I think they've said they're happy. Is that grappling hook that moves you and not the enemy?
I think it pulls you to the enemy.
Yeah. They've said that they're fine with those kinds of abilities, but they don't want to put anything in the game that moves other people for them.
No death grip, basically.
Yeah, no death grip. Yeah. All right. Well, what about? Sorry. Go, Shock.
I was going to say, as playing a enhanced shaman, there's nothing more infuriating to get baited in by a hunter thinking that they're ranged, and then them pulling out their dual wield swords and killing you.
It's like trying to dead zone them, right? You think I'm doing the right thing here, and then you get destroyed.
Yeah. You think, I'm going to get this guy, and then he pulls out his two swords, and you're like, oh no, I've fallen for his trap card, like Yu-Gi-Oh style.
Well, it's now done. You know, it's the repercussions have now been. The ranged hunters are going, well, what about us? And I never thought we'd be in this fucking situation. But here we are with Marksman and Beastmaster or whatever going like, well, hang on, I want to stand at range and I want my fucking range shots to slap as hard as melee. And it's like, everybody just settle down. We fucking, I don't know.
I have to say, though, as playing a hunter in Classic when it re-released earlier, I'm really happy for you guys. I'm really keen to see what they do next. But yeah, really excited to see that the dual wield is actually getting some love and that fantasy actually coming forward.
It's one of those things where like it's really wild, it's really fun, Hunk, but I'm trying to come up with like the movie comp for what SOD is slowly turning into. With like we have to admit that you know, power creep is starting to show up. We have to admit that as we unfurl the roadmap, this game is going to get more and more bonkers. And I'm like, is speed the best example? Is there a bomb on the bus? Like, what are we doing here in terms of DPS? It's hard. Hunk's off taking a shit.
I guarantee you that it's going to be, when we finally get up to the end game raids and Molten Core and Blackwing Lair and all that sort of stuff, it's not going to have the same feel because we'd have different scale. I don't know how they're going to fix that, but I definitely feel like if anyone is going to say, oh, looking forward to those end game raids, expect a little bit of a change. It's not going to have that same feel.
So Hunter's main problem throughout Classic was they had no scaling. Now our pets do scale in SOD, so that's something. But they, you know, in Molten Core, Blackwing Lair, and beyond, they just became a true shot or a buff. That was it. You just had one, maybe two for exposed. Was it exposed weakness? I mean,
I
they had
think
no
most
place.
people just went for the true shot.
Yeah, they just had no place. So I would love to see a marksman buff. I would love to see a Beastmaster buff. I mean, we are the only pure DPS in the game.
I personally would love to see pets get a little bit more love. I know a lot of people say that they're overpowered, but I just mean like abilities wise. It's nice to see the hunters are getting their upgrades and whatnot, but I would like to see like maybe new abilities on the pets. I don't know. Has anyone tried out the gorillas yet? The thunderclap on the gorillas, is that worthwhile?
No, it only does 200. Some people were predicting it would hit for like 2K. You know, with
so it doesn't scale like the oh, that's a shame, because I really would have loved to have seen people running around with gorillas.
Yeah, the Discord on Friday was very on top of that.
Tariak, is it time?
I mean, Josh, might have to clear the schedule because there has been a lot of shit.
Oh my
from
god!
Paladins.
Are we ready? Is this? I actually thought it was going to be a quick one, but I was going to sit here and be like, you got your Art of War buff. You're all happy. What could there possibly be to talk about? But what do I do? Yeah, do I tighten my sphincter? Do I brace for this one? Here we go. Tariak, take us away. What's the deal with Paladins? Are you happy?
More like exceeded expectation. I keep going back to this. It's like all I can really show is just gratitude at like a multitude of levels. Because they like essentially what they done is they basically created a fourth spec. Like we had like the healing mage, all that kind of stuff, phase 1, and now we have like the likes of the shotgun spec come out. We actually have like a dedicated set to this, and this is where I was like, like the one thing I could ask you, Josh, like what was the one thing if I got this I was happy, and that was a 16% spell hit, and we got 17. Not only that, we got an actual set dedicated to the Holy Shock, increases the crit to a plate. That spell damage is like so versatile, especially with Holy Paladins being able to actually use it for solo play, all that kind of shit. So it's literally at that moment in Harry Potter where Dobby gets the sock. You know what I'm saying? It's like we're actually a real deal now. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like there was a bit of the PvP from TBC. It's like that's where it's kind of like Shockton's really kind of like showed up in terms of strength. With the buffs that we have already, you're already talking about the tank. It showed like Shockton showing up in the PvE in terms of a tank, but some of the shit when I'm doing the calculation in terms of endgame, because One thing I have to say as well in terms of the overall balance and all that stuff as well is we already seen what armor values and all that can already have a drastic impact in terms of the order that we already see with the DPS meters now. But you have to remember that all these world buffs, it's like the world buffs alone gives you like 300-400 attack power. The flask is like 150 spell power, which is like Wrath of Lich King levels of like spell power flask. So it's like those consumes are going to become part of the equation as well, especially when it comes into this top 1% all comparison to it as well and all that kind of shit. So it's like take a lot of this with kind of like seeds and kind of like things that can kind of grow into the future. Because, like you mentioned there, Josh, the Art of War. I guess we could start off with that rune. That is kind of spicy as fuck, and you see with the buff that they gave with the mana cost, because you'd get like 2 or 3 of them, and then you'd basically be out of mana. If you're not a tank anyway. And I think the mana reduction that we see on them brings in this whole kind of like two-handed Spelladin / Shockadin possibly as an actual viable PvE DPS. Maybe it might actually shine in terms of that. But already in terms of the tanking, having that as an option in that kind of like the boot section, it's between more damage to more damage reduction to more mana, between like the guarded by the light, which is basically just a permanent divine plea, which is amazing, and then Sacred Shield, doing Sacred Shield just like the absorption effect is very nice. That it's like you're not dependent like with Holy Shield, you're dependent on the block, whereas like with Sacred Shield it's just upfront damage, which is very very nice. I was able to cheese the chicken per se. Pun intended, like in terms of being able to spam flash of light, keeping up the Sacred Shield, and just benefiting from the dot effect or the heal over time effect from that as well. In terms of the belt runes as well, my god, it switches things up so much, because even though, like I said, my one thing that I wanted was the spell hit sorted. Like I always find myself kind of like constantly alternating between this and the Sheath of Light, because on AoE I don't really need the spell hit. I just want more spell power for consecration, obviously. And then even within like introducing the Sheath of Light into this equation as well, I've completely changed the seal that I'm using. I'm now using Seal of Crusader, because that gives me attack power. Because that gives me attack power, that gets turned into spell power, which boosts my consecration damage even more. So I'm not even using the same seals as I used to. They've completely spiced up the game in terms of this paladin dynamic. So it's like this is a whole kind of plot where it's like I can kind of see it, but I don't know if the whole player base sees it. Where it's like this is an avenue where it's quite possible for the paladins to kind of shine down the line as well, particularly as we've seen kind of getting into the later levels as well. And then I just want to kind of trash talk a bit of the Crybaby Rep Paladins, because you know what time it is. Phase 2, of course. Like always, you've seen it in Wrath of Lich King, Crybaby Rep Paladins. Complaining they're not getting enough. But like I kind of said with the Sheath of Light, like giving that spell power feeds into your consecration. So now you have attack power scaling with your consecration. That's another way to look at it. Sheath of Light just gives you more attack power scaling on these spells, essentially. And without consecration, you pretty much have no AoE as a rep on, so I don't know why you're complaining. And then in terms of the other rune, like I said, like the mana issues, permanent divine plea, that your mana issue is completely solved. So I don't know why that's an issue. And you would have said, well, Teriak, I was going to use like mana potions and mana profile consumes and all that bollocks. You have Art of War and all that kind of shit. And like I said, doing the equations on that's where it's like at the moment Art of War not really that spicy. Endgame with all the crit buffs and all that kind of shit you get, very very spicy. And that's before we even, because like I said, you like just giving me a spell hit alone, you could have not given me a single other run after that, I would have been happy. But all this shit is absolutely crazy. I guess I'll kind of finish up. Just one kind of thing I want to mention actually on the quests, because I'm not really a big on a questing kind of guy, but one thing kind of stood out was the Sheath of Light quest line. I think that's probably the best quest line in the game for a multitude of reasons. The story I think is incredible, obviously. But the other thing as well is they call the guy Anus. It's not spelt ANUS. It's like kind of like yeah, but it's like that one key thing is like there was a line in the quest thing where it's like it would be bad comedy for Anus to get slain by the Scarlet Crusade. Well, I'll tell you what is good comedy, Josh. Having every single paladin desperate for Anus. Like Scarlet Monastery looked like a grinder group chat. Yeah. I'm not kidding, man. Do you know what I mean? People
they all need a piece of anus. Yeah.
Yeah, trying to sell anus, which I'm pretty sure is a felony in most states, you know, depending on what you're in. So, like, that whole aspect to it was just comical. I've never seen so much men desperate for anus.
There you go. There you go.
But, you know, brilliant comedy. And then, like I said, to quickly rattle off the some rune suggestions that I'll be putting in the chat as well, Tim and Josh or anyone else who's listening in. Basically for the healer as well, basically 3 ideas. Increased, this was basically AoE healing, basically is the only thing that holies or healers are missing in terms of the paladin. So increase the amount of healed by Judgment of Light by X% of your spell power or intellect. Or Holy Light now heals an additional 4 nearby players, but its healing is reduced by X%. Or Consecration now heals party and raid members, but its healing is increased by X%. Then in terms of DPS rounds, now I smoked a lot of weed before I thought of this, so a lot of this shit is going to be wacky as fuck, man. So again, like I said, there is one valid complaint because I know I went a bit hard with the rap hands, but one valid complaint is that they don't have Avenging Wrath. But if you've seen the leaks, all I'll say is that if you look at the naming on some of them, you might be able to see that it's something. It will probably come down the line in terms of getting our wings eventually. Another idea I was thinking about was adding Divine Storm to the Art of War proc. Very spicy. We're not even adding in a rune there. We're just modifying it slightly. Another one I'm taking is to have 2 seals active at the same time, but the judgment damage is reduced or some way to compensate or balance maybe. This one's absolutely crazy. Reckoning now procs off dealing critical strikes instead of receiving critical strikes. Yeah, basic Wind Fury on crack. But again, like when you do the calculations, it's kind of unlikely for it to think, but it's just one of those things. And then here's one thing, because like if anyone knows the Paladin community, they know that Savix just complains about one thing, and it's mobility. But rather than give us a horse, if they are to give us a movement ability, it'd be something like rather than Shadow Step, have a Step of Light, where your judgment now teleports you to your target, but its cooldown is increased by like 200 or 300%, making it like 40-second cooldown kind of thing. And then lastly, for the tanks, we'll have increased devotion, shadow, fire, frost, Aura's effect by 200%, but it only applies to use the paladin. This is just a tanking rune in terms of increasing our resistance to our own personal ones. So it's like a lot more versatile when we're kind of tanking those resistant fights. A stamina buff of any kind, of flat X% or bonus to defense skill or anything like that. And then a third one as well is because Holy Shield or like Deep Prop might feel a bit left out, is that like increase Holy Shield's block chance by 30% and increase the charges by 4. Something like that, which would just make it a lot easier for Deep Prot, let's say, to get a mitigation cap, which would kind of lend it towards, like, okay, I want to be the ultra safe tank, and then that gives more kind of credence in terms of that. That's pretty much everything I got, boys.
Oh, that's it. Very good. Hunk, are you there?
Mate, I sure am. What's
Mate,
up?
can you start smoking more weed before you give your takes on this show, please, as well?
Oh, don't know if you want me to be that much of a degenerate.
Tariak, very well said, mate. Thank you very much. I mean, all I can add on that, I mean, while we're doing it all, Tariak, should we make paladins fly as well?
I was pretty much thinking that it's like that's the only thing that, like, you know, that they're kind of missing. It is that kind of thing of like, yeah, like there'll be like Rapans complaining that like we're not number 1 on the meters, but at the end of the day, it's like there's going to be other specs that kind of shine. And like I said, I think Kevin Jordan, I remember kind of mentioning this on, maybe it was on this kind of podcast where he said that it's like sometimes like developers will like intentionally make shit like broken, overpowered for a while, just so like that spec has its time to shine, and then kind of like rebalance a bit in a few weeks or so, kind of things like that. But yeah, like I said, you can do a lot to you can change the order of the meter a lot just based on like the spell resistances and the armor values of the boss themselves, or just the actual fights themselves as well. So,
mate, I won't lie. You had me hook, line, and sinker for a lot of that stuff, but you lost me at teleport.
Yeah,
the thought of a paladin with shields, like, and I'm talking world PvP here. The thought of a paladin with bubble, with lay on hands, and with a teleport, my stomach flipped.
Yeah, but it was. I was so for that reaction. You know, I was like, okay, what actually breaks it? Because Joe in Mythbusters is like, okay, right, here's what's plausible, and here's what's like absolutely ridiculous. Like that's what I went for.
Rightio.
I'm gonna be honest, that sounded a lot like a manifesto, and you need to be put on a watch list.
Watch list, yeah, rightio. All
Yeah,
right.
back. I think the FBI is at my door.
Very good. Very well said for the Paladins there. Thank you very much, Tariak. You
Well
fucking
prepped,
you
mate. Yeah,
carry that
good.
class. Guys, we've got a few more that we need to quickly rip through, if anything. We haven't done mages. We haven't done priests. John, do you want to say some stuff about priests real quick?
Yeah, man. I think the class is in a great spot. PvE healing feels great. PvP PvE damage feels great. And like, I mean, I think a bit of a sleeper rune that I haven't really heard talked about much is Empowered Renew. That's such a great like flow type rune. You can get your palms bouncing, and just having that instant feedback is fantastic. What I want to see in the future, I guess, and kind of miss a little bit in this phase is some kind of immunity break, like Master Spell would be fantastic just to sort Teriak out, because I can't be having paladins flying around, man.
Yeah.
Flying his wings, it makes sense.
It doesn't make
it?
sense at all.
I'm still
We had a metal
100%.
hunter looking for buffs earlier on. I'm just saying.
I'm still 100% enamored with the class.
That's good.
It's going to be my main. I've locked it in. Love
Very
it.
good. Very good. Any negatives outside of what we talked about earlier with PvP healing?
Nah, man. Nothing that makes me go, oh, yuck. Another positive would be that Shadow Fiend is a baseline ability for everybody. It's a quality of life book. Fantastic.
All right. Anyone else on priests? If anyone plays a priest, let me know. Otherwise, we'll move on. That was very succinct. Very well said. We will do. Well, actually, the one quick thing on priests is we highlighted this earlier, John, but just to say, mate, when I was, and this isn't necessarily just a priest thing, but when I was recruiting for the raid the other night, I'll fucking tell you what, healers do not exist in SOD right now. It was group after group after group going, healer, we need a fucking healer, we need 2 healers, we got 8 people, we're good to go, where are all the healers? We're all competing for healers. And, obviously the prevailing theory has been a lot of the priests aren't healing anymore because of how powerful Shadow has been. But, mate, the tangential question is just like, have you felt that, do you feel like as we go on, it's going to get harder and harder to find healers?
Maybe, man. But to be honest, I feel like we've got a lot of buttons to press in PvE content. I felt really cool when we were leveling. It felt really cool to just use different abilities other than penance and prayer of mending. Prayer of healing was super fun to use. Like sometimes I'd taunt with it because it done so much healing. There's so many green numbers all over my screen. I guess just the DPS are eating really well at the moment, man. And maybe that may stay true, but with me around Josh and Hunk, you've always got 2 healers in your pocket, brother.
You boys treat me too well.
I've been trying to get you to kill you over and over again, and John keeps healing you.
Oh, it's not fair. It's not
I'm
fair.
the yin to his yang, I suppose. Balance and all things.
I don't suppose we have a mage here, do we? Does anyone know? Any mages in the crowd? Let me know. Oh, Sambino's here. Fucking saves the day. Thank you, mate. Sambino, my question is, same drill, real quick. Mages, positives, negatives of this phase. How's it felt?
Oh, amazing.
Really?
Quality of life out. Yep, absolutely. Like the fact that we've kind of hit level 40, we get all of our crazy talents at the end of our builds. We get our portals. They've changed it so now we can craft more than 2 water at a time.
Oh, that was a good one.
Just those little things are making mage really fun. Everyone wants a mage right now because the DPS is fucking insane. Spell cleave groups, everyone wants a mage. It's like no one really wants a mage healer too much, but we're pretty strong. Not as strong as priests, but we're still really good.
Mage healers are getting the same draw that rogue tanks are getting right now, where we're the new kids on the block that people kind of are a bit distrustful of and don't really want.
Yeah, I've had a few times where someone goes, "Oh, mage, don't know if we should invite them or we should get a mage healer." And then, sometimes they're hit and miss. Some of the mages don't know how to heal after the Living Flame nerf, but we got that new heal, Chronostatic Preservation, which is really, really, really strong. 2 seconds, you cast it, and then for the next 15 seconds, you can decide when you want to unleash that for about 800 to 1,000 heal. In PvP, like STV, I'm just spamming that. I'm charging it, I'm firing it off. I'm charging it, I'm firing it off. And hopefully someone isn't doing more than 500 DPS, and I can keep someone up. But it does, you've got 10 of those in the tank and then you completely oom. I would say they could look at the cost of mass regeneration. It costs 600 mana for you to put up your beacon on 5 people for 15 seconds. The last 2 fights in Noma are, 6 to 8 minutes or something like that. Even with evocation, pressing the buttons and all the rest of it, from my experience for AoE healing, maybe it's just not our jam right now. Maybe we should just be focusing on tank healing and not even trying to do the mass regen, because, it's 600 mana just to get a beacon on people and a little channel heal, and then for you to then cast like a spell. Coupled on top of that, a few arcane blasts, or trying to cycle between arcane blasts and arcane missiles. You're popping like 800 mana just to do like an effective heal on like a party of 5, and we've got sub 4,000 mana at the moment, so 5 of those and we're completely oom. So I don't know if they wanted to tweak with the mana cost of mass regen at all, or if we're just gonna not worry about mass regen. It's a bit costly being a mage at the moment, compared to a priest and the rest of it, but I see healing druids are doing just as much damage as a fucking arcane mage that's supposed to specialize in dealing damage to heal people, so it's a bit of a funny one at the moment. Arcane itself is really good. The new arcane missiles, the missile barrage on our waist, it's kind of got the same dopamine effect of when Living Flame used to just spam green numbers on your screen. Now when you press it, it's just bang, 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 and you just see like these 150, 200 heals come in. It's really fun. Mages, I've only dabbled with Arcane so far, but I've watched a lot of people play Fire and, doing 600 to 1,000 DPS in AoE pools, and I think that's a lot of dopamine for people right there.
Oh, mate, I'm glad to hear you're happy with it. I mean, it's a weird question to ask given how happy you are, but any extra wants and needs or hopes and dreams?
Ooh, that's a great one. Nah, I'm happy with how it is.
Good, very good. Sorry, man, I was rudely reading away because Gigantor just let me know another hot off the press classic news for you, Countdown to Classic enthusiasts. Turns out, as we're speaking, the Stranglethorn PvP event has just had it so that Warlocks and Hunters now get to resurrect with the last active pet they had out. Hey, Voodoo!
We won! We did it!
We did it!
Did was that just put in because of what we've said?
Yeah, I feel like it's the episode of The Simpsons where we're singing, we're doing classical gas out the front of the power plant. We fucking won.
That's awesome. I might go back.
And the other thing is now, while you've got the fucking res buff or debuff or whatever, you will no longer be affected by slowing traps and all that shit.
Brilliant.
Are you once again confirming that there is active development on this game, Josh?
I know.
Who fucking thought?
I know, right?
How good.
Fucking
the lumber
wild.
quest is also fixed.
Yes.
So you can do that now, finally.
The lumber is back on the vendor and you can repeat it over for 200 rep. Is that right?
Yeah, and it does not look like it is daily or weekly as people were saying.
No,
so I think it is just straight up repeatable. You can get your rep by not going into AB.
I think it's good. I think it's good to give people options and be like, hey, take part in this STV event even though you've gotten the gear you need. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you get the gear in 3 events. Do you
And
think
you're done.
it'll be dead in a month if there wasn't a...
Mate.
They had to give us this tie-in rep to
No shit. Ubiquitous. I was considering not doing any more STV like next week. Like I was fucking done. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, very good changes.
Oh, just want to draw attention to the other gripe that I had in STV as a Warlock.
Oh, here we go.
The subjugate demon against players is now only 10 seconds instead of 5 minutes. Thank Christ.
I'm not controlled by another player for 10 minutes or 5 minutes.
It's actually kind of cool that they let it keep working though. So it is just a 10-second kind of CC if it ever was useful.
Look, I'm happy that it's 10 seconds, but undispellable 5 minutes of being controlled by someone else is fucking ridiculous.
Ubiquitous is going to start thinking that whatever we say on this podcast just comes real. So he's going to start yelling out, "Fuck, I wish my dick was bigger."
We can all dream.
Fuck, what class?
Yaren's like, oh, wouldn't it be a shame if Hunters got stronger?
Yeah, I know, right? All right, Warriors. Do we have... I don't even fucking know what I want to say about Warriors. Do we have any Warrior enthusiasts here?
No, and I've only heard bad things, and apparently there's not everyone that's bothered to level 1 has stopped playing it.
Oh no, that's not good.
Yeah.
I benched my Warrior just because of just all the naysayers and all the negative stuff people were saying about it. I just figured, all right, I'm going to put that towards maybe the end of the phase. I might level it and see what it's got going on in the next phase. But
what's the drama? What's the complaints? The runes are a bit flat again, or what?
Apparently,
from what I'm hearing, yeah, it's just not fun.
Well, we've
What
talked
I'm hearing,
about
it's rage generation
right?
is almost impossible.
We talked about this the other day in the Discord, and I was just saying, we've talked about this a couple of months ago in the pod as well, but it goes without saying that the problem with Warriors is they were already fun in vanilla. And so Warriors who were already fun are pointing at all these other classes in SOD, getting all this fun new shit, having their fun dialed up to 11, and Warriors are like, whoa, where's mine? Where it's unfortunately, they were already fun. How much more fun can we make them? It's a tough one.
That was my stance yesterday when we were bashing it out, in that they already had 5 buttons to press. If you give them runes to replace those, they still just have 5 buttons to press. How much more fun can it be? The rest of the classes are just getting catch up for total buttons pressed. With that said, it's just because I like to rile them up. They're the best melee DPS by about 10%. I think they're just whiny fucking pricks that want to be the top damage. I think it's just warrior cry.
Well, it's once the melee hunters get nerfed, yeah.
Yeah, and the good thing is, most of the flavor of the month chases have ping-ponged between hunter and warrior all of SOD. So they are lucky that at least their second main is always good.
Oh no, they've been playing Shadow Priest for the last 8 days.
That too, if they knew how to use a mana bar. But,
I've heard a few of the boys say that that because warriors scale a lot on equipment or gear, a lot of them are saying, "Oh, next phase they'll be better," or the end game content when all the best gear comes out. That's when a lot of people are going to be playing warriors, just because that's when they're going to hit the hardest. I think it's really just everyone just wants to experience the other flavors.
I was joking the other day, man, but the flavor of the month thing is real in SOD. You really do see it. And I joked about 6 weeks ago about how every fucking cockhead in the game was now playing a balance druid, because they were so powerful with now what we call old Star Surge. Star Surge was slapping so hard, every cunt in the game who was toxic was rolling fucking balance druid so that they could one-shot people. Then I feel like they really did. They heard Shadow Priest was going off in phase 2, and for the last week, all the cunts were playing Shadow Priest. I had a bloke, fucking no joke, I told Ubiquitous this. I'm not being hyperbolic when I say this. A Shadow Priest 1200 critted me with Shadow Word Death yesterday. He teabagged me for 90 seconds afterwards. I sat there and watched the cunt. A minute and a half he spent teabagging me, smashing his X button, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
He did that for a 1200 crit, man. I've had some up near 1500.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, they'll roll to something else now. But yeah, I mean, Stance is joking that the Warriors are playing Fire Mage now. We'll see what everyone rolls to. But look, I don't know what to say about the Warriors. The Warrior is my ult, but I'm like a prot warrior. I'm just hanging on to this warrior for the hope of what could be later on. I want my level 60 prot warrior to have shockwave and be fun tanking dungeons and all that shit. So I'm not really enjoying it as much now, but it's just a prospect of what could come. I don't really know what to say for the, like Ubiquitous is saying, like, they're doing fine. Like, there's only so much crying that can go on. They're doing in a good spot on the DPS meters. What more is there to it?
I got this theory that warriors have their like really OP, insane, awesome flavor fucking coming, and they've just been holding it off this entire time because they wanted everyone to feel OP like a warrior. So they've just been given warriors kind of basic passive stuff to slightly buff them here and there and all the rest of it. But it's like changing from 40% of the population being brown boys to it might go down to like 5 to 10%, and then at 60 they'll go, oh, now warriors get blade storm, or warriors get something fucking Titan's grip, or whatever like is the flavoursome thing, and then everyone's going, holy fuck. But at that point a lot of the player base might be settled on other classes that it won't be 40% warrior. But that's just my theory.
I'm just waiting for level 60. There's going to be a warrior out there with Titan grip, two-handed weapons, and they're just going to run into a group of people and they all die.
Or they'll get one shot, but whatever the new big spell is.
They'll get one shot, but they'll take down 3 people with them.
Yeah, when druids get the new Nature's Fury fucking crit for 80 million DPS, yeah. It'll be great. I think that's everyone. We haven't left a class behind, have we? No. Very good, boys. We did it. We fucking did it. 3.5 hours in. I think we're done. Does anyone have any thoughtful commentary or jokes to take us out on? No. Hunk, we're done.
Other than like, I've still got to conduct the science experiment to see if I can mind control a hunter and kill them with their own pet.
Oh, you've got to do it.
We've got to get it done.
Absolutely. Boys, I'm going to go do some PvP, I think, if anyone wants to come along.
In already, mate.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go haunt STV for a while. I don't even really care about the event. I just want to go fuck around and be a dickhead. So I'll go do that. Boys, thank you so much for taking part in the podcast. It's been brilliant. You've all been brilliant. We'll say our goodbyes. That's the phase 2 week 1 review. So hopefully that's some good feedback for everyone to listen to. Tariak, mate, always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure to be here, Josh.
Galley boy, thank you, mate.
Thank you for having me as always.
Ubiquitous, you're a cunt.
Thanks, boys. Till next time. You too.
Hunk, love you.
Oh God, I've got an itchy butthole right now.
Well, what are you doing? I was talking to Hunk.
Oh, sorry.
Hunk, love you.
Love you too, mate.
What are you doing? I'm talking to the real Hunk. Is he going to chime in? Hunk, I love you.
I get where you're going. I've got an itchy butthole too.
Hunk number 2, I guess you're okay as well. Now,
yeah. Nerf warlocks.
No, thanks, Hunk. Thanks, Husky. Shock 1, mate. Thanks so much.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Sambino, mate. You're a legend.
Thank you. Hooroo.
That's the way. John, mate, you fucking stepped up to the plate. I enjoyed your monologue, John. I thought it was excellent.
Thank you very much. It felt good to say it. And yeah, man, I'm optimistic and very hopeful for the future of SoD.
There you go. Make fucking make it all relevant again. Let's bring back PvP healing to where it should be. Voodoo, mate, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, mate.
Absolute pleasure. All right, boys, we're off the recording. We're still on stream. What are you cunts going to do now?
I think I fucking arcade surge some people.
I'm getting into
now that the warlocks have been fixed, I'm assuming the hotfix is done because the server shut down last night. So I'm going to jump in there with my warlock in STV and see how it goes.
When's the next one? It's in 40 minutes.
Yeah, 40 minutes.
Do we haunt it for 40 minutes and...
Could do. I do need to eat a fucking toast, lunch, and maybe a toasted cheese sandwich before we get started. Let me think.
I'm very impressed that you managed to keep that less than 4 hours, to be honest.
So am I. Well, I was getting very tired, so I kind of just wanted to rip through it. That second coffee didn't really do much for me when getting a bit drowsy. Oh, let me see. I'm just wondering whether I keep the stream going or not. I'm pretty fucking tired.
I'm actually going to go ahead and have a nap myself.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds like a good idea. I could go for a nap, but I'll be back for the 6 p.m. STV now that those tokens are there.
Yeah, let's do that. Actually, I might jump off stream. I'll have some lunch. I'll just get a breath, and I might see you guys for the 2 p.m. STV. Otherwise, I'm just going to dick around.
Yeah.
Cool.
Alrighty.
Top of your sexto.
Yeah, exactly. All right, everyone. I'll catch you later. Thanks, boys.
See ya.